Alrighty. Good morning, everybody. We've got some loot to sort. For some reason I thought the ambulance is outside, but it's not. I might have already distilled all the loot that we got yesterday that actually needs to go back to Jericho. I think everything else I got yesterday doesn't need to go back there. Most of it. Another pair of leather pants, sure, that can go back with us, but everything else here is, that can stay here. We'll leave that one here for local use. We came away from the fire department with enough axes already made that I'm going to go ahead and start leaving a few in my spare vehicles. We're right around the time where we need to start getting some weight gain put on. Kale coming out of the freezer, I think so, yeah. Now we gotta butter these up here. Thinking veggie oil, nacho cheese. Where's the margarine at? I know we have margarine somewhere. I know for a fact we got margarine. If I don't have it in any of the loot, I must have put it in here. Yeah. So butter and margarine, and then veggie oil. Oh, we've got lard too. Did we already lose the music? That would be a big shame if we already lost the music. We're only like 10 minutes in this morning. Potato, kale, butter, margarine, lard, and nacho cheese. That sounds like an artery stopper right there. We're gonna put on weight in no time. Seeing as I'm down to 76 kilo, and the floor that I'd like to stay above is 75. While that's cooking, we've got a couple more tools I could sort. Your gas can will make a fine addition to my collection. Halfway there. I think it came out to about 50. But it's not about the hunger, it's about the calories. And I think this one is going to be a chunky one. We're at minus 1100 right now. And now we're at positive 2000. So each one of these stir fries is about 3000 calories. That, I believe, is going to chunk us up nice and quickly. Yeah, I don't know if the music is broken, but I'm gonna go ahead and fire up our own playlist. I enjoy this game's music. I wish it would play more often. All right. 22:40. It's our bedtime. We hit the sack. Oh dear, nightmare. That's what we got the reading material for. A lot of those weapons are obscure enough they can go back to Jericho. We're rolling in hunting knives. It's just been... I haven't... Only 2 of these are ones that I actually made. All the rest of them in here are ones that I've found. I guess one of them there was a pretty one. I'll take that one back with me. Should be all the loot. Minus the generator, of course. And that's, unfortunately, that's not all. There's more generators where that came from. Yeah. There's 2 generators just chilling here at the corner of Wellington Heights. We might be able to get it tomorrow without too much interference. I might scout it out tonight, actually. We do have about 2 hours to work with here. This is only 25 liters. The hell? We've been having nothing but rain for several days now. Huh. I don't know how it got that low. That's weird. Might have been a little cavalier with my water use. But that problem should now be solved. There's another 70 liters. I don't think I really want to go commuting anywhere in the rain like this. It's pretty thick outside tonight. Yeah, I could go get 2 more stacks of logs. And then tomorrow morning I could commute back to Jericho and do a drop-off of everything I picked up out here. Alright, there's a full trunk and trailer right there for the most part. Very small amount of room left, but I'm not worried about min-maxing at the moment. We've got a haul prepared for tomorrow morning, and we're ready to sleep, so we get the ambulance out of the way here, now that it's fully emptied. We shan't have any forgetting to close the gates tonight. Done that enough times recently. And this will keep our calories in great order. We're overeating just a little bit. Oh yeah, that almost took us to cap. We're not yet in rapid weight gain, but we'll be on track for that soon. Looks like we're gonna have fog today too. I'll top this off before we head back to Jericho. Alright, back to Jericho we go. Only a couple live viewers this morning, but welcome. As a quick recap, we just finished sorting some loot from yesterday's stream, and we are now on our... We're going to do a supply run with this step van here that is full of stuff. Mostly logs. Mostly logs. The entire trunk is full of nothing but logs. But the trailer's got a little bit of loot in it, too. So we're just going to take the step van back to Jericho, which is our main base in the southwest corner of Louisville, or southwest central area. This current base that we're leaving is in the northeast, the far northeast corner. Now we are going to be getting out and killing any threats we see on our supply line, because the supply line must remain open at all costs. Oh, I don't need to be going up here. I forgot that I made a hole in the gate of the car dealership specifically to use this as a shortcut. a little hard to hear the music sometimes over the really loud rain noises. Wilco. There's X-ray. Feed outposts. Ah, here we go. Right before we get to Yankee, of course. A few respawns here. We had some on the other side of the street last time. We're gonna go loud on these guys. With this weather, it's not good to shoot long distance, but we can still point blank them. Looking good. This is a situation where I really wish I could just get out and use my sniper rifle, but can't shoot like that in this weather. I can deal with one fast shambler in the road. Almost missed our turn. There we go. Alright, is this a full respawn? Partial. If it was full, we would have had further up the roads as well. Fences are tiresome. You know what? While I'm here, Jericho could use some more crates. These have been emptied a long time ago. I could go through the effort of building them, or I could just steal them. I don't see anybody else using these crates, do you? I hear more incoming. Now, anybody up there that I didn't kill would have probably eventually found their way around. The way they move in the general direction of the player at all times. Yeah, they wouldn't have been stuck up there forever. They would have come moseying on down just like these guys. Oh, look, we're not done yet. We weren't able to kill them fast enough to not get stressed. That's alright. We'll read a book when we get back to Jericho. Hello. The 1 second stutter. What have we got over here? Small group. We're going to deal with these guys. We're not going to do it with guns, though. If we start shooting this far away, then we're going to pull them from farther away than I'd like to right now. So we'll machete these guys. We're a little over encumbered. If I start feeling threatened by my movement speed, I'll just drop the bag. Hello. Alright. There might be a couple more around the corner or something, but if I can't see them, they also can't see me. Doesn't mean that they don't know I'm there, but, yeah. It also means that line of sight is not going to attract them in my direction. Home sweet home, Jericho. Converted grocery store. Just to the southwest of the center of Louisville. got two more bags of loot to add to the bags of loot that I have yet to sort over there in the corner. We'll get to that in due time. I've got 2 blades that need reforging. We'll go ahead and get these dismantled and put the blades on the ground over here. We don't need to go right to reforging them yet. This bag, I don't need to throw it on the ground. I know exactly where everything in this bag is going. 90% of it goes right in this container, or at least around the corner. Another perfect magnum for the collection there. 36. 1911 is on the right. Boom. 1 bag didn't have to go in the pile. We do have more crates that we just picked up. And they're most likely going to go over on this side. I definitely need a home for these, the medium form materials that I've started putting on the floor because I don't have room in the major crates for them anymore. We could just make a full stack here, I suppose. So all these nails, tarps, saw blades, they're all really heavy items, so for material storage, I'll put them in the second in the stack. Usually I would put bigger things like cartons in the top of the stack, but sometimes I put other things. It kind of just depends on what my current needs are for storage. I would like to be able to put this adhesive tape into a box, but I don't think I can. Oh no, we can. Holy shit, I didn't know that. So 12 adhesive tape to 1 box. That might be new. I don't remember being able to do that. Beautiful. Several boxes of light bulbs coming right up. Everything else we don't have enough of yet. Yeah, we're gonna need another box in this stack for electronics. Now I can start moving the boxes of batteries and light bulbs up 1 in the stack. That'll free us up quite a bit of room. I also noticed that the generator on the roof it's supposed to have spare electrical parts next to it for repairs, but it doesn't. Skill issue. I'm gonna have to get one of these billion duffel bags I got over here. Leave some electrical parts up top. Alright. Everything else we brought back with us are stacks of logs, and the axe can stay in there for all I care. Now the welding torch actually does need to go somewhere. I have all these welding supplies over here, but like a doofus, I took all of my torches out in the field with me, so I didn't actually have a torch ready for use, despite all this other stuff. So I'm going to leave this torch somewhere nice and conspicuous, so that I have a torch dedicated for Jericho. Now all these log stacks in both of the trunks of the vehicles, I'm just going to stand right here where I can access both trunks. I'm going to sit on the ground so that I can fast forward without losing health, and unstack 24 stacks of logs. It's going to take a second. Not exactly losing any time. I'm in the frickin' rain. So that's 96 logs, 864 encumbrance total worth of logs. Just chilling on the floor there. We're going to stack up the rope. Oh, we can make 4 bundles of rope. Look at that. We found enough rope out in the field. So the 4 bundles of rope that I just made, I'm going to put those in the trailer. That is going to solve a lot of problems at Jericho for a long time. Success. Jorgensen and Sons is now emptied. Park that for a quick getaway. Let's see if the animals blew out of the pen again. Or maybe they've de-stressed, who knows? We just gotta check on them, see how they're doing. For anybody joining, if you're not familiar, I had to put my animals in the naughty pen. They got stressed because of something I did, so it is my fault, but unfortunately when they get stressed, they start attacking walls, so I had to put them in this pen here where there's no walls they can attack, there's just this one door, and thankfully they have not decided to blow up this door yet. They've still got plenty of food. We'll top up their water. They got room for one crate of water. You hear the moo. The moo is actually a stressed moo. Play this game long enough, you'll learn to differentiate between the stressed moos and the happy moos. When your cows are stressed, you can pet them. It's not a perfect solution, because it does take forever to actually de-stress them. Oh, okay. He's sticking his head slightly through the... sticking his head slightly through the wall, so I've got to go pet him through the wall. Yeah. I think Athena is still broken. If I try to pet her, nothing happens. Oh well. Oh yeah, these generators here. They're alright. They need to get topped up on fuel. No, not yet. I'm sure they will soon. But it's not implemented yet. Alright, so the SWAT van here is our generator storage at the moment. 3 Electromax, 2 Premium Technologies. Back at my forward operating base, I've got... Butch has got a yellow generator powering it, but then in the ambulance there, I've got another yellow generator. And then my recent activities near the end of last stream, there are 2 generators at this corner here at Wellington Heights. 1 red and 1 yellow. Needless to say, we have a number of generators here. How to go about this? I'll come back to that thought. It's not like I'm not hurting for generators right now. I don't exactly need to like go on a journey just to get more generators. I absolutely will collect what I've found, but it's not going to be a priority item right now. How are we on charcoal? Okay-ish. Best part about this is now when I run low on charcoal, I've got 96 logs just chilling over there. I can just take this this barrel here, and we're going to turn this barrel into a charcoal burning barrel. In order to do that, we need stones. I think we need like 20. Oh, just 4 stones. Easy peasy. Let's just go outside and get 4 stones. See this right here, this is our charcoal burning pile. This is where we would pick tree parts after annihilating them with the axe up here. But the barrel that I just picked up, we take 4 stones, we turn that into a barrel, charcoal burning barrel rather, and then we can put that inside next to all those logs we just cut up. And that way when we need more charcoal, we can literally just back up over next to it and get more charcoal. Now you can access something like a charcoal burning barrel from 2 tiles away. So I think right here is an okay spot. Far enough out of the way to drive from, but if I stand right here, I can sit on the ground and open the barrel, and look at that, I could do as many as 47 burns of log if I wanted to. But we're not at that point just yet. We'll do that when the time comes. When the time comes, we'll actually back up the ambulance so that we can put the charcoal directly into the trunk. I am sincerely hoping that I will not need these planks that I just cut up, but I'm going to leave them in front of the animal pen door just in case they break it again. Right now, yes, that is another thing they're used for. I predict there will be other uses for them in the future. If she's going to stick her head out like that, I'm going to give her a pet. She is still a good cow. Yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, so when I have a little bit more brain power, I like to try to explain things when I do them, but I'm still kind of waking up here. Bit of an early morning for me. I mean, it's, you know, it's almost 9 a.m., but it's also a weekend, so yeah. Sometimes I'll do things and then explain them. Other times I'll just kind of do things and see if the game can speak for itself. Alright, I think... Now, we do have a lot of loot sorting to do, but I'm not particularly keen to do that on a Saturday. Saturdays are supposed to be days where we have fun, lots of fun. You can save the loot sorting for the weekdays. Now we do have a stir fry to eat, but we're at the calorie cap right now. I'm going to actually shut the hunger up by eating something light. Have a dew bar. Twigs, I only need those. That was a supposedly 1 in 100 chance right there for that to fail to start. Lightning strikes sometimes, I guess. Forgot that we had yet another stack of rope here. So, what do we do with all that rope? We're going to continue gathering logs, but this time we're going to leave whatever we gather. Well, we'll leave some of what we gather at the Ford base, but most of it will still probably come back to Jericho eventually. If anybody watching was here at the beginning of yesterday's stream, that was actually, I think that was yesterday's stream at the beginning. I kind of did the same kind of thing that I'm about to do now, where I'm going up and we're going to get out and collect any logs that we left on the ground during our run down Main Street. Oi. There's several. Okay, so right now, in Louisville specifically, actually, okay, you know what? Everywhere I build a base, my first thing that I think about is what were the initial spawns like, and what are the respawns going to be like, right? So if you come up on a base, or like you come up on a location, any location, pay close attention to the initial spawns of zombies, and then imagine what it would be like if those zombies reappeared in that exact location, many, however long in the future. That's kind of one of the first things I think about right there. The second thing is, how can I make that less inconvenient? So in Riverside, I literally build my fucking base in the river. I'm not exaggerating in the slightest. hang on, I have a screenshot of it. I have threatened me with a good time. I'll always love to show off my Riverside base. Screenshots. I have a lot of screenshots. Scrolling back a little ways, I have not been back to Riverside in a minute, but here is, this is a 1-year anniversary screenshot that I took. To be entirely honest, I would probably, if I was going to build it all over again, I would probably build it even further out into the river. Because what you're looking at right here is, this is actually, you can see it in the bottom left corner of the screen, this is the Riverside Police Department. So there actually were a fair number of initial spawns in and around the PD and behind the PD in what used to be a forest. So all this grassy terrain out here in the front, this used to be a forest. And so basically what that means is my base, despite being built in the Ohio River, still has respawns in its front yard. If I were to go back to the base right now, that would be a long commute. It would take me about half an hour in real life just to get back there. But if I were to do that, that would result in me coming home to a bunch of zombies in my front yard. I don't think any zombies will have wandered all the way up to my, my front door or anything. But just the fact that my front yard is going to be full of zombies. I would want to actually build any base that I would come back to in the future. I'd build it a little farther into the river, just to avoid the fucking respawns. Now, should I have to be thinking about respawns and nothing but respawns when I build a base? I feel like that's a bit of a game design issue, in my humble opinion. Why do I need to be thinking about respawns when building a base? But that's, again, spawns are no problem. I can kill every zombie in an area and then do what I want with that area. But then what if I want to leave that area and come back to it later? If the player leaves an area for just a couple of nights, that's usually all it takes for a respawn cycle to kick in. I've literally seen respawns happen right behind me while I was in the Grand Ohio Mall, but I don't know. That might have been a unique thing. All I'm saying right now is, respawns are probably the first and foremost thing in my mind right now. And so when I was just at Jericho there, the base I was just at, one of the things that made it so attractive to me specifically was because 2 whole walls of that grocery store place, there are 2 whole walls. Both on the right side of the place. Both of those walls were completely intraversible to zombies. So no doors, no windows, nothing they could break into. That was really attractive to me when I first saw it. I was like, holy shit! There's a very large building with 2 walls completely untouchable. Yeah, I almost immediately picked that as a potential base location. And notwithstanding that there was plenty of grocery store supplies in it, that was nice. But I mean, that was just a fringe benefit. It could have been an office building, and I would have absolutely taken it. Now, that being said, sometimes there are other factors that have nothing to do with respawns. We're going to actually pass by one of my other bases coming up soon here on the left. That is actually not a very good base by my criteria that I just defined, because there are no walls that are secure from zombies. Every single direction is insecure as far as zombies go. I just picked it because it looks pretty. It looks like a fucking castle. This one right here, Reed Office Building. It also has my name on the front of the building. It's my surname, Reed. So you're not gonna put that on a building in this game and not have me make it a base. But yeah, I mean, everything on the lower floor here used to be just like, standard office layout. I used the sledgehammer and broke it all up, made it a nice, easily drivable through. But then, like I was saying before, there's no walls that are secure against zombies. Every single one of these windows here is a potential point of ingress for a zombie, which makes this actually a relatively difficult place to defend. I just, it's got my name on the front of the building, so I decided to pick it. This was more of a fun selection than a perfect strategic value resource. Its location is good. I will stand by its location. We're right in the beating heart, the festering heart of Louisville here, and the festering heart of urban Louisville, right? So this is very strategically valuable for that particular aspect. But there probably would have been better buildings in this particular zone here that I could have picked. I mean, hell, even Hugo Plush here. Even Hugo Plush has got at least 1 wall, if not 2. Yeah, I think Hugo Plush, right next door to it here, has got 2 walls that are the north and the south here. Yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%. And I actually do still have a generator on the roof of that building. I'll probably keep that there for quite a bit. Until I mothball all Louisville operations, even then. Even after I leave Louisville, possibly for good, I might still leave that Reed will probably still have a generator. I mean, if for no other reason than the fact that I've actually found so many generators that I no longer even have to think about bringing any back to Riverside. You guys may notice there's a little bit of stuttering going on. I also just heard my CPU fan spin up. That tells me that there is a memory leak building up. So I'm going to get ahead of that right now. I'm going to get ahead of that right now. I'm just going to close and reopen the game while I have a free moment. Good morning, KTO. Yeah, no, well, okay, so you say it's the weakest gate, and you're probably technically correct. It's also the only door the player can build that you can actually see through, right? So any other gate that you can build. Oh, you know what? I'm lying about that. I'm lying because the whatchamacallit, the iron bar gate you can also see through. I've never tried one of those. I should probably try one of those. But yeah, we just closed it and reopened the game because we were getting some stutters there, and my CPU fan was spinning up, and yeah, that's just the telltale signs of something that could. The last thing I want to do is for the game to start stuttering like that while I'm in combat. So the fact that we weren't in combat was perfect time. And we're already in the correct place here. We are looking to pick up logs. And that's exactly what we're going to do. We have 10 ropes in our backpack. Okay, yeah. I think when I started looking at it initially, I looked at the material costs, and I think I decided that if we just look up the word double, we've got three options. We got the double tall wooden gate, wire fence, and metal pole. And yeah, the reason I picked the wire fence was because iron pipes. Iron pipes cannot be made with blacksmithing. And that's a whole can of worms I'm not even going to start bitching about. But the long and short of it is, iron pipes are harder to get than most other metal resources. So I chose the one that cost fewer iron pipes, is basically the long and short of that. The one that the double tall metal pole gate costs 10 iron pipes. It might look prettier. I mean, it would probably look about the same as these low fences, except bigger. So we're going to start stacking these logs up. This entire little central area here, there used to be a lot of trees here. We just annihilated those trees for no other reason than the fact that they were blocking my line of sight. When I need to fight somewhere and there's a lot of trees blocking my line of sight, I will go full lumberjack and annihilate the trees and not even pick up the logs, just to get more line of sight. I cannot overstate the value of just being able to see where the zombies are coming from. Yeah, it is. And I mean, you know, I could say that, you know, iron pipes, sure, they're going to be, it's a hollow cylinder of whatchamacallit, of iron. It's going to be a little bit more complicated than just a plain old iron bar. But, and another question I have, though, is why can't we just use iron bars instead? Maybe they're working on that. They could be working on that, because recently they did, long overdue, but they added the ability to use different types of resources for a recipe in the build menu. I mean, they had that from the crafting menu from the outset, but I mean, like, if we look at the metal bar barricade, for example, we can use iron bars, steel bars, or steel rods now. I sincerely hope they expand that to everything welding related. I don't know if they will, but there's no reason they shouldn't. I mean, why can I not build an iron bar gate out of iron bars? Is there a reason I have to use iron pipes? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. Oh no, the logs do not respawn. These logs, when you cut down a large tree, you get 4. Medium, you get 3. Small, you get 2. Actually, there is like an even smaller one where you don't even get a log. But yeah, I just cut all these trees down. Like, there was just a whole bunch of trees. I just cut them all down. And I just never picked up the logs. So we're coming back to pick the logs up now that we have a little bit more time. We're not doing any big combat up here at this point. It does take a little bit of effort to bring a hauler truck up with the stacks of rope necessary to make all these log stacks. If you are an organized individual, as I always make my characters, we can fit 4 stacks of logs in each military backpack. And that is what we're going to have with this next stack, or at least that should be what we're going to have, but we're out of rope. So we're coming back with 6 stacks, but one of them is not stacked yet. So now all I got to do is unstack another rope bundle. Then I can stack another 4 logs. And put the rest of that rope I just picked up back in my backpack. 7 stacks so far. There's probably quite a few more in there. I'm going to go ahead and drive on in. Yeah, I mean, organized and dexterous is just like, I feel like you could get away with that if you were without it, right? If I was not going to be the logistical guy. Like if I was in a group of other players and another player was handling the logistics, maybe I could get away without dexterous and well, no, even if I was going to be the combat guy, right? Dexterous is why I can switch weapons so quickly. Dexterous actually makes this faster, and I cannot stress how important weapon switching is for you know, switching between melee and ranged, or switching between different types of ranged weapons. Yeah, that's really important to me. So I don't know if I would ever pick anything but even if I wasn't going to be the logistical guy. Because, I mean, you're going to get your most mileage out of dexterous when it comes to item transfer speed. But if you're not going to be the logistics guy, you're just going to do combat, even then. Even then. Organized is, I tried the game without it once. I tried it once without Organized. I haven't gone back since. It's one of those things, you can fit more in a container, is basically the long and short of it. And it doesn't sound like much, but it adds up in many, many small little ways that's actually kind of hard to articulate them all at once. Try it. That's the best I could say, is definitely try it. If it doesn't feel like it's worth the points, then maybe your build is not going to be suited for it just yet. But I feel like the longer term you play, especially if you try to do, like, base building, organizing, logistics, that kind of stuff. I mean, expeditions, too. Expeditions are important to me, where I like to be able to bring a whole lot of stuff with me, and to also bring a whole lot of stuff back with me. That is just always invaluable, to be able to bring more at a time. Oh, man, disorganized. No, I can see people getting away with disorganized if they're doing they're doing the role play thing of just the drifter, no base, no nothing like that, just going and using local resources and moving on. I could see somebody kind of getting away with disorganized at that point. I don't think I personally would get any enjoyment out of that. But I am not everybody. Other people have very different goals with their gaming experiences. All I can say is, if you do enjoy logistics, I feel like disorganized is always going to be a nightmare for you. Believe that's everything out of that park. Yeah. I was not as pedantic about removing trees as we got further up this direction. Since I have a little bit of spare room, I'll finish that thought in just a moment here. We're stopping briefly at French bread here. There may be some stuff in French bread that I have room for. French bread, that's just a nickname for there's like this French bakery / grocery store here that I set up shop in. And there may be some stuff here I want to grab. I can also sleep here. It's close to my bedtime. So if I don't find stuff that I want to grab, but I do want to sleep. And the furniture is nice. I do like the furniture aesthetic, but it was the grocery store part over here that I was thinking about. Let me get a garbage bag out. I at least want to be able to say that I've gone through all these shelves. Yeah, see, look at this. Brown sugar, can of oats. Some useful stuff here. This place was bigger than I imagined it at first, which is why there's still some yet to be looted stuff, despite the fact that I literally based here. Oh, guy, yeah, Def would be very, especially if you're gonna play this game with the Def trait and you're not playing with anybody else or NPCs or anything like that. That is gonna be so hard. I've been saved so many times by my being able to hear things. I've glazed surround sound many times on this on my channel here, and I will do so many times more. I mean, you guys can see on my over-the-shoulder cam, I got my these surround left and surround right, so that I can literally hear when somebody's behind me to the left or behind me to the right. Just eliminating all of that. That sounds like a nightmare. I mean, even back when I would just play with headphones like a normal person, even then, headphones do a pretty good job of simulating what's going on around you. I think I did go through everything back here. Yeah, all that's crap from the fridges. Yeah, okay, everything down here has been gone through. I dump stuff on the floor when I... This is a note to myself in the future, in case I ever pop through here again, that I'm 100% certain that I've eliminated what's on these shelves. Here we go. Some more canned food. Oh, that's painful. See, what I would kind of wish, and again, this is just, you know, I don't know how you could possibly program this from a design standpoint. I kind of wish if you were going to if you're going to have a game where you could be deaf as a character. I took a few years of ASL in high school. I remember very little about it, but I do remember that some folks that wrote some of the textbooks we were talking about would describe how deaf people can not necessarily like hear anything, but they can feel vibrations, and they're a little bit more sensitive to them than we are. So I kind of wish there was some way you could get that to go through on whatchamacallit, from a gameplay standpoint, right? Because like if there's a loud enough sound, those of us who can hear don't usually think about this, but sound produces vibrations, and folks who don't actually hear sound are going to be a lot more sensitive to those vibrations and will at least be aware of them. And I'm supposing that with enough survival training, you can figure out that certain vibrations are going to be indicative of certain things that you need to be aware of. But I have no idea how you could possibly have that from a game design standpoint. It's not like most people play. Most people aren't going to be playing this game with like a controller with vibration, for example. But yeah, we do still have a fully secure place to sleep up here, at French Bread, as it were. Everything that we left here can stay here, because this is all we've gone through it once already. It's yeah, all of it's stuff that we've got billions of elsewhere. The coffee is TBA. I might actually take the coffee with me. TBA. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a little hard to describe, right? But I mean, again, it's one of those things that even if you like put earplugs in, you'll still kind of sense things in a certain way. But I think if you're fully deaf, then you won't quote unquote hear the same thing. But there are vibrations you would sense if somebody was trying to break in a frickin' door. This ambulance and this fire marshal truck do need to come back with me at one point, but I've been putting that off for a while because I don't actually... what I need to do is I need to come down here with a throwaway vehicle and then spider them back with me. I'm an idiot. I left the van running all night. Not the first time and won't be the last time. It's a good thing that I set up my bases at gas stations. Hello. I'm gonna kill her after I eat. Yeah, you know, they're almost 3 months overdue. Well, okay, you know, the previous update, 12.3, I think that came out, or yeah, 42.12 came out 2 months after its predecessor. So I guess if you could say that this one's going to come out 3 months, I don't know. I would hope that they would not go all the way to the 3 month mark, but if that's the case, it will have been 3 months since the last update if we get all the way to wait a minute, sorry. 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 3 months. I know how to count, I promise. It would be 3 months by December 15th. So we're about 9 days away before it reaching the 3-month anniversary with no update. It would be kind of neat if they actually came out with an update. Just saying. I don't know if I even have, I don't know if there's there's not going to be a fourth log laying around anywhere. Oh, we could divert north. Let's divert north and actually collect a couple more logs up there. I forgot about the logs or the trees that I cleared for this parking lot activity here. We divert a little bit north here. Our actual destination is just right around the corner. You can always see it. You can already see it at the bottom. Philly is on B42? Well, what do you mean by that? Okay, I don't want to open another stack, but I'm going to do it, yeah. We'll open another stack of rope. Oh, filibuster. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. I actually thought you were talking about like another streamer or something. I do know that the Indie Stone will occasionally give out whatchamacallits. They'll give out to some of their community members will get early access to new builds. No idea how one would become part of that, although it would probably involve not being very critical of the Indie Stone. That's just a theory. My flashlight is very close to going out here, but we do have plenty of spare batteries. Okay. I think that's all the logs I have in the area, minus these two over here. These two over here, I'm just going to pick them up and use them locally. I'm not going to take them back to Jericho as well. And that concludes overnight activities for tonight. Successful evening, if I do say so myself. We will park Jorgensen and Sons in the same location as before, on this side of the base, facing north, ready to depart back to Jericho after we load it up again. Alright. Sweet dreams for this evening. For anybody joining, welcome. It is currently August 9th, 1995. We are in a field outpost in northeast Louisville, and we've got a little bit of logistics work to do. On the docket today is mostly exploration. We're coming to the tail end of the usefulness of our current base, so we may be starting to move in the direction of mothballing this base. Because the big corner of Louisville that we have yet to explore is mostly in the southeast, and we are in the far northeast right here. This is our current location, and our supply line that we're currently following is taking us all the way through the urban center, and we're going around the middle there. That is becoming increasingly inconvenient rather, as we start to explore more in this direction. So I don't know if I'm going to actually try to mothball the base today. I think we're going to focus on getting sorted and doing a little exploration today, but probably near the end of today's stream and probably the beginning of tomorrow's stream, we'll be mothballing this base and moving on, either consolidating everything at Jericho or maybe picking a new field site. It depends on what kind of things we see as we progress into the southeast here. Loot the entire map in a single playthrough. That is going to be a monumental task. I wish you very, very much luck if you choose to do so. That would be quite the achievement if you could manage it. Because I mean, there's just so much loot that gets redundant after a while, right? Just getting Riverside completely consolidated. And when I say consolidated, what I really mean is I went through every single building, every single home, everything in Riverside. This is in the first 30 or so parts of our journey through B42. Just going through all the residential and not even looting everything, but going through everything that I would possibly want, and then leaving behind the stuff that I wouldn't. Even that was that was a monumental task. And I just did that because, I mean, Riverside is my home base, so I wanted to make sure that there's nothing I would potentially want to go out of my way for in my own backyard, right? But, oh, those logs I brought. Those logs, I'm going to saw them up top and leave them up there. Audio cutting out there. Odd. I actually forgot that I have a bunch of planks up here. We're long overdue the ability to make, we should be able to make stacks of planks. I really wish we could make stacks of planks. Alas, the only thing we can stack right now are, well, logs. We can box up other things, but planks, I mean, that's, Home Depot 101. You go there, you'll get big old stacks of 4x4 or 2x4s and whatnot. It's my welding vehicle right there. I have a box of bandages. That was actually supposed to go back to Jericho. I can put that... I'll put that in the trailer, make it even. I'm going to get ahead of the flashlight. Its battery is really close to dying. I'm just going to pull it out now and replace it with one of the billion batteries I got laying around here. I'm carrying around a hair iron. That's supposed to just be dismantled. So I still have a stir fry that's good for a couple more bites. I'm gonna make a salad. Should make a couple salads. Use up the scale. I don't know what I have over here that's going to get me more fats that I can put in a salad. I think vegetable oil will get me some fats. If not, it'll at least keep the calories up. Okay, I think I'm well equipped for the day then. We've got food. Ammo stockpiles are okay-ish. I'm going to open 2 new boxes of 45 auto. I may be overdue for a new carton. We're good for now. Well, we're good-ish for now. I've got room for another carton. I'm gonna go get another carton. There's no reason not to. I guess if anybody joining is new, this is my combat ambulance, the pretty one right here. I keep boxes of all of the ammunition types that I'm currently using. I keep a bag of explosives, I keep a bag of secondary weapons, I keep a bag of an entire military backpack dedicated to loaded M9 magazines, but I don't have enough room for like a massive ammo stockpile. That's what these two, the ammo twins over here, that's what these are for. I keep my lesser used calibers on this side and my more often used calibers on this side. We're going to take one of these cartons of 45 auto with us because we are nearing the end of our loose boxes of 45 auto in the ambulance. So when we finish up using those 45 auto boxes that are in the ambulance, we'll just open this carton right here. I have to be careful because, I mean, obviously the ambulance can only store about, like in a perfect situation, it can have 169 in there. Yeah, I mean, relative to Palace Lake, I think I actually might have looted almost everything there except for the residential. I have not hit the residential in Palace Lake. Now that's interesting. My theory about the trunk repairs getting diminishing returns after taking damage might be questionable now. I'm gonna repair it again. I have a long history on this channel of complaining about taking hits from zombies that are going to result in me losing storage space in my trunks. It's one of the things that probably annoys me the most in this game. And the reason it annoys me so much is because you get diminishing returns on repairs. At least I thought those diminishing returns went forever. I don't know that for sure now, because they've slowed down significantly. If I were to put a steel sheet in there, it says potentially repairs 66%. But that number keeps going down, and I don't know how much longer it keeps going down, because, like, I thought it was done. We're going to try repairing it now and see what happens. Okay, so it did go down 1% again. Just 1%, though. So, we are still definitely getting diminishing returns, but it's not... It feels like it's getting slower and slower on the diminishing returns. They haven't stopped. At one point, I was almost happy. I was almost joyous to believe that they had stopped. The diminishing returns had stopped, but no. We're still getting diminishing returns. It's just that they've slowed down a lot. It used to be like you would lose like multiple percentages, like several integers worth of percentage for every repair. But no, it definitely has slowed down. Alright, so we are in exploration mode. We're not going to be able to loot much with this van because of how, I mean, you know, even though we just repaired it, we've got 162 storage space, but 133 are being taken up by our combat kit. So we could, if we really wanted to, we could probably, like, put something in there. Maybe if we wanted to, like, take some stuff out of the trunk, we could put a generator in. But I don't think that's necessarily what I'm going to do. I think we're just going to explore for now. That was a rat. I never get tired of this bullshit. I couldn't have even seen this one. See how it's hiding in the fucking cracks of the road? Stupid fucking... Small animals also get me a little bit heated. Hoods are no problem. I can always repair my hoods or replace them. Windshields are a little bit more annoying, though. Windshields, you can replace them, and that's it. You can't repair them. You can't build new ones. You gotta go steal. You gotta go steal them from other vehicles. Like this step van right here. You see the glasswork has been removed. That's because we drove past it, and I noticed it had pretty glasswork. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, we're not going to go full-on vehicle part harvesting, but I do want to take a peek at this one. Windshield is only 70%. I'm not going to bother with it. Engine quality 48. This is this through and through garbage, but I will check the trunk. Leaving stuff on the floor is my most go-to way of reminding myself that I've already checked something. Tungsten animals. Accurate, very accurate. So we're about to drive past the fire department here. The fire department is secure. We can sleep there if we need to. We were gonna peel off the clothes, the firefighter clothes, from each of the zombies that we butchered out here. The opportunity to do so has passed, but we have successfully done it once already. I'm picking them up now, and I'm going to put them in my trunk, but I'm not going to, like, commit to this expenditure of storage space. I'm just going to hope that I'm pretty sure I have a way to dismantle these. I need an awl, and I need a needle. I don't know if I have a needle. And I don't know if my multi-tool actually counts as an awl. These roads are supposed to be traversable. What's going on here? Yeah, Germantown was supposed to have the way clear. There may have been a redistribution of Zeds in the area. Yeah, by default now. That's one of the things that, like, instead of being fully looted and trashed, some houses will be like, it'll look like people left in a hurry. Okay. Windshield is trash. Trunk is trash. None of the good glass work. Battery's terrible. 0 engine quality. Let's just leave this on the floor so that I know I've checked it. Oh, steel sheets. Give me these. Give me these. Whenever zombies break a door, steel sheets get left on the floor. And recently, I've started programming myself to keep an eye out for those because I've been going through more than I was expecting in the area. We did not leave anything behind at the fire department. We did a pretty thorough cleanup of it. Yeah, definitely. I wish it happened more often, actually. Now that I'm used to it, because I mean, you know, an open door is something a zombie isn't going to get stuck smacking, and I prefer the zombies come outside to fight me out here, where I have the advantage. So I'm 100% okay with that. Now, if memory serves, we're going to have a large amount as we start moving south here. There's a fairgrounds here. fairgrounds with a bunch of construction lights. The presence of the construction lights told me last time that there may be a generator over here somewhere. But I did a preliminary look and I did not see a generator. So I'm going to say there's probably not a generator over there. If there is, I don't know if it would be worth it. I mean, again, we've got more generators than we know what to do with at the immediate moment. So I'm okay with not having a billion generators right now. And this is what I meant, this road right here. Full of Zeds. We could erase all of these Zeds with a single pipe bomb if we wanted to. It would take about 20 minutes of effort, maybe. But I don't see anything worth fighting for here. The fairgrounds to the north, nothing about it strikes me as something that I would really want to go out of my... Oh, it's a music festival. Okay. Holy shit. That's a lot of fence thumpers. That's a lot of stress waiting to happen. We're going to bail up out of there. Get around these guys. There we go. Okay, I think we're out of here. See, I had gone through there once already, which is why I was thinking that, you know, the road is going to be full of them at that point. But we're good. We have already surveyed that mail van right there. Nothing worth it. Nothing worth it. Engine quality is terrible. Mail vans are actually very inconvenient because you cannot access the trunk from the driver's seat. How do you zoom out that far? It's not nothing to do with it being a vehicle. What it is there's a setting actually. If we look at settings, go to options. Is it under? I think it's under user interface. The zoom levels here under user interface. I think by default, some of the higher and lower end of the zoom tables are not checked by default. So if you check everything under the zoom levels, then the game will let you zoom in and out a little bit farther than default, I believe. It's been so long since I've changed the default settings, so I don't actually remember what the default settings are. But yeah, that I do remember changing them, so I think that might be a thing that you could look at. And it is definitely not a mod. I think there might actually be a mod that lets you zoom out even farther, but I wouldn't trust that very much, because even in my current settings, if I zoom out far enough, frame rate drops become a problem. And I imagine that probably gets worse. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I hate to say it, but driving, even when you zoom out far enough, it actually still it can still be a problem because sometimes the map doesn't load fast enough. There is a, whatchamacallit, there's a thing where you can, sometimes the map just doesn't load and you just see a black void. And I came to a complete stop because of that once, and it caused my trailer to flip me over. That was an interesting experience. If you ever want to look at a very funny video about that on my channel, you can see there's a video on my channel called I Found a Perfect Corvette, and yeah, the thumbnail tells you a lot. Now this, I think, is going to be a dead end. I'm going to try to get out of this. I'm going to take a bit of a risk here. It's a mostly full propane tank, so this diversion was already slightly worth it. But yeah, we are going to take a slight risk here. More than a slight risk, this is probably not going to work. Yeah, I'm just going to have to turn around. Sometimes I can get away with doing this. This is not looking like it's going to be one of those times. We're just going to have to plow our way through this. As much as I dislike taking hood damage, I will take a hood hit over a side hit or a trunk hit any day now. Like I'm just gonna take the L if I can't navigate through there. I need to be more willing to take the L. Yes, that's true. I don't risk that very often. I don't risk it very often. If I need to see farther at this point, I'll just find a safe place to stop and get out of the vehicle. But I think we actually did uncover... Yeah, there was a little bit of uncovered territory there to the north of us. Where are we? Further south here. Yes, Southside Drive. This house right here was a target that we actually hit and successfully looted. Successfully with an asterisk next to it. That was a very interesting operation last stream. We were successful, but we came very close to just falling back. But we managed to eke out a win. I got a little bit lucky. I don't know, a little bit of it was skill. Not all of it was skill, though. There was some luck there. We were fighting a lot of zombies to try to get to that house I just showed you on the map. And in the process of fighting them, we managed to pull all of them away from that house. We didn't even realize that, though. We just kept fighting them and fighting them and fighting them, and we hit a brick wall. We weren't going to keep... It was untenable. We couldn't keep fighting them. So I was considering just falling back, but then before I fell back, I was like, all right, we're going to do one more pass at the house. And I got lucky. We passed the house, and there was almost nobody there left. So it was a mixture of success, failure, accidental success. And, yeah, it was an interesting op. But I'm not mad about it at all. We did good. So we are now moving into completely uncharted territory. Just as we intended. We're going to take it nice and slow. And we're going to try to remain aware of our dead ends. So if we want to take Patriot Street here, for example, we can go straight through it and come back out on Woods Edge. Edgewood Court, though, we are not going to go all the way down there. That is a dead end. I mean, unless it's, you know, if there's no zombies, sure, we'll go down there. But I'm just... This is Louisville. I assume there's zombies everywhere. And I've not been disappointed by that assumption. This is also the very far edge of Louisville, so... I don't know. I have no idea what to make of... I have seen a lot of zombies even beyond the edge of Louisville, so it is... Ooh, look at this. That's a pretty gate right there. That's a really pretty gate. Lots and lots of zombies beyond that pretty gate. And look at this. We've got a roadblock just right here in front of this. But I want to say we're probably going to have enough of a breathing moment here. We might be able to just clear this roadblock really quick. Now, because of the sheer number of trees on screen, you guys may notice that my ugly face in the top left corner there is actually going to lose... it's going to lose frame rate. I don't know exactly what causes that. Actually, I kind of do. Is the devs introduced a new feature where trees sway a little bit, and that feature, I believe, is probably a little bit inefficient. Because if we zoom out far enough, it seems my RTX 4090 can no longer handle rendering a simple camera feed at 480p on screen. So we don't... whenever I see a lot of trees, I just won't zoom out too far. Not like we're seeing much. I mean, we can't see zombies between the trees. Oh, fuck. Did I... I thought I already hooked it up. There we go. On the outside, but she's slow. Again, the only reason I'm doing this is because I don't see any major groups in the area. I would not be getting out and fighting if there was anybody here. In fact, if there were too many zombies here, I would just not even try to drive through this. I would just do it on foot. I am actually kind of shocked at how few zombies there are in this particular spot. I would predict that a residential area close to Louisville like this would just be swarming, but maybe not. Or maybe that's just the luck of the draw, right? Because we got randomized spawn heat maps now. So I might have just this just might be a figment of my particular spawn seed. I don't even know what it is. I think it flashed on screen when I first created Annie's save file. Yeah, it would have probably been in the top right-hand corner of the screen if I'm remembering right. Part 1 of her series, which is linked in the description. Yeah, so that is a cul-de-sac to the south, and that's an ugly looking nightmare. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna park so that my driver's side door is not gonna get camped. Then I'm gonna cut the engine, and we're gonna take a look at this cul-de-sac on foot. We're not going in here with a vehicle. Ah, see? I would not have even noticed these guys until I was already in here. So by going in here on foot, we've already saved ourselves a little bit of potential pain. Yeah, see all these Zeds? I had no idea they were here until now. We only need to get close enough to make sure none of these houses are survivor houses. Looted and trashed. Not looted, but not interesting, and not looted, but not interesting. Yeah, okay. Now these houses, being as they are the prettier rich houses, they are not the worst sources of residential loot, and the garages sometimes even have generators. But I've got, like I said before, I've got more generators than I know what to do with. So even if there was like a generator in one of those garages, the most I would ever do is just mark it on the map and move on. One thing I will do, I mean, just because I have a clear line of sight to it, let's just check this propane tank here. Not bad. And that's it. No more storage space in the trunk. So we're going to do what I was mentioning before. We're just going to kind of survey each house, and but keep moving quickly. Because if we don't see any boarded up windows, then there's nothing for us here. Nothing but zombies that we don't even need to bother engaging with. I've never seen one of these bigger houses as a survivor house, so that would be a nice thing to see, but alas. It would be really cool if there was just some sort of mechanic that would kick in that almost every neighborhood would have at least one survivor house after a certain point. But that would make them a little too common. But that would at least give you an incentive to like actually fight your way into smaller neighborhoods. Right now, there's just so little incentive that yeah, I've got no reason to. We have surveyed this area, and this whole part of the map is now, we're done with it. Okay, that road was worse than I expected. We only drove through it once, but that is Louisville for you right there. So, like I mentioned before, this particular street, this house right here with the boarded up windows, this is a house that we did, we've already looted this one. That was at the end of last stream. We almost failed our operation to loot that. But all the zombies that would have been in this area actually got peeled out of it by combat operations that ended up being a failure. But pulling them away was a success. So the operation overall ended up being a success. Just because we couldn't fight them all and we had to fall back, whatever. We got our loot. I'll take the W. Take the dub. We are now in exploration mode. Let's take another peek at that map. We are at Audubon Street. And let's do... There's a part of me that actually wants to get out and do some footwork here. because these roads are so narrow that if there's tons of zombies, it's much easier to just do it on foot. I do see some Zeds between those houses. You know what I'm going to do? The survivor house that we looted is going to be a parking spot for the ambulance temporarily. And I'm just saying, I'm doing that now because I know I've killed most of the Zeds in the immediate vicinity of it. So I know that if I leave the van right here, that I would be able to kill a few Zeds in this area and call the van relatively secure so that I can come back here, get the van later. Now it is 23 Celsius outside right now, which, as somebody who grew up on Freedom units, I don't actually know how hot that is, but it's hot. Hot enough. Hot enough that we're probably, if we're going to be running around on foot, I'll probably have to take off the upper layers. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and wipe this group out. And also, it's already 1,500 hours. It would not hurt us to have a place to sleep up here. Even if just for a night. Could just do the same thing I did with the last survivor house. And that is, put a bed in the garage. And I like to use garages because they've got a smaller attack surface. Or not attack surface. What I mean is, if you close all the doors, you've got a metal garage door on one side with higher HP, and then on the other side you've got the internal door to escape from. So if you hear multiple Zeds on the front door, for example, you can escape through this way. Multiple exits is what I'm looking at there. We have thoroughly looted this place, which is going to include pillows. So there actually are no pillows left in this place. Should be an easy fix. This house directly next to us is not damaged at all. Look at that pillow on the bed right there. Are they going to make me smash the window? It might make me smash the window. I hate smashing windows, to be honest. I really do. Even though we can make them now. You can actually make windows with glass making. You have to make some glass panes, and then a carpenter can turn around and turn those into windows. Look at this. Somebody had some cereal. Whenever I see a radio, My instincts tell me to dismantle it, see if we can get a battery. Yep, got a battery that time. Hell yeah. Perfect. We got a place to sleep. We're still a little bit... Well, actually, we're at 59 fatigue. So we're literally going to be sleepy in like 30 seconds here. Did I time that right, or did I time that right? I think I might have timed it right. This tire for a standard vehicle was one of those like really low priority things that I was thinking about maybe bringing back, but kind of erred on the side of no. But I will leave it like out here where it's easy to see, just in case I feel like expending the space for it. Oh, right, these light boxes don't have a lot of room in them. Survivor houses with a bunch of trash. Fucking Jesus Christ! Make some more fucking noise next time, buddy. That was I accidentally hit Q. Multiple over here. There's my heart rate accelerated. Not too bad. I think I'm below 100. I'm just going to consolidate all the stuff that I didn't want to bring back with me into the, whatchamacallit, into the garage area there. And we're going to disassemble a little bit of furniture so that we can nail up some of those walls there. Need nails more than anything else right now. That was 7, and it's still only 1 nail and 1 plank for a board, thankfully. Alright, all windows are at least boarded up twice now. Hey there, how's it going today? We are currently exploring the southeast side of Louisville. And we are setting up a field site to sleep in, since we are going to be in this area for a minute. Oh, that used up the battery that was in my Alice kit. Even though I favorited it. Oh well. That's why I made sure I had a spare. And I shan't be sleeping in such squalor. We're going to pick up some of the trash from this room, at least. Ooh, you know what? There's an ice pick on the floor here. That, if I'm not mistaken, I think that is a valid tool to pick aramid thread with. Hang on. Aramid. Yes, we can use it. Hell yeah. Okay. So all that firefighter gear that we picked up, I was afraid we were going to have to bring it all the way back to our outpost in the north, but no. Now that we have this ice pick, we can actually pull the aramid thread out of these broken firefighter equipment pieces. And that will eliminate all the dead weight that we're carrying around with that. This is going to take a minute, so we'll button up the doors. Don't want nobody coming up behind us while we do this. Perfect. Holy shit, we got almost 2 full spools of aramid thread, even though all those parts were broken. Like, you know, they were full of holes and pretty much broken, but no, we got, like, that was great. That was a great ROI. I'm glad we did that. Now we don't have to carry around, like, what was that? 4 encumbrance apiece. That was, like, 32 encumbrance of firefighter gear. Yeah, we don't gotta be carrying that around no more. There's a rat here. Rats and raccoons are actually useful if they are far enough away from the player that they don't get freaked out by the player, because then they just act as zombie detectors. If they're freaked out for no reason, but they're out of the range of the player, then you know there's a zombie somewhere. Alright, so we're back to square one on storage in the trunk. We've got about 30 storage to work with. And just on the floor right here, we've got about 30. But this is both low priority stuff right here. We've got higher priority stuff we can be picking up. And since I'm not going to be drinking coffee tonight, we're not going to be going out and doing any more fighting. Oh yeah, so the battery, whatchamacallit, there's nothing particularly special about the fact that this is an external light. It was the first light that I saw. I could get the almost exact same results from an end table lamp if I had one, but it doesn't even look like there is one in the... Okay, yeah, I could get this end table lamp and I would have the same results, but yeah, that was just the first one that I picked. It was This is the first one right in front of me, and I had some spare electrical parts and a spare battery from a radio that I took apart recently. But yeah, I have decided to consolidate all of the random crap that I did not initially have room for when I did my first pass of this place. I'll consolidate all of it into the shelves there. Who knows what else I might find marginally useful. You know what? There's a teddy bear right there. There's a teddy bear right there, and my bed does not have a teddy bear, so we're going to fix that. Hell yeah. See, that right there would be a logistical challenge for somebody. If anybody is interested in a logistical challenge that will challenge your ability to move large amounts of things from one place to the other, see if you can collect every single teddy bear that spawns on your map. It might not sound difficult, but they weigh 5.0 encumbrance. So actually collecting every single one that spawns on your map, that's going to be a hell of a lot harder than it sounds. You could only fit like, what is that? Hang on. 208 divided by 5. You could only carry 41 of them at a time in the biggest vehicle available to you. So, might sound easy, but it's actually not. Just gonna use the fridge as a trash can for now. Is everything. So the amount of random crap in this place was definitely one of the loot drops of all time here. Picking anything cookware related out. We'll put that in the kitchen area. The quote-unquote kitchen area. Okay, we're about an hour away from bedtime still, but it's gonna cost us nothing if we go to sleep 1 hour early. I just didn't want to go to sleep too early. You know what? Why shall I sleep in such squalor? Now this place is cleaned up. That's right, we're putting trash in the fridge. It'd be neat if we could do battery connectors for the TV, but alas, we cannot. Alright, 2200 hours. Bedtime is good for now. There we go. Okay. So as a midnight activity, we're going to go and do a little bit of exploration towards the south area. We're going to do that on foot. So it'll be a little spooky, but we can handle that. And we're just going to make sure that we take a look at all the neighborhoods down there that are going to be too annoying to drive through with the ambulance. Got a couple of Zeds in the street to the south. Check the map here. We've got, like, for example, Roosevelt Street, Panama Street, Piano Street. These three roads here, if we go down and just kind of keep turning towards the south, these are going to be annoying to drive through because these streets are like, everything is lined with low chain link fences. So the amount of traversal room for the vehicle to not run into zombies is going to be minimum, and that always bothers me. I'm never a fan of that because it results in me bumping into zombies, taking damage to my pretty ambulance. And we're killing these guys because they're on our road here, but once we turn past that stop sign there, I'm no longer going to be stopping the fight. And may actually do a little sneaky sneak as well. So our goal, if anybody is not familiar, our goal is to find survivor houses, kind of like the one we just took a sleep in. Survivor houses are one of the only places where we can find more Longblade books, which, I don't know, after well over 700 hours on this character, we still don't have Longblade 5. That has just been pure luck on our part. Bad luck, rather. So this is just a little bend we're going to go around, and I was wrong about this particular bend. There's no chain link fences blocked. Look at this! Are you kidding me? Yet another ambulance. This one is pretty. I need to check the engine. What do we got here? Engine quality 62. Very deceptive ambulance. It's pretty. Like, visually pretty. But that's it. That's all it's got going for it. The engine quality 62. I would not go out of my way for that unless I was, yeah. There would have to be, like, no zombies here whatsoever for me to bother recovering something of that lower quality. I may come back and loot the trauma bag in it, but wouldn't go much farther than that. Alright, nothing of interest on this dead end here. This dead end that would be very annoying to traverse with the with my main vehicle. Alright, I'll bite. What do we got over here? Glass making. Butchering, carving, masonry. these cardboard boxes have like a very, very small chance of being a book box, like the one we just emptied. That was a box full of books. However, they were all really low level. Now, theoretically, when you get a cardboard box full of books, it can actually include books that you would not find in a normal library, which would include aiming, reloading, napping, and Longblade. Those are the 4 ones that, no matter how cool of a library it is, up to and including Louisville State University, you will never find those 4 in the current build. Trust me, I went through every single bookshelf in LSU. We came away with dozens of copies of almost every book in the game except for those 4 categories. Aiming and reloading makes sense. You're supposed to go to gun stores to get those. Okay, fine, I can accept that. Longblade is, you're pushing it there. You're pushing it. You're pushing my suspension and disbelief there. Yeah, this has been looted and trashed. I had no expectations here, really. Just taking a peek because there's no zombies to get in my way. Surprisingly lightweight up here. You know, this actually... No, this is not territory that I would have pulled zombies from during my silly activities to fight towards this survivor house here. Oh, duct tape on the floor, I'll take that. I will always take more duct tape. Those crates over here, probably nothing but construction materials and planks. Looted and trashed. I felt morally obligated to check this book because, okay, this book right here, it's electrical. But it has a similar outline to Longblade, the outline colors of the books. Longblade is like a deep royal purple. Electrical is... Wait a minute, hang on. Fishing. Damn it. See, there's an overlap, so I got excited for a second there, but no. Now remember, if stuff spawns on the floor, what that means is that it's been looted and trashed, like we can see the trash here. So this, when a place has been looted and trashed, stuff that spawns on the floor is, as far as I understand it, it's stuff that couldn't have spawned in any of the local containers. Which, theoretically, I mean, because we've got cardboard boxes in there, theoretically that would mean we have like a 0.0-something% chance of one of those books being the one we're looking for. But again, like I said, less than 0.1% chance, based on just how many things could possibly be on the floor. Is that a purple step van? I need to check that. I don't think I have a purple step van anywhere. Purple dye. I will take that, yes. Dye is, if you're not familiar with the latest B42 stuff, you can dye your clothing now. Certain types of clothing can be dyed. It's a limited amount, unfortunately. But, and you can use the liquid mixing system to create an RGB color. How do I have the key to this? It must be in the ignition. No, it's not. I have the key to this step van somehow. It must have been one that I just randomly picked up. Okay, I'm not going to question that. What is the engine? 48. One of the most useless step vans I've seen in a long time. The only thing that makes it special is the color. The glue in the trunk, I will absolutely take that glue. Give me that glue. Glue is more pipe bombs. Sorry, glue is more remote pipe bombs. Wood glue, unfortunately, is not a substitute for glue. So wood glue does not equal more pipe bombs, sadly. It wasn't my intent to spend the night checking garages, but now that I think about it, there's no reason not to. Every single one of them that has these cardboard boxes is an ever so slight chance. Butchering. Okay, look at this. Butchering 5, a level 5 book on the ground. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get. I don't want to start huffing the hopium here. Longblade 5 has looted us for 700 hours already. There's no reason to think it's just going to magically appear for no reason. See, there's no crates in here, so I can reasonably assume that even if there were books on the ground, that would probably not be a possibility. Now, something interesting I learned recently. I got the keys to a house with a garage. Oh, look at that. Okay. I wasn't 100% sure where we were, but we actually went straight back up the street, so we might have missed one of the turns I wanted to take. Oh. No, we actually got... That was everything I wanted to look at, plus some garages. Cool. So we didn't waste any time last night. And we've got about 30 minutes before we hit the sack again. As a restless sleeper, I have 2 bedtimes. In a perfect world, that would be 22:30 and then 4 a.m. Yeah, I mean, you know. I should probably start checking more of these garages, just a peek. Just a peek. I mean, I'm gonna take this welding torch, always. A couple of empty sacks, but I don't have room for them. Sacks are one of those things that, like, I have a bad habit of consolidating all of them. So I have... Some of my bases have more sacks than I'll ever know what to do with. And then other places don't even have a single one, and I actually kind of need one. So sacks are one of those things I'm actually really bad at, like, you know, diversifying where I leave them. And the reason for that is, what I sometimes like to do is I like to build my own driveways. So my brain meat always tells me, collect all the sacks you find and put them all together, so that you can move tons and tons and tons of gravel at once, for example. But I have long since passed that phase. Our custom base in Riverside has gotten all the gravel I would ever want for its driveways. So I'm kind of like past that phase, but I still can't really get myself out of that mentality. Some paint here, but I'm not really interested in paint. I will take these steel sheets. Absolutely. Welding rods. Welding rods are something you cannot make, and sometimes, like I said, they might be one of those things that's going to be hard to find if you actually need it and you don't have it. So we'll pick up those and take them back to our spot of sleep here. What I'm going to do is start leaving the steel sheets I've picked up on the pile here. I got some propane tanks and a tire. This is all basically, at this point, this is all kind of low priority loot. Like these nails, for example. Useful, but I can actually make my own. And I've got so many others that, yeah, I don't need to go that far out of my way. We have very limited room in the ambulance, so we got to be discerning about what we spend in terms of storage space on. There is no question I'll be bringing that dye back. It is a purple dye. Having seen the colors of dye that spawn in this game, purple is not as common as one would think. There's probably a reason it's associated with royalty. Alright, we're a little bit past our bedtime, but we are set to sleep. Now, I think... No, we should be good. But we will see what our tiredness looks like when we wake up here. I've had better sleeps, but that wasn't bad. There's some stuff that I got in my inventory that is going to be left here. What I intended on doing was taking apart any of these potential electrical part things that I found in this house. Yeah. And I'm going to leave electrical part related stuff in this crate right here. Better to put some of this into a garbage bag instead of just leaving it on the floor. Make it easier to move around. Glue, welding torch. Now that I put the glue in there, that's basically made this garbage bag essential. So I do need to keep that in mind. That's okay, though. A bite of my stir fry that I brought with me. That'll get some of my happies back. I've been sleeping with my armor on for a couple of nights in a row, and that's actually not good for my happiness. We want to keep our girl happy here, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Duct tape, welding rods, going into that. And I can leave the bag here on the floor now. So, total of 51 encumbrance of stuff that we need to bring back with us. Quote-unquote need to bring back with us. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. Those propane tanks and that tire could actually both fit into a military backpack, so I could hand carry those back as long as I don't let the loot situation get too far out of control here. Okay. I'm going to put an S on the map here so that we know that this is now just, this is also a sleeping house instead of just a survivor house. And we're going to give it a blue circle because the all the potential doors or windows that zombies could break through have been boarded up. If it was not secure, I would just put a red circle around it. I think I have a couple of, yeah, like this one, for example, the fire department. There's no boards up or anything there. There's just one door between me and the zombies. So even though I can sleep there, it's not exactly secure. But a couple of these other spots are. Okay. So we still have some exploration to do in the neighborhood. If we take a right on Audubon Street here, we'll want to turn on to Kenwood. Beethoven Street and the end of McKinley. I would want to. I'm going to look at that on foot because dead ends. I don't like. I am done with doing dead ends with my ambulance. I'm done with that. So we are going to. Yeah. So if we get on Audubon, it'll be the third right on Audubon. So that is our destination. It is, yeah. And every single one of those residential houses is a potential survivor house. So that's what we're looking for. And this guy is on my street where I'm trying to sleep, so just in case I need to sleep here again, we wipe out anybody on that street. But now that we've crossed this area, we are in avoidance mode. And we are looking for the third right. So there's 1 and a 2. Commercial area here. Huh, police station. I didn't even know that was there. Where are all the zombies? No, literally, a police station with not massive crowds around it? Something about that feels off. I'm going to leave the van running. And we're just going to take a peek inside. Sometimes when a police station's been looted and trashed, the weapons lockers will still be in good order, but we're going to verify that. That's a negative this time. Still, okay, but we still got ammo. We're taking all that. LEO gear, nothing in the closets. A couple shotgun shells, thank you. Now we will just check on the floor. You know what? This is actually a perfect opportunity. We're going to do foraging for trash. And this will also show us if there are things on the floor that we didn't notice. Steel rod, that's really low priority. Now, whenever you're doing trash foraging, in a looted and trashed POI, there's going to be stuff all over the place. Oh, look at that gun just on the floor here. And it's actually in good condition. Hell yeah. But what you do is, in order to differentiate what was already on the floor between what you're finding, is you'll get experience in foraging when you find something that was not going to be there already. You know what? I'm going to steal this coffee machine. I don't necessarily need another one, but coffee machines are very valuable to me right now. But otherwise, that is it for the PD. Very small PD, relatively speaking. So that is... Huh. You know what? The current M9 that I'm using has taken a little bit of condition damage. So I think I'm actually going to start using the one we just found because it's in good condition. All that means is I need to take the attachment and magazine out of my current one. So I'm going to eject the magazine and rack the bullet out of the chamber, and then we're going to take the tritium pistol sights off of it. And we're going to do tritium pistol sights on the new one that we just picked up. And of course it decided to take a magazine from my Alice kit to reload, instead of the one that was literally right there in my inventory. Alright, so now we've got three full M9 magazines in my Alice kit. As it should be. That's always how I like to roll. At least 3 reloads at all times. And now we've got several empty mags. Those can go... I have a specific destination for those in the alpha bag here. That can take the empty M9 mags, as well as now the M9 pistol that we just picked up, or the one that we replaced. That just goes straight in the inventory. We'll figure that out when we get back to base. We picked up some boxes of ammo. Yeah, we could just stick that in here for now. I mean, the shotgun shells, they can go in there and stay in here. Because shotgun, we're always using shotgun whenever we get an opportunity. We haven't had very many opportunities yet this stream, but that's also because we're not in conquest mode right now. We're in exploration mode. Now the M9 that I've just gotten sorted out, that goes in my backpack actually, because that is sort of, I actually consider M9s at this point. I consider them heavy weapons because the magazine capacity is just so great. All right, you know what? I don't have to be checking these garages, but I almost feel obligated to, since there's not very many. Whole ass carton of nails. I don't have room for that. But I mean, if there's not going to be any Zeds in this area, then yeah, I'm sure I'm going to check some of these garages. Not that I particularly need too much from garages, but I was saying before, if they spawn crates, those crates could be book crates. Nothing in there, though. Now that entire carton of nails, I'm just going to leave it on the road right here. If I really need more nails, I can come back pick it up very easily. You know what? I'm going to put like a question mark here. For some reason, there's no zombies, and I have no idea why. That doesn't make... It's probably just a luck of the draw. It's probably just a luck of the draw, but I'm going to just a question mark so that I know that for some reason there's no zombies in that particular sector. I'm sure in the surrounding areas there will be. If anybody is not familiar, in B42, zombie spawn heat maps are completely randomized. Like it generates some white noise and then layers it around and then uses that, it layers it over the map. There's a little bit of, I think there's a few manual tweaks to it, but other than that, it is completely random now. So, just the sheer fact that there's almost nothing here zombie related. I'm not gonna not check around. Gotta seize the opportunity. Still in head on a swivel mode though. It could be any number of them behind these trees. All it takes is one, doesn't it? We can make our own fishing nets, but not our own bobbers. Whole ass garden basket. Right now, the only seeds that I would be interested in would be onions. I can there's nothing else I can plant right now, and it is currently August 10th, 1995. Alright, you know what? I'll take the mint seeds, why not? We've already passed our opportunity for sunflower seeds, but you can use those to make seed paste if you get enough of them. Something I probably will do. It is, yeah. I always like to say, be afraid. Not of anything in particular, just be afraid. Keep the fear in your heart. This is one of those games where if you are constantly afraid, you'll perform better. What? See? I was assuming that was going to happen, and therefore I'm not disappointed to see it finally happen. Very beautiful bright red dye right there. Some dark purple dye. An awl. Awls are another one of those things where it's like I don't feel like I need them until I don't have them, and then they're stupidly hard to find. Multi-tool, hell yeah. Crate trap, trapping 5. Hunting knife, flashlight, angle-headed. Entrenching tool. Very useful things. Can't make e-tools. An entrenching tool, think of it as a shovel you can fit on your belt. Because it is a shovel that can do anything a big shovel can do. But you can fit it on your belt, so it's actually super convenient. Fight the dead, fear over confidence. Yep. That's a very good way of putting it right there. I think the trunk is completely full. Oh, no, we got about 10 encumbrance. I should just establish a loot bag now, because we're starting to get to the point where we got a lot of stuff in the trunk. We need to separate what is going to stay in the vehicle versus what can just, yeah, get removed when we get back to base. And that is a full trunk right there. So even though we've repaired the trunk almost all the way up, it is still full. So we are now in. We're not going to be able to do too much looting now. I mean, I might come back here with a hauler, seeing as how few zombies there are in this specific area. But that would be something I would do later. Right now, we're going to go into just exploration mode. We're not going to be exploring specific garages, though. We're going to be looking for boarded up windows, because our ultimate goal is survivor homes. That is what's going to give us the best chances of actually finding some more Longblade book. If anyone's not familiar, we've actually grinded our way all the way through level 9 of Longblade without the book. And we're well over a third of the way into level 10, and we still don't have the book. But I mean, if we get the book, we'll blow through level 10 and no problem. And I'll be very happy to be level 10 Longblade. So this is a throughway. This is an exit. Instead of taking this exit, I'm going to actually back up really quick and check the other side before we leave. Double check this map. Yeah, we want to check Adubin. We were supposed to take a turn off of Adubin and get on Kenwood. But it was when it was when we got to that police department and there was literally nothing there, no zombies. That was what triggered me to explore a little closer. Oh well, look at that! Found some zombies. Found some zombies. Let's go around these bad boys. Now we're getting into tighter housing here. All right, Kenwood. I don't think we actually have to go down Kenwood too far now. We just want to check this one outcropping, not this one, but the next one, right? Not this one, but the next one, because this one is just a really tight inroad there. We can go past that for now. This one, it's just a couple houses though, and neither of them are survivor houses, so we are backing back out. How far does Kenwood go? It goes all the way down here to this road, which we've been on before, but Southside Drive. Okay, so Southside Drive we actually were on briefly, when we were going down 841 a while back. So we actually have a little bit of the other side of Southside Drive already explored. So if we were to take a turn right here and start going in this direction, we can connect what we've already explored on Southside with what we haven't explored, which is here. It may behoove me to keep Southside Drive secure, because it looks like one of those main arteries that we could use as a supply line if we need one. If we don't need one, then, I mean, you know, having a secure road threatened me with a good time. Because, I mean, look out, KY841 is not secure, but it is got enough room on it that we can get up and down it pretty easily. Like, I was actually able to tow a vehicle down it, even though there's zombies all over the place. I got through it all right. So if we get Southside Drive traversable, then that means we've got an easy route all the way going back from Jericho, going all the way back up. Possibly, that might even end up being an easier way to get back to Butch. But no, Germantown Road here is going to be swarming. So there's no universe where I get an easier road between Jericho and Butch. If anybody is not familiar, Jericho is my power center in Louisville. This is where I've got everything, my forge furnace and a billion crates for storage loot. Butch is my forward outpost that was initially for the Grand Ohio Mall, and then it's just for all operations on the northeast. But we're done with the northeast, and now we're in the southeast. I don't think I'm going to want to establish another FOB. I'm not seeing any big POIs that are going to be worth it. I suppose we haven't explored what these are yet. So maybe that might be our next thing after we're going to go up and down south side here and see what it looks like. And then we're going to take a look at Kenwood all the way through to the other side and see what those POIs are. I can't remember what they were. I probably did see them on the map once already, but yeah, that will have escaped my brain by now. You know what, Dark Antimatter, you're probably 100% correct. You were probably 100% correct. We're going to get to Longblade 10, and we're going to find the book right away. And I'm going to laugh really hard. Also, if our save gets broken and we have to start a new character, Longblade 5 will be the first Longblade book we find. That's happened to me once already on one of my previous characters. We found Longblade, like, super early on. Okay, this is where we found the SWAT van. So we actually did find a SWAT van. They do exist. I know. Anybody who's played enough B42, you'll know. SWAT vans are like fucking unicorns in this game, but they do exist. There was one in this parking lot right next to this, the Black Dart right there in that corner spot. I was just chilling there. Which means I actually do kind of want to, like, eyeball these zombies. All the zombies in this area. I just kind of want to eyeball them briefly. Because if I see any law enforcement zombies, then that might mean that they're actually SWAT zombies. And why are SWAT, why is that important? Mostly fashion. There's very little that a SWAT vehicle could have that I couldn't find elsewhere. But a SWAT zombie, I mean, they could have an M16 on them, but that would be obvious. We would see it on their back. But they might have a SWAT bulletproof vest. Why would that be important? Fashion. You may have noticed that our girl Annie has a thing for black. And on her, what's that on her left arm there? That is a bulletproof vest armor for the forearm, made out of SWAT bulletproof vests. But we didn't make that. We found it on a zombie. So unfortunately, we have not actually found any SWAT bulletproof vests yet. But if we do, if we find a zombie with them, then we can make our own. We can make our own gear out of that. And I very much would love to do that. That is a fashion goal right there. But I'm not seeing any SWAT zombies, unfortunately. Just the fact that the van was there does not necessarily mean it would spawn any zombies around it. And even if it did, we may have pulled them far away from it. Because we were doing some ops in this area that involved towing. I may have actually pulled a lot of these zombies away at one point. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Oh well. Oh well. Oh, hunting supply store. Look at that. Okay. You know what? We have a reason to fight now. We have a reason to fight. Let's identify a safe angle of approach, and let's consider combat ops here. This is a wide open rural road until we get to 841 here. Yeah. So we're gonna eliminate these guys. If memory serves, 841 did not have much on it. So we're gonna kill these guys. We're going to clear that Jeep out of the way. You can't have them group up and not have me take a shot of opportunity like that. This is why I wish I could put a sawed-off shotgun on my belt. Now that single discharge is going to potentially bring some out of the woods that may or may not have. Yeah, see, there's one in the. Oh, look at that, 3, 4. Yeah, there's a LEO zombie. I just saw a zombie with a. So I may actually want to do a little bit more shooting, but before we do that, that is a broken tire. We want to clear this obstruction to the road. Engine quality 76, don't care. We're just going to tow it out of the way. Okay, so this zombie to the north here, he's the law enforcement zombie, but he's regular cop. You can tell by the hat. Got a BP vest, but the regular law enforcement vests are just LEO blue. They're not black. SWAT gear is valuable to me because it is a plain charcoal-looking black. Hello. I know I saw there was another one there. I'm gonna try to. I want to like kill one with a gun so that I can get a little bit more coming out of those woods, so that I can consider this area secure. So I'll kill this guy with a shoot as soon as I pull this out of the way. I don't want to have to worry about this when the bigger groups start coming. Hello. There we go. Alright, so we're going to need something to eat. And like a doofus, I didn't bring too much more food with me. And nothing of what we put in the loot bag here is food related. We do have chips on the driver's seat. I don't like eating the chips on my driver's seat because that means I've failed to plan. But, well, that's why I plan to fail. Alright, let's assume that we're going to get a lot of zombies coming at us. That assumption means we are going to get the M16 out. The M16 is fully loaded. We're going to put the M9 on my belt. We're going to put the Magnum away for now. The Magnum is for convenient shots of smaller groups. I am preparing for a large group. That means the 44 Magnum rounds get put away. We don't have a lot of M16 magazines that are actually full. I think I have one that's full. But we recently found a couple boxes, didn't we? Just one. So we opened this box of 556. And we can reload 1.5 magazines with that. Now the M16 is a just-in-case weapon. I would prefer not to have to pull it out, but of course I will if the situation arises. And the magazine that is not full is the one that I'll use first. So that is a total of 85, about 86 rounds of the M16. And all superfluous gear has been removed from us. Okay. That's probably going to be a high condition, whatchamacallit, high condition standard vehicle. Yeah, that's performance, perfect condition. We don't have the ability to loot that right now. But I'm going to leave it in the middle of the road, so if I come back here, and we're going to start fighting from here, so that this is going to be our secure angle of approach to take that area. Get a ammo distribution check. We've got a lot more 45 auto than 38 special, so we'll stick to the 1911. When we're doing small groups of zombies like this, it's an either-or question. We could let them get a little closer and do 38 special, much as easy as anything else here. Now we're shooting them to kill them, but also we're making noise. I want anybody who is in these trees to come moseying out of these trees. Come out here and fight me like a zomboid. Be hiding in them trees. I think I'm not seeing any movement. I think we might be all right. At least from that direction. So the goal is to clear this road, and which means that is why we're turtling this road really hard, and we kill anybody who comes out of the trees, and we make sure that we kill them not in the road, but on next to it. Hey, Naughty, good morning. We are, so we're actually in like the far southeast corner of Louisville, and we are going to be clearing the road north here. This is Southside Drive, and the goal... What is the goal? The goal is we want to hit. There's a hunting shop, in one of those just up this road, but plenty of zombies in front of it. So what we're doing is establishing a secure angle of approach to assault the zombies up there. Now, another thing we could probably do, and I'm just going to survey this on foot. Something we could probably do. We could probably do a pipe bomb. In fact, I'm going to go to the ambulance after I kill this one. I'm going to go to the ambulance, and we're going to get a pipe bomb out of the ambulance. And we are going to survey for a bomb location, if there is one. Nothing jumped out at me when I did my first pass, but we will take a look and see what we got. So bomb bag right here, remote pipe bomb ×1, generator ×1, and let's move up. I'm going to carry around a smoke bomb with me too. I have not been able to like identify a niche where a smoke bomb would be useful to me, but I also haven't tried. Now here's the thing I could do. Let me get out my remote noise generator. I got a remote noise generator and a separate channel detonator for it. We want to blow away all the Zeds up here. And we don't have a lot of room to drive around. But we could use a smoke bomb along with a noise generator. So what does smoke bombs do? Smoke bombs, I've only actually blown one so far. So I've tested it. And what it does is it creates a line of sight blocker. And the zombies that were on me when I threw it immediately stopped following me. So I want to say that a smoke bomb is a very brief get-out-of-jail-free card. So I have a theory that we could use it to devastating effect if we use a noise generator plus a remote pipe bomb and then use a smoke bomb, or sorry, get a large group of zombies to come towards that area, fire the noise generator, throw a smoke bomb to get everybody off our tail, and then once everybody's off our tail, then the only thing getting their attention, theoretically, is the noise generator. I would love to see if that is a viable strategy. So that we're going to try to execute it here. We just need to identify a good spot for the bomb. How about the edge? Okay, so if we're going to be gathering the Zeds on foot, the edge of one of these fences is probably a decent option, because what we can do is we can jump over the fence, and then the fence will act as something to slow them down briefly and help them collect on one spot. So we're gonna try to give that a shot. It might not be a perfect strategy. In fact, it might not even be that good. But that's kind of what I'm gonna go for right now. So what we got to do is get out the noise generator, the pipe bomb, and the detonator on a different channel from the noise generator. That's the channel on 90K here. So the only detonator in my inventory right now is 90K. So I link the pipe bomb to that one. So now this remote controller right here will detonate the pipe bomb separately. I'm just going to kill this one. I think she's the only one on me right now. And we're going to set the bomb. How about we do it? I'm looking for a spot with a lot of line of sight. Obviously, being a forest, there's not much in that department. This might be an okay spot. So we're going to set the pipe bomb and then set the noise generator. Okay. And now we're going to fall back. And what we're going to do is get out the smoke bomb. And then we're going to get out the detonator for the noise generator. So the two things in our inventory right now is the smoke bomb and the detonator that will just turn on the noise generator. So the theory is, if I get on foot, if I go around and get a big group of zombies following me, I'll actually recap the theory. Give me just a moment. I'm going to get a timestamp. We're currently at 3 hours, and we're going to say 3 hours and 8 minutes. 3:08:00. So I can put a pinned comment later on so that we know when an interesting thing happens. And we're also going to put on some music. What should we put on for this? This is going to be something interesting. How about... Okay. Yeah, I've got an idea for this. So, like I said, the strategy is noise generator, pipe bomb up there. We are going to kill this zombie because I'm getting distracted by it. And there it is. I'm going to wait for 3 hours and 8 minutes exactly, so 10 more seconds. All right. So, we've got a noise generator and a pipe bomb on this tile right here where my cursor is. What we're going to do is we're going to get a large group of zombies following us on foot, and as soon as we get close to that tile, we're going to turn on the noise generator and then jump this fence, and we're going to hit the smoke bomb. And that should theoretically get everybody off of us. So we have everybody who's following us should then be attracted by the noise generator, theoretically. Again, theoretically. And then we're going to see if that is going to be a good opportunity to blow the pipe bomb that's on top of it. So that's our strategy. We're going to need some combat music. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. How's about something that has gotten me killed before? Yeah. I love this track. Here goes nothing. This is our destination. Hunting supply store right here. Perfectly untouched. And here are the ones we need to annihilate. We don't have a lot of maneuver room here, so we're going to go around this building. Multiple buildings to go around. I didn't realize they were connected. Skill issue. I don't like that alleyway. It's too narrow. We're going to go all the way around. All the way up here to where the SWAT van is, but that's okay. We want to get these guys too. This will help clear out most of this road. Now we're going to get tired momentarily. I'm going to deal with that now. We're going to have a coffee. Now we're going to kind of loop back a little bit while we're doing this, because we want to make sure we keep the attention of the slow ones. Yeah, see, some of the slow ones up here have already lost track of us. Now the goal is to clear the road, so we are going to be killing them in the middle of the road. Except for that one, I guess. No, he's not dead. He can get back up. There's the big group. What's up, losers? Yep, welcome back. May you live in interesting times. Now we are going to line of sight them with these trees. That's actually going to lose... some of them are going to lose track of us quickly with the line of sight here. The ones that are really close to us might not, but that's okay. Because the noise that we're about to make is going to fix that real quick. Now if I really just wanted to get rid of them, I could just lead them out to the middle of that area out there and then just dip. But we're gonna wipe them out, because eventually they would come back. Now our destination is right here, next to the street light. This is our destination. We've got the noisemaker with the pipe bomb, but we're going to have to loop back a little bit to get everybody. Now I'm not worried about just a small amount of slow shamblers back here. It's going to take them forever to get up to us, so I'm not too worried about them. Okay, I think we're nearing the point of, yeah, we're nearing the point here. Now I may do the opposite of what I initially thought I was going to do. I may lead them into the forest at first, or at least like part of them into the forest. And then bring around here. So remember, the fence is going to slow them down a tad. It's going to assist with grouping them up. Alright, we're going to go back and forth a tad. Okay, I can't, I'm having trouble actually getting them very tight. I'm having trouble getting them very tight. Alright, here goes nothing. Remote controller triggered. Equip primary for the smoke bomb. And throw. Look at that. 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 Hell yeah. Now, unfortunately, we couldn't get them grouped up anywhere near as tightly as I wanted them to. But I feel very good about that. I mean, we're going to get a good bomb. Let's line of sight them a little bit. Yeah, that one guy caught us. That's okay. Everybody else is still too far away, I think. Yeah, the smoke bomb it's the first time I've ever tried it. It was re-added recently. Now that looks pretty decent. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Shorten my UI a little bit. Put away the other remote controller. Now the noise generator is triggered. And now we get out the remote controller on channel 90K. And we get our finger on the trigger. And now we sneak up. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. We got our money's worth. Nowhere near as much as I could have done with a vehicle. But also a little bit faster. That was a little bit faster than getting them together with a vehicle. This song is 5 minutes long and it's only looped once, so that was like, I don't know, 6-7 minutes? That's not bad at all. That was a lot less time than it would have taken for the ambulance. Especially because we don't have a lot of room here. But we need to consider that they're going to come from all directions now. But we are in mop-up mode. We might be able to handle everybody who's left with hand weapons. Especially if we can keep using the fence. Yeah, I really liked that. Like I said, the tightness of the group that was around the pipe bomb. It's nothing compared to what I could have done with a vehicle, but it was a lot more convenient. So I think I will employ that strategy in the future, assuming it continues to work in future patches. Yeah, cold pack bombs are confirmed. Like as long as you throw it at the right spot, and zombies can't still see you. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And the best part about... Nah, I don't expect this is going to be the way forever. Blowing the pipe bomb did not damage the noise generator, so we can just take it. We got the noise generator still. Put that bag in my backpack. Alright. Like I said, we're in mop-up mode, so we are going to need to move back up and see how many folks did not make it down here to the party. But it only took 20 bullets worth of gunpowder to make that pipe bomb, and we definitely killed way more than 20. And that, altogether, only about 10 minutes. Because this track is 5 minutes long, it only ran twice. Fantastic. Fantastic, if I do say so myself. And there's our target, hunting supply store. We're going to come away from this place with a lot of ammo. And now, because my ambulance is so full, unfortunately, we're probably not going to actually start the looting operation right away. What we're probably going to do is return to base with the ambulance and take the hauler. And we're probably going to take the hauler to, what if I just spidered the ammo trucks? I think I'm going to just spider the ammo trucks. Yeah, we're just going to take both ammo trucks with us to the gun shop here. But before we do that, we're going to make sure that this road is clear. Sounds like we got a couple in here. Probably hitting the back doors, actually. I hate these alleyways. They're only 2 tiles wide. If you stay in the center, like this, and then run through, then you'll elbow anybody that you run past, but I still hate doing that. Not back doors? Okay, I guess just doors inside somewhere then. Yeah. Oh. It doesn't sound like there's more than one on any specific door. And we just did get hungry, so I am also going to, got a convenience store right here. Oh, convenience store, actually a liquor store. I can't afford to get crunk right now. Getting crunk will actually slow your, it'll slow your swing speed for your melee weapons. The only time I drink alcohol in this game is if I'm about to go straight to sleep. Fuck you! That was a stage 2 mistake right there. I should have been more prepared for that. Cool, we got nimble. What are we, 5 now? Let's see if there's a noticeable difference. It's a very, very incremental improvement. Like, I'm feeling it a little bit. It doesn't feel that much different from 4. It feels a hell of a lot different from 0, I'll tell you that much. I do remember what it's like nimble 0, and it is night and day. Like, once you get to 2 or 3... See, when the zombies have the dignity to attack the door, you know exactly where they're at. This one was not attacking the door, but I heard him groan. You see, it's the ones who, like, are attacking the doors, but then, like, stop. Those are some pretty dangerous Zeds, because, you know, like, some shit like what just happened will happen. And there's only so much you can do when that happens. Now, if you hear this, listen closely. It's a newer sound. That is the sound of claws scratching a door. New as of one of the more recent versions of B42. Alright. This is a bakery shop. Oh no, this is chicken. This is a chicken shop. Nothing but rotten fried chicken there. Anything not rotten. I could use a bite to eat. Potatoes, rotten. Oh, tea bags, I'll take tea bags. I will always take tea bags. Tea is about half as effective as coffee at the moment. It's like 12 fatigue reduction. There's ingredients. Oh well. Got some tea. I'm happy about that. Get in the habit of popping back doors. Now that they're unlocked, I can use them at my leisure. Okay, I want to say that this road is mostly good now, but we're going to go back and get the ambulance, and we're going to go just do one pass up and down the road. And then we're going to go back to our Butch outpost, and we're going to pick up the... well, we're actually probably going to have to sleep by the time we get back to Butch. We'll probably sleep, and then as an overnight activity, we'll prep a spider. What do I mean by spider? What I mean by spider is towing one vehicle with another, like spidering backpacks, if the hiking expression. We can put the M16 away now. We did not end up needing it, and I am okay with that. Except we can no longer fit the M16 magazines in the trunk, because the M16 magazines were in the form of a they were compressed, and now they're not. Oh, you know what? We can take up some more of these hunting knives. We don't need more than 3. Magnum can go back in my holster. 44 mag rounds come back out. The M9 goes back in the alpha bag. There we go. And then I think we have enough room for the bombs, or the detonators rather. Perfect. Okay. Ambulance organized. So we just want to clear out the rest of the Zeds on this road, and then we're back to Butch. Cozy Crockpot Homeward Real Estate. Now this, assuming that it's actually been emptied out of its Zeds, I may come back and check this building later for glue, because it's an office building, and if you check enough desks, you generally can find some glue. Not quite as reliable as a school, but yeah. And then, of course, there's also an EP Tools. The EP Tools up here, I do want to take a peek at that at some point in the future. If for no other reason than, of course, the glue. I've got a billion of every tool imaginable, but glue is always... anytime I can find it, I'll take it. Glue is more pipe bombs. So that beautiful pipe bombing experience that we just had... specifically, glue is more remote triggers for your remote bombs. So I want to make more remote pipe bombs, I need more glue. Alright, I want to say that Southside Drive is partially clear now. Partially. It's not going to be clear much farther beyond this safe place there to sleep. But the clearer Southside is, the better better off we'll be. This is another reason why I carry around a spare 2 liter of water when I forget to refill it. And this is a slight problem. I wanted Southside to be clear. It's not looking like it's very clear. What this is telling me right here is, no, we're not going to do a spider. What I think is the most efficient thing to do at this particular juncture, we're still going to go back to Butch, but we're not going to try to clear Southside tonight. That's just way too many Zeds. And we would not have any fringe benefits from wiping out these Zeds, because these Zeds are just in the middle of a residential territory. Alternatively, if I were to honk my horn right here, that would pull everybody out of that road. Southside Drive would be clear. That would give me like 1 or 2 drives down the road before they start coming back into the road. Maybe I could get away with something like this. Bring them all into here. Because now that I've surveyed this area, there's no survivor houses to worry about here. I'm not doing like sustained noise, just a few toots. I don't know if this is actually going to clear Southside Drive. We might actually be outside of auditory reach of some of them. The more that I can dump in this little forest here, that's the fewer I have to deal with later in the road. Alright, and then I stick to this road to lose them, so that they're not incentivized to go right back to Southside. And this will leave Southside relatively clean. It's still not going to be clean enough that I'm going to feel confident doing a spider. I'm not going to do that, but what I will do is I'm going to use one of my step vans that are is not my best. None of my big haulers, just my one of the ones I've repaired. The logistics one. The logistics one. Yeah, we're going to take that one. 100%, because it's got nothing in it. It's got nothing in it. Where do we end up? We're at, this is Kenwood. So this is what we were supposed to do initially. We were supposed to get off of Adobin and get onto Kenwood here. But that's okay. To keep our sleep schedule intact, we're going to see if we can get back to our sleeping spot. That was the former survivor house here. Adobin is one of... I put that blue question mark there because there was a surprising lack of zombies. And we could make use of that right now, using that as a road to get back. Now, when I say surprising lack of zombies, I don't mean these guys here. I mean in front of the PD, up here on the left. The more I go back and forth here, the more that surprising lack of zombies is not going to lack anymore. But for now, look at this. This is even cleaner than the residential roads in Riverside right here. That specific road. But here is our designated safe house for this particular side of the place. So we can get a sleep here. We can also pick up the stuff I left on the floor here. We can hand carry this, even though we don't have room in the ambulance anymore. And I'll like keep the hunger at bay for a minute. Some chips and crackers for the evening. Now, I have been neglecting this. We are going to take off the forearm armor, because that is what is putting us over the threshold into uncomfortable territory. And now when we go to sleep, we will not be uncomfortable. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we just secured a road in the southeast of Louisville, and we're going to use that road we've secured to access the, there's a hunting shop down there and a couple of other POIs that we're going to take a look at. So we're on our way back to get a vehicle that actually has room to loot. Alright, here goes nothing. Nothing that is here needs to come back with me. This is just a safe place to sleep out in the fields with a couple of spare stuff that I sourced locally. Now, this stuff on the floor here was low priority loot that I was not going to bring back unless I had room for it. I don't have room for it in the trunk, but since we're going straight back now and we're not making any more stops, I should be able to afford to put this stuff into my handbags and just hand carry it. It is my privilege as somebody with organized trait to just be able to hand carry all this stuff nice and easy. Beautiful. So that was like 50 encumbrance worth of stuff, and it's just when you have a backpack on your back and one in each hand, and they're all military backpacks, and you have the organized trait, your character has more room than a trailer on their person. It is pretty glorious. I don't know exactly how clean the roads are going to be on our way back here. We're moving up South Side Drive, intersect at Shelby. It's gonna get busy at Shelby. Wellington Heights is a massive question mark right now. There's actually 2 generators I left at Wellington Heights at the corner there. And the reason that I left them there is because a very unexpected amount of zombies have been crawling out of the woodwork in this particular sector. It's like everybody who would have spawned at the police department down there ended up spawning up here. Like, y'all see these corpse piles. This was not even 2/3 of them. It may be half of them, but there's still so many left that when I was fighting these guys, I just made the executive decision to call it, because we were blowing through ordnance and we were not making we weren't making much progress. But I did want to take a look and see how it looks now. So we are going to peek on our way back here. Look at this. This isn't bad. This isn't bad. This former survivor house up here that used to be a safe place to sleep, it's not safe anymore. What made it safe was the fact that there were no zombies in the woods behind it. And our shenanigans up here have removed that as a factor. There are now zombies all over the place up here. But these 2 generators, I have no capacity to bring them now. But now, if I just take the right vehicle with me, I could pick them up very easily. So that is on my to-do list now. Now that we've surveyed this area and we understand that it is not continuously swarming. So we are in Shelby now? Or we know Wellington Heights? Shit. I would much rather not take this road. I'd much rather get on Rudy Grady. Rudy Grady is going to be a mixed bag, but I have more room to maneuver there. I don't like these small residential roads, especially when the houses don't have a lot of front yard to maneuver in. So we want to take the next right. Next right should be Rudy Grady. I still don't know what this POI is here. To the right side of the screen. I think it might be a furniture shop. Let me take a look here. Nope, I can't see the interior from here. It's just a big old black void. Whatever. I'm not too worried about it. Should be on Rudy Grady now. So like I said, it's a mixed bag. These Zeds here, we can avoid them. We might be able to avoid yeah, we can get around these. This is enough of a front yard that I can go through that. But we're pushing it. The more dense of an urban territory you get, the less of a front yard the houses have. Sometimes they still want their fences too. Sometimes they still want their fences. But at some point, Rudy Grady Drive here is going to fall off because we're going to get closer to my base in the northeast, which is Butcher. And as we get closer to Butcher, any presence on the nearby roads will start to diminish because we've done a very good job of clearing everything up there. Shit. Okay, that is a roadblock on Rudy Grady. That is a veritable roadblock. We do have enough room. We could do a pipe bomb up here if there was something worth fighting for. But nothing is jumping out at me here. Nothing is jumping out at me except for a bunch of Zeds. We don't kill Zeds just for the sake of killing them. We have many other goals to think about here. I don't get it. I mean, like, combat is enjoyable. I just need some vague notion of a goal. And I don't see anything here worth fighting for at the moment. So, clean streets are nice, but, you know, I need to have clean streets going from one place to another. And I'm struggling on that because I can just go around these guys for now. That's the used car lot. Okay, so now that we're at the used car lot, anything beyond this corner is going to be superfluous for the most part. It is, yeah, this corner right here. Right? The next one, okay. I'm moving in the correct direction, but I haven't been up here enough to memorize every turn yet, especially when all the houses appear look the damn same until you get to the apartment complexes. The townhouses, they just look frickin' same. Anyway, here's Butcher Base. I put a lot of effort in this place. It's very secure. Very secure, well supplied. It's reaching the edge of its usefulness at the moment, because, I mean, obviously, you guys saw how far I had to go just now. When it comes to the areas of Louisville that we're exploring, Butcher is definitely getting close to the tail end of its usefulness here. Let me take a peek at the map. We're at the Rudy Grady Boulevard. That's what when I keep saying Rudy Grady, that's what I was talking about. Rudy Grady Boulevard, everything. This shopping center here is where we saw that big, massive group of zombies. And I don't think there's anything here I care about. Like, I passed in EP tools. There are like 50 tool stores on the map yet that I have not looted. If I need tools, I will go anywhere but the dead center of Louisville for tools. Yeah. Everything on this side has been taken care of. Now, Grand Ohio Mall, we got what we wanted out of it. And then while we were exploring more of it, we started running into respawns. So we're done with Grand Ohio. It's not fully emptied, but we're not dealing with respawns of that magnitude. Our shield can't repel zombies of that magnitude. So yeah, we've got one garbage bag of loot. These 2 propane tanks are a bit lower priority. We can leave them out here for the immediate moment. And this tire right here can go with the other one. So we actually have 2 perfect standard vehicle tires right here of the regular variety. I don't usually do standard vehicles, but this trailer right here uses standard parts. So if any of my trailers need perfect tires, well, oh shit, never mind. One of these is a sports car part. Oops. I need to separate those. Let's place that right here. See, all my heavy-duty parts are in the garage area over there, so we're not, don't need to go all the way over there. I'd like to keep the standard separate. This other garbage bag of loot, most of it is not slated to go back to Jericho, which is my power center in Louisville. Most of it is not for that. I'm going to need to sort through that. So I'll leave it on the ground right there for now. And, yeah, like, for example, Jericho does not need more gas cans. Could not pay me to have... I mean, gas cans... The only reason I'm still hoarding gas cans is because at one point, when I mothball this base, for example, I don't know if I will ever come back to Northeast Louisville, like, ever. And even if I do, I won't be... This won't affect me even if I do, but because I'm not, what I'm going to do is actually empty some of these pumps into every single gas can that I've stockpiled and bring it back with me to a place that I'm more likely to come back to. But yeah, that's kind of my just a window into my logistics there. There's a whole lot going on in my head that I don't always get out into words. So if anybody is curious about why I'm doing something random, just let me know. There's a lot to explain, and it can get boring if I repeat everything. So yeah, let's put these sacks together here. I've been trying to get better about leaving sacks in the correct places. Everything in my brain is telling me to consolidate them. That is not necessarily necessary. Duct tape and glue. A welding torch that we can refill. And it is now 4 a.m. That is our second bedtime as a restless sleeper. So as soon as we get these gas cans put outside, we are ready to sleep. You know, I could do a laundry run. I don't think I need to. We're not that dirty. We are not that dirty. Oops. Place item. See, I have a lot of heavy-duty vehicles here that I've repaired to perfect condition, but I haven't actually given them a purpose yet. Some of them will be just refueling vehicles. Like I will literally just put nothing but a bunch of gas cans full of gas in them, and then drive them back to the correct place. This white truck right here, I call it Meals on Wheels. The contents of the trunk are basically a little bit more than your standard grocery store. Just a bunch of random stuff that you can put in your meals, which is why it's more convenient to me on wheels, because then I don't have to load it into the local base that I'm living in. We'll want to make some food tomorrow, probably. I should still have some... What? Whatchamacallit? Kale to eat. Lovely little superfood. You can just eat it straight up. Okay, we're a little late getting to bed, but that is my backpack organized, and that makes me a little bit happier. Speaking of happier, oh no, there are no kale out of the freezer. In that case, we're just going to give her a chocolate bar. She has done very good. She's done very good. We're going to reward her with, actually, choco cakes. Yeah. We make sure to take care of our girl here. We give her good food when she does a good job. We give her good food even if she doesn't do everything right, because at the end of the day, it's my fault, not hers. I take care of her regardless. Whenever I play games like this, where it's like, you know, a top-down perspective or a third-person perspective, I can't really get myself into the headspace of a character if it's not from a first-person point of view. So I always like think of myself as like a guide for the character, as opposed to actually being the character. So I always put that on. Okay, so we've got our arm armor back on. Let's do some cooking. We got a bunch of stuff that we can start using up here. We'll put a little bit of stuff to make us fat. Just probably some butter. How about 3 units of kale, 1 unit of beef, and we've already got potatoes that are thawed, so we're just going to thaw these in the oven. And while that's thawing, we'll do a little bit more sorting of this garbage bag here, which isn't much. A little bit of cereal, a little bit of milk. We found an ice pick. That is going to go with us in our... How about our bomb-making kit? Yeah. That feels good. Steel sheets, whole bunch of them. I've already got plenty on the floor outside for trunk repairs, so I can afford to put them over here. Welding rods and rope might actually go somewhere else. I'm going to put those in my backpack. This is 42.12.3. There were 3 hot fixes to 42.12. So yeah, 42.12.3. Does it really? Interesting. I did not know that. That's actually a reason to use the microwave. I will have to keep that in mind. Thank you. I did not think that the microwave was actually good for anything, to be honest. I literally just had it there as a decoration. But yeah, now that we've got it thawed, make a couple of stir fries, starting with beef. Only add 1 unit of kale to each of these. And then a full potato. So that means potato, potato, and potato, potato. This might use up the rest of the potatoes that are not in the garbage bag still. Fun fact with potatoes, they have such a long shelf life that if you keep them refrigerated, they will last a very, very, very long time. These have been fresh for several months already, I think. I mean, they'll last even if you don't refrigerate them, but refrigerating them multiplies that already long shelf life by a factor. Boom. So there's a whole bunch of... Now, what we just added, there's not actually a lot of calories. So we're just going to add a little bit of just a slab of butter to each, I suppose. Butter, right here. This I'm gonna actually step away from the list full of things to make it easier to click. And just 1 stick of butter for each. That should probably be more than enough for now. We have a small amount of kale left over. I am going to put that into a salad and eat that now. And the tiny bits of kale left over. It's like eating a tiny... It's like stems. Like we get a tiny little bit of kale left over after using it 3 times, and that's silly. That's really silly. The problem of cooking level 10 is you actually get leftovers of... Sometimes it'll leave leftovers of such a tiny amount that it's like, damn it, now I gotta do something with this. I've taken to just throwing it out at this point. I'm not so desperate to... I mean, we have so much food that we're actually struggling to eat it before it goes bad at this point. Back at Jericho, we've got 2 generators that have been running for months, just keeping the freezers going. Yeah. Yep. It's really hard to read, but yeah, if I were to like step over here, so that it's got a bit of a darker background. Yeah, there. Now you can see it, 42.12.3. And you know what else is cool? You can see the date. The build date was 9/15/2025. So we're almost... 1, 2, 3. We're almost 3 months out from this last, the last update to B42. I don't suppose we've had any news from the devs. Nope. Unfortunate. There might be something on the official forums, but as far as I'm concerned, if you're going to release on Steam, every relevant update to the game should at least be copy-pasted over there. What are you paying your mods for if they don't do that, huh? Compost for the tiny... You know what? If I had a compost bin, maybe. Action economy right now just doesn't make sense. Also, something changed with composting to the point where it's no longer based on encumbrance. It used to be based on just on encumbrance, like the encumbrance of the item you put in. It's based on something else now, and I don't fully understand it. Like, I put like 10 encumbrance into... And it used to be like each point of encumbrance would be like 1% of a bag. Or like maybe even more than that. But like 10 encumbrance used to be enough to get a full bin. But now it's nowhere near enough, so I don't know what's going on there. In any case, we're going to take 2 of these 60 stir fries, put them in my backpack. And the other 3 we're going to go in the fridge here. You know what? No, 2 is fine. Because 2 stir fries with 60 hunger reduction, that's basically 2 days of food. Take a couple of these bags of chips and put them on the driver's seat of my ambulance because I ate my emergency chips when I shouldn't have. Oops. Also supposed to be 2 bath towels on my driver's seat, part of my kit. There we go. You know what? Here's something I want to do. This is just this might be something helpful to people in chat if you're interested in what do I like to bring out into the field with me. You know what? That's a question that I sometimes don't even remember the answer to. We tried to establish a new field kit yesterday, and that actually took a fair bit of time because I don't even remember exactly all the things that I like to have in a field kit. So give me a moment here. I'm just gonna like put together a screenshot, a couple screenshots of all the things that I like to have in my field kit. So this is the driver's seat. I can fit 5 encumbrance of stuff on the driver's seat. And make this a little tighter here. Control-Shift-J. Okay, so here's the driver's seat. And now we check to the passenger seat. The passenger seat is armor and heavy tools. Or I guess in this case, some light tools and heavy tools. Perfect. And then the glove compartment. Now, the glove compartment is going to be a little different based on the vehicle, but there's going to be a big overlap. Here we go. I'm going to need to make this taller. Image, canvas. Let's make that 1280. And I will post this online as well if anybody is interested in my field kits. This is the kind of stuff that keeps me alive everywhere I go. A lot of it is backups. A lot of it is backup tools. Some of it is stuff that I don't often immediately, like for example the sledgehammer. Everywhere I go I have a sledgehammer in my passenger seat. A whole bunch of this is armor that I wouldn't normally wear because it's either too hot or too uncomfortable. Like the leather jacket, for example, I would be wearing that if it was winter. But we're in the dead of summer, so I'm not wearing it. The E-tool, can't, billion uses for that. Firefighter axe, billion uses. Sledgehammer, screwdriver, billion uses for all that. The driver's seat, the griddle pan, sometimes I'm caught somewhere without a cooking utensil. You could replace that with a pot, for example. The chips, that's backup food. You saw me use that earlier. Bath towel, dead of summer, I'll be getting sweaty a lot. Use those to dry myself off. But the glove boxes, that's where the fun stuff comes in. All these backup first aid items, a backup handy knife for if mine breaks. Same with the claw hammer. Welder mask and torch if I need to get a burnt vehicle out of the way, for example. Jack, tire pump, tire iron for undercarriage vehicle repairs. Hunting knife. That's just the hunting knife is actually kind of just. Imagine this hunting knife would actually be replaced by a respirator mask if respirator masks weren't broken. You can't change out the filters; those are broken. So I'm going to save this image, and I'm actually going to post it on Imgur. Give you guys a link if you guys are interested. But otherwise, I might even put it in the description, like a link to that. Hang on a second. Where did it? Canvas size. Let's make it a little bit smaller. How about 1100? Now, you know what? I'm not that. It doesn't have to be pretty. It just needs to show it needs to tell the story. That's what it needs to do. Perfect. Yeah, like I said, it doesn't need to be pretty. I'm going to save this somewhere and field kits. Control-Shift-S. There we go. Save copy. Fieldkit.jpg. And then we're just going to drop that on Imgur. So I'll give you guys a link in the chat if you guys are interested. There are several things that I would kind of want to put in the description of my videos, like, the character build, for example, the traits, because that's a common thing people will ask about, but I keep forgetting. Posts. We have a little bit of everything here. We've got a whole bunch of random GIFs too, but it would be PZ and then live, right? Or did I go up one level? Yeah, I went up one level. Okay. Boom. And I think boom. There you go. If you guys are interested, that is my field kit.
It looks a little weird on my computer, but if you open it up like that, that'll look good. So I am going to go ahead and what do we need? We need a bite to eat again before we head out, and I need to refill my water. There's a couple things in my backpack I need to get out. But then we're not gonna take the ambulance with us. We're gonna take one of my step vans, most likely United Logistics, most likely. Gonna rotate some of this welding gear. Rods and pipes in that side. Steel bars on this side. Yeah. And then rope. Generally want to consolidate all of that together if I can. Okay. Yeah, we're about set to deploy. I am going to, I have to step away briefly IRL, probably about 30 seconds or so. And then we are going to park the ambulance outside, grab United States, or United Shipping Logistics, which is just a step van with nothing in the trunk. So I can go pick up those generators, right? Or, TBA on exactly what I'll do. Because I could pick up the generators, and then the gun store, but that would not leave me with enough room. So I will be right back, and I'll think about that. Just a moment. Here we go. All right, we are back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. As a quick recap, if anybody's just joining, we've got some things to pick up. We just did some fighting, and we got ourselves a nice clear road to drive on for where we're going to pick up some loot. So we need to take a vehicle that actually has some room to pick up that loot. So we're going to park the ambulance somewhere here at our base. This is a base in northeast Louisville. And we're going to take one of our step vans that we recently repaired that doesn't have anything in the trunk. And you know what? We're also going to wash the van because it's got blood on it. Keep a bucket of water out here to get that cleaned up. Oh, you know what? I already cleaned it. I think I might have used my drinking water for that. Oops. Make sure I didn't use up all of it. Okay, I've got a drinking water, and now I've got a backup drinking water. Can't go too wrong with more water. Alright, before we deploy, I'm doing an ammo check, because I I won't have the ability to get more ammo once we're out in the field, because we're taking an empty vehicle with us. So there's more 45 auto. We're going to open up one more one more box of shotgun. And that should do us for now. We should have cleared most resistance. We'll probably run into some token resistance, but nothing major. So what have we got over here? We've got Kentucky Lumber is fully repaired, and it's got plenty of room, but not as much room as USL over here. USL is going to have... One of the tires was kind of shit, so I'm going to replace that tire before we deploy. You know what? I don't like looking at that suspension. It's low quality. We can replace that very easily. So I'm just going to grab my vehicle repair kit really quick. Got our tire iron, our jack, and I will take the pump to top off the wheels after we put them on. So we're just looking for a replacement, regular tire. We should have plenty of those. Now this right here, this shit right here, this is why we like engine quality vehicles that are, you know, really high engine quality. This vehicle has a very low engine quality, if I remember right. You click on engine quality 71. What that means is it has a 29% chance to do that stupid and fail to start. That's what causes that, unfortunately. That is something you cannot change. Which is why we don't use this vehicle regularly. Any vehicle that you guys see me use regularly is probably going to be a vehicle that has much, much higher engine quality, if not perfect, so that we don't have to deal with that bullshit. So we are replacing the rear right completely. Rear front right, we are just taking the wheel off so that we can replace the suspension. And then everything in the vehicle will be of at least mostly decent quality. All of the suspensions we've collected are in the trunk of this, the Tradewinds vehicle here. Unfortunately, the only thing in there right now is performance suspensions. And that's no good, because I have an even amount of performance suspensions in there. Is there any that I can harvest? You know what? This van right here has got some decent parts on it. I think it's performance suspensions as well, but one of them's lower condition. So we're going to yeet the tires off of this. I need to remember that the tires on this van are actually really good. So I'm going to place the tires right here. The only part on this that's not really good is this lower quality suspension, so we'll take that. It is performance, but I don't know if that means too much with suspensions. There's no stats to them. I'm literally just changing this because I'm tired of looking at a low number. I like any vehicle that I'm going to use for anything meaningful, I'd like to have its parts be in the 70s. So we've got a 67% performance over there, and another 67 over here, and a whole bunch of everything else. We're going to take this 70% right here, and that will give it, most of the tires will be in alignment at that point. And then we're just going to pump them up, and then this vehicle will be ready to go. My suspicion is alignment is based on traction. Wheel friction. I think alignment is based on wheel friction. Now, okay, here's a prime example. We've got an 88% front left tire right here. The tire pressure is 40 out of 40. The wheel friction should be higher, based on what I've seen on other tires, but it only says 1.45. I have a suspicion that if we take the tire off and put it back on again, it will change. So it was 1.45 before. We take it off, we put it back on again. What is it now? 2.3. Okay, so I don't exactly know what causes that. I don't know what causes that. I just know it happens sometimes. If you see, let's just say you're using high condition performance tires and they're inflated, and the friction is less than 2. Something's probably wrong. Like this one here, the rear left, the friction is only 1.22, and yet the tire pressure is 30, and it's 70% performance. So we're going to take this off and put it back on again, and it's probably going to go up to something like 2.2 something. There it is. I don't know why that happened, but it does, so it's something I'm trying to keep track of. It might just be an incorrect value for the tire that it spawned with. That could be it. I'm not 100% sure, but we have now mitigated the problem. I do know that tire friction is a meaningful stat in certain fields. I don't fully understand the implications. I haven't looked at the code, but it is. I think it affects whether you do good on asphalt versus off-road, and it also, I do think it contributes to vehicle alignment, but yeah. How's the trunk? It has been repaired, yes. So the trunk of this vehicle has got 208 encumbrance to fit, so we can loot a lot of stuff, a metric lot of stuff. And the glove and the driver's seat, everything is open. So that is why we are taking this one with us, because it has room for whatever we could possibly need. So this is one situation where I'm deploying without a field kit, but that's okay, because we know exactly where we're going and exactly what we're picking up. Now, of course, we know where we're going, but there are many roads to get there. The corner here, Wellington Heights, has got 2 generators laying there. We are going to pick these up if we have room after we've hit the hunting shop. The hunting shop is our primary, and the hunting shop is all the way down here on South Side. Now, when we were leaving before, South Side had a lot of Zeds on it, but we blew the siren on Diamond Street, and we might have pulled most of the Zeds off of it in this side. And I think South Side was actually not bad for the bend here where it was surrounded by forest on both sides. So if we go down to our field base here, it's not even a base, but this sleeping spot here where there used to be a survivor house, we go there, we might be able to just stay on South Side from there. So we're going to take, let's try Goat Race to Wonder to Terrace and then use the shortcut. We're going to try this. We're going to try this. If we start seeing too many zombies at once, we're actually going to back out, because I do not want to put this vehicle at risk. This is like the perfect trunk is only going to last if we don't run into anybody. And that means I'm going straight. Oh no, we're on New Hunter, so I need to turn north at the next opportunity. And then take a left. And this will be where we fought on foot for a while, but the results of that are no longer relevant. Okay, we're getting close to the improvised street there. You just take another left on it as soon as we get on a new venture here. Yeah, I still use it, Immigrant. I still use that as like a just a drop box for photos. I have my own website that I could host them on. I just don't feel like it. I don't have a lot of bandwidth, so I don't want links just floating out there in the middle of everywhere where they could get shared around, and I could end up with a lot of. I mean, you know, in this day and age of the internet the way it is today, you could, if you just let links go out there randomly, you're going to start getting bot traffic trying to index your website and whatnot. So we are on Potter to Bricklayer and then Doorstop. That is not the direction we'll be going. We wanted to go north on Potter, so I did take a wrong turn here. I think the brain meat was telling me to go to this sleep house right here, which is no longer secure, actually. I would have to do some patrolling to get it secure again. Despite all these corpses up here. This fight here that these zombie corpses are from is has left a lot of leftovers and has made this area a little difficult to navigate, but we only needed to get through there once. Alright, I need to get my bearings again. Where's a good spot for that? I don't want a fucking rat, please. Thank you. Goddamn fucking rats in the middle of my road. They can and will damage the side of your vehicle if they hit it, just like a zombie. Anyway, 5 mile an hour. Where is it? Map. 5 mile an hour cruise control while we check the map. Shelby Road. So we are just taking the next left on the south side. Now, the amount of zombies on this road is going to be variable. Holy shit. Yeah, that fucking dead internet theory is not necessarily like one of those things that I ascribe to, but it is more plausible now than it's ever been just because of how much fucking bot traffic there is now. Anybody who's ever advocated for dead internet theory is more correct than they've ever been now, thanks to the fucking... Everybody's got to train their fucking LLMs on every bit of garbage they can find. It's so stupid. The data sets on the open internet now are just absolute fucking garbage. Anybody trying to train an LLM on there, they're going to die when the bubble bursts. Anybody who's still trying to train LLMs on just random garbage they find on the internet, fucking they are way behind the curve on that. Because data sets that actually have good data in them, you have to do a lot of curating to them now. Like, a lot of curating must be done. You cannot just... The days of just scraping the internet and actually getting something useful for whatever it is you're trying to train, it doesn't matter anymore. And what I mean by useful is I mean something that isn't already tainted by hallucinated AI garbage, right? The whole point of making your AI hallucinate less is by getting it better data. And you can't do that if there's already hallucinated garbage out there in such mass quantity, and you're trying to train that on it. It's like, it's literally eating your own sick. It's ridiculous. But they keep doing it because they don't know what they're doing. They're just doing. And it's making them investment money. That part of the cycle cannot end soon enough. I think even the AI glazers are starting to realize that. Like Sundar Pichai was out there doing an interview, and even he started using the word overinvest. It's like, and I mean, he's the guy who's getting a lot of the money, right? He's the CEO of Google, if you're not familiar. The fucking CEO of Google out there started using the word overinvest when talking about AI. And, I mean, the biggest reason for that, of course, right now is there's people who are just throwing money at it without understanding anything about it. Yeah, AI trained by AI is, yeah. Yeah, no. Human data analysts, more important than ever now if you're in the AI business. But they don't, I would say the industry as a whole doesn't fully appreciate that yet. Because, I mean, AI has... If you're somebody with a very ethical mindset, AI has never been ethical to begin with. I mean, the earliest LLMs and the earliest, image generation models, they were put together by paying South Asians cents on the dollar to add tags to images in a fucking Discord. That's how Lion put together their data set. And Lion is still one of the most used ones of all of them. So, I mean, if you really want to go at it from the ethical perspective, there's nothing is ethical. Because every image generator is built on Lion to some degree. And Lion is built on fucking what might as well be slave labor. I mean, it's not actual physical slave labor. It's digital slave labor, paying people a couple cents per hour. Yeah, that, I don't care where you live in the world, that is fucking slave labor. But, I don't take from a zero-sum mindset like that. It's the damage has been done. And if you build on it without doing more damage, then, I mean, it's a question. It's an ethical question, but I am a lot less concerned about it if the damage is no longer being done. But there are still people out there now who think they can get away with that and still get something useful. But, I mean, everything in the data that they're trying to categorize with their digital slave labor is not accomplishing anything because the data is completely fucking corrupted now. Anything you pull randomly from the internet at this point is going to have a decent chance of being something that is already just AI-generated hallucinations. Some images with extra fingers and whatnot, if you're doing your image generators, or just text that is unbelievably wrong. Anyway, I am done with that screed. We are now on Southside Drive. We took a bit of a weird way to get there, but this area of Southside Drive is where we blew the siren. We used the ambulance siren on the road to the north there, Diamond Road. We blew the ambulance siren up there, so most of the zombies that were on this road are now congregating on that road to the north. Now we can get a couple back and forths on this road before all that goes reverse. They will hear us going back and forth, and they will start congregating in Southside again. So unless we go kill them all, that's not going to stay like that forever. But we don't need to. We just need to get what we need here, and then we're done. And this is where we did our most recent pipe bomb. And here's the hunting supply. Alright, I've made a terrible mistake. It's not the worst mistake in the world, but it is a mistake. I brought a completely empty vehicle with me because I wanted to fill it with loot. But the hunting supply store, I believe every single door is covered with these stupid gates. And I think you might need a sledgehammer to get into this one. Hang on, yep. So even if we break down this door, which we don't need to, it's these. You can't even fucking attack these. Sledgehammer must be used. Yeah, there's no fucking way in here. I mean, due diligence. I'll check the back entrance, but no and no. Nope, okay. So, absolute fucking skill issue. Because this is not one of the vehicles that I kit out with one of my field kits that I linked in the chat earlier. No, we're not doing that. I'm not going to be setting any walls on fire right now. That would get us in, but then that would start a clock over our heads. No, I can go to Jericho and get a sledgehammer. Jericho is not far. It's not. In fact, Jericho is easy to get to now. KY 681 here. Is that what that is? KY 841. KY 841 here is clear enough that I can drive up to Jericho. I know for a fact I have a sledgehammer in one of the vehicles at Jericho. So we're just going to stop up at Jericho. We'll probably sleep while we're up there, because, I mean, we did burn a little bit of the clock. And, you know, since we're driving right over it, we'll also pick up this tire. It's a performance for standard, so this would be for a trailer. Oh, you know what? Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to go back to Jericho, like I said. We are actually going to go grab that, we're going to go grab those generators first. We're going to go grab those generators that I mentioned on the map that are at the corner of, what was the street called? Wellington Heights. So we are going to go all the way back up south side and grab those two generators. We're going to bring them back, leave them at Jericho. That makes the most sense to me right now. And I'm going to try to go fast through here. Because like I said, we've got a limited number of back and forth on this road before it's polluted again. We've still dodged quite a bit that we lured off of it, but yeah, see, these guys are now in the road. They're going to be in the road on our way back. That's not my turn. No, we're literally staying on south side until it breaks at T intersection. Okay, we're good. So we did have a bit of a skill issue there, but we are going to make the best of it. We're not going to be going at very high speeds, top speeds anymore, now that they're nice and distributed on this road. Yep, that is 100% right there. That is what we just experienced, and it sucks, but we're going to do the best we can. We're going to do the best we can in this circumstance. We're not hopeless. Now that's going to be hard to get past again. You know what? I actually parked my ambulances in this forest because there were no zombies in it, and it looks like that is holding true, so we're using it as a shortcut. Yep. No need to not be patient. We're just picking up some generators and then going back to Jericho. There's probably more generators in this area, but that would require a sweep through the garages, and I'm not really interested in that right now. We are getting the generators we know about, and you know what? I left a frying pan on the ground here because of a weird situation that came up. Just gonna not leave that there. Now again, if there was more need to be in this area a lot, I would turtle this road, because Southside Drive, the road we're on now, or the road we're about to turn onto. Yes, this is Southside Drive right here. This road right here is a through road that kind of just, it basically circles around the entire southeast corner of Louisville once you get through this part. And that would be logistically very important to me if I felt the need to go back and forth a lot of times in this direction. But I really don't. Like, once we've gotten the loot from the hunting shop there, and once we complete our explorations, which, you know, there's just a little bit more exploration to do, but once we complete that, there will be no need to come back to this area, foreseeably ever. Because, you know, residential loot is only valuable to me if it's a potential survivor house. And once we've eliminated that potential, yeah, we're good to go. So fighting a ground war to control this road is only going to be, that would be like a First Street effort. And this is not First Street, it's not even close. This is just a residential side road with extra zombies, because it's Louisville. Now, the silver lining to the fact that there are so many zombies is actually that we led them in a straight line, so because this road is wide enough, we can actually avoid them, as long as they obey that general idea. We will get diminishing returns, though, because they'll start to blob up eventually. That is the part that I fear. I mean, honestly, if we go to Jericho tonight, drop off the generators, pick up the sledgehammer, come back here, we don't have to bring all the ammo we loot back up to Butcher. We don't have to bring the ammo back up through where we just drove. In fact, we might not have to take that road ever again if we get everything that I need to get sorted out. Because when we go back from Jericho to Butcher, we're going to take the roads that I've kept clean, which would be far out of the way for this context, but for future context, that would be fine. Now, this road is not going to be secure, but lots of room to maneuver by just going back and forth through the median whenever we need to. Is why I like having good condition brakes. Plate to eat. Now our turn towards Jericho is going to be a residential road, and there may be some Zed activity at that turn. Everybody here, I think actually everybody here we might have killed already once. Oh dear, that's not, that's a nice big blob right there. I think I can get around on this side. See, I can dodge these guys well enough, but there are checkmate scenarios, and I'd rather avoid those if I can manage. So this is the turn. Well, this is one of the turns. This is probably the best turn at the slurp burp here. I have cleared this area once before already as well, but respawns and respawns and respawns. You gotta, everything you do, you gotta think about respawns in this town. I know, I understand a lot of people turn that off, and I do not blame them in the slightest. This is, because this is what you got to deal with if you don't turn respawns off. Next turn is Lima. I will recognize that when we get to it. Yep, this is Lima. It's actually got a generator and everything, but it's a lot of action economy to keep this particular corner secure, so it's not secure right now, but that's okay. That is okay. We do not get out and start fighting until we're at the next, after this one, because here is Jericho. And I don't think anybody... No, nobody who just saw us is still within the map cell. So they're not... I don't think they're going to make it all the way up to us. So we are clear. It looks like some of our kale is actually blooming. So we might have no choice but to harvest it in the very near future here. I left the generator running on the roof here. That was a bit of an oopsie. There was no reason for that. But, well, maybe there will be a reason for it. Maybe I'll have to harvest that kale. Hello. Lag. Lots of lag. What the fuck? Okay. I think we just crashed. Yep, we have crashed. Hang on a second. So whenever you get a crash in this game, check your save folder right away, and make sure that the game is not dumping the save. So I'm going to Zomboid, Saves, Apocalypse, and I refresh it. There are no... So what it does is if the game crashes like this, sometimes it dumps your save. And when it does that, it will make a copy of your save folder, underscored crash. As you can see, none of these folders here say underscore crash. So there are no crash folders being created. So that means that the game's not doing anything. So we can close the game and reopen it, and nothing bad will happen. So Zomboid 64.exe RIP, and we just wait for it to stop here and relaunch it. So if you crash like that, a lot of things you don't have to worry about anymore. You used to worry about things like the time getting messed up or inventories in the world getting messed up. The devs have improved a lot of that. Right now, the only thing that does not get saved properly all the time are vehicle inventories. But I'm pretty sure that we loaded those generators into the vehicle long enough ago that I want to say that that's not going to be a problem. But we're going to know. As soon as we reload the save, we're going to know. All we got to do is look in the trunk. We'll probably still be in the vehicle. Yep, still in the vehicle. We just take a peek in the trunk. Generators are still there, so we have lost nothing. So we just resume what we were doing. What crashed the game might be just the sheer number of things that are here at Jericho. There's a lot of stuff. I've decorated this place very nicely. So, the SWAT van right here has got, also has some generators in it. We've got a surplus of generators, as it were. That's okay. That is perfectly okay by me. These generators right here, both of these are running. They have been running, they will continue running. They are powering individually, on separate circuits. They're powering freezers, double freezers here. These freezers are full of nothing but kale and potatoes. And now that the kale is starting to bloom, we have to harvest it soon. And we're going to have to establish yet another freezer full of kale somewhere. How do we go about that? Yeah. In theory, it shouldn't be a problem, but it is. So a full harvest of kale from the garden there is going to result in more than one garbage bag full of produce. The garbage bags are going to... You can fit... I think regardless of what your organization is, whether you're organized, disorganized, whatever, you're always going to be able to fit one garbage bag into something like the seat of a car or the freezer of a fridge. So the freezer that we're powering right now from the ceiling lights, or from the main base circuit, we could fill that. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a bag of compost. I have plenty on the ground, actually. I'm going to take a bag of compost and compost the ones that are not yet blooming, and that'll give them a kick. That'll give them a kick. So you can tell the difference between the blooming ones and the non-blooming ones. The non-blooming ones have, like, quote-unquote hours left to the next growth stage. And by slapping some compost on them, that will basically that'll fast forward through those hours without having to fast forward. So this, at this rate, now that we've composted these ones that are almost ready to almost blooming, by the time we sleep and then wake up, we should have a garden full of blooming kale here. Then we harvest them all, and well, it's August now, and I think September is the last month that's valid. So I think after we harvest these, I think we're done with this kale. I think I'll actually delete the kale after we're done harvesting these. Because the plant will stay there, but it will not be able to get to ready to harvest again. So we are basically done with our non-winter crops here. Yeah, see, some of them are already blooming. Some of them are already blooming that we just put the compost onto. So that's fun. So here's what I'm going to do. The generators, I'm just going to start storing them in the other step fans that are in the parking lot here, the indoor parking lot. So the SWAT van is full. How about we put some in the Louisville Motor Shop here. It would feel like a missed opportunity if I didn't put generators in the Motor Shop truck. The Motor Shop vehicle and this other white step van, basically everything in this garage right now, all four of these vans, they all fill the same purpose right now. Their engine quality is not good enough to make them a primary vehicle, but being step vans, they're very useful. So I repaired their trunk to full, and they're basically just, you know, glass cannons for logistics. They're not good for combat or even fighting anywhere in a sustained amount of time, but I take them back and forth and load them with stuff, and then they're very useful. This standard vehicle performance tire is going to go outside of the garage here at Jericho. That's a heavy duty performance. These are old heavy duties. This is performance heavy duty as well. The trunk of this vehicle has a little bit of everything in it. Floodlights shouldn't be in there. Those don't need to be in a vehicle parts truck. Seeing as there is some other standard parts in here, I can put that in there and not feel shamed over it. But let's take those floodlights out and put them into maybe Louisville Motor Shop. Okay. USL is now empty, and we do need to sleep, so we're going to sleep before we redeploy. And when we redeploy, we are going to, that's when we're going to take back the sledgehammer with us. I'm pretty sure that we have a sledgehammer just floating around here. I'm believing it's going to be in the passenger seat of the charcoal van. So we're going to verify that first. If it's not, then we'll track it down, and if we actually don't have one, then we'll build one, because we can do that here. Hello. You have a guest. Please do not mess up the glasswork. You as well, Mr. Hardhat. Get over here. Come on. Don't get stuck on the trailer. I'm right here, guys. Come on. Get out of my parking lot, please. You know what? Come over here and die by the butcher hook. At least then the blood won't look out of place. One of the reasons that I like this place so much is actually the fact that there were no initial spawns inside this grocery store. This grocery store, probably by a stroke of luck on my part, there were no zombies inside of it. So what that told me is that there's no respawns inside of it. But there were initial spawns in this parking lot. So I do expect someday those could have actually been respawns, like from this parking lot itself. I do expect that could happen someday. But perhaps today is not that day. Perhaps the day is right around the corner. Who knows? Maybe those zombies were a sign of things to come. In any case, we're having a bite to eat. And I'm going to put this other stir fry into the fridge because I don't know how much life it has left in it. Alright, sledgehammer should be in this ambulance right here. Field kit, sledgehammer. So we're just going to transfer that, mosey on over in here, put it in the passenger seat of this bad boy. USL now has itself a sledgehammer. And this carton of nails can go somewhere here at Jericho. I highly doubt I'll need it, but I mean, threaten me with a good time. I'll put a carton of nails in one of these boxes. In fact, I'll put it on one of these boxes. Yeah, so I can see that it's there. That, well, who knows? Maybe that was why it crashed earlier. There we go. I'll see that from a distance. The wall of shame for the mac and cheese continues to grow because we cannot open mac and cheese. See, I right-click on it, nothing happens. We cannot open mac and cheese right now. So this is the wall of shame. I get to look at all the mac and cheese that I cannot eat. Alas, R.I.P. But yeah, a USL is ready to go. Is it still running? It's still running. Let's just get it in position. We are going to sleep before we deploy because it is 22:10 and our bedtime is 22:30. So. And as an overnight activity, I think I'm going to go ahead and harvest that kale. I'll harvest the kale, babysit the generators, and yeah, that'll be a good success. Is what a bug or mod related? I don't know. So I only have 2 mods right now, and you can see both of them on screen. One of them is the stat bar, a very, very simple, lightweight thing. It reads character values and writes them onto the screen. And then the other mod that we're rocking is one that I made myself. I ported somebody's mod from B41 that changes the color of the backpack. So the backpack that we're wearing is supposed to be the puke green one. I made that a pretty tactical black, and I basically did the same thing that they did with that backpack to the Alice belt and suspenders. So that was not that's something I kind of made myself. But it's just texture replacements is all it is. It's possibly one of the most lightweight things you could ever do to this game. A texture replacement. I could not imagine whether that would cause problems. Knowing this game, I can't rule it out completely, but I would be very surprised if either one of those two things actually contributed to any sort of instability. And look at this. I forgot about this. I actually have a carton of nails on the floor right here. We're going to go ahead and move that next to the other one that we just picked up. Beautiful. Backpacking. No, it is, that's a known bug. That is a known bug. I believe, I've seen enough people report it to consider it a known bug. So our nighttime activity tonight is to harvest that kale, which I can do easily now. Forgot I gave myself a back door. Oops, Annie, you don't need to do that. I hate it when I accidentally hit E on one of my walls, because then the girl tries to climb it. I know, it's my fault, I told her to do that, but still, I hate E sometimes. E is just a little bit overused, in my humble opinion. Blooming kale, blooming kale, blooming kale. I hear some mouth breathing. Hello there. Why don't you come away from my base, please? Why don't you come die over here? Where your corpse is not going to be in my way. Come on. I'm starting to seriously suspect respawns. Now, that being said, we got 2 running generators right here. So that young lady could have been pulled from anywhere, unfortunately. Generally speaking, you can fit about 130 crops into a garbage bag if you are of the organized persuasion. Yes, we can do one more harvest. And that's not even half. We're getting so much kale that that's not even half. This garbage bag basically constitutes a full freezer for our main fridge there. Okay, I forgot that because kale is 0.02, I actually have to take one out and then I can put, okay. So, garbage bag kale has been frozen in this freezer. We're going to have 52 encumbrance to work with in the fridge here. That might not be enough for the remaining kale, but we're gonna go do our diligence. We'll harvest the rest of it and put what we can fit in the fridge. Anything that doesn't fit in the fridge is going to start going in the compost directly. That's 145. That's a little more than a garbage bag right there. But this will fit in the fridge for sure. Fridge is about 52 encumbrance. And that's not quite 2 full garbage bags, but that is a lot. I suspect we're not going to be able to use this all up. We'll struggle to use all that up. Maybe we'll catch it all before it goes rotten, but if we try to catch it all before it goes stale, we're probably going to fail. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to establish this as a garbage bag kale half. What do I mean by that? I mean a garbage bag that is half full of kale. And in order for it to be half full, it needs to have 12.8 encumbrance, I think. So we remove it until now. Okay. So, put one back. There we go. So this is now 12.8 kale. I'm sorry, 12.8. 12.8 encumbrance worth of kale. So this is garbage bag kale half. Now, what this means is we've got, if we have a full garbage bag and then a half garbage bag, those two put together is one chest freezer. The big freezers outside are double chest freezers. We don't need a double, but if we go and get a single chest freezer, we could put that on the main base circuit. That would make the main base circuit a little bit heavier than the individual generators outside, but that's okay. Because I do suspect we're going to be spending more time in this corner of Louisville in the future here. Not actually the very near future. Because, I mean, we're, like I was saying before, we're getting close to mothballing the Northeast base. We're getting very close to that point. Here's our location right now. This is Jericho. This is south. For anybody joining, if you are not familiar, we are in southwest Louisville. Kind of like southwest central here. If Iroquois Park is dead center, then we are like southwest central here. And we have gotten almost everything we want out of the central west and then northwest up here. And then the far north up here is still clear. These blue arrows indicate roads that we have been very vigilant about keeping clear of respawns. And then Butch, this is our current most forward operating base. We've gotten what we want out of Grand Ohio, and gotten most of what we want out of the commercial sector up here. We've searched all of the residential in this area for survivor houses, and these little markings right here, that's a looted survivor house that we've handled. There is a little bit of survivor, or residential search left to be done, but it's all in southeast Louisville, which, if we play our cards right, it is much easier to access the remaining territory to explore is much easier access from Jericho than it is to go all the way back up here to Butch, which is where all of our most important assets are allocated right now. So we are probably reaching that point where we really should be considering a supply train from Butch back to Jericho. That's going to be a fair bit of back and forth. And that's okay. Because that was always on the cards, right? We were always eventually going to do a big supply chain back from our forward-most operating point back to Jericho, because Jericho is strategically located as, honestly, I would always use this. I would always use Jericho as a base going forward. If I had to start Louisville over again, I would definitely come here again. Very, very valuable location. But it is now 4 a.m., and that means we need to sleep again. We are going to have a bite of our stir fry. And the stir fry is coming with us as part of tomorrow's food. Not a full day, so I'm going to take 1 unit of kale along with that. And that is us going to sleep now. Changing mags. Oh, we got fog today. I don't plan on doing major combat, so the fog's not going to hold me back from anything important, but I do hate fog, if for no other reason than the fact that it lowers my frame rate while I'm trying to travel. Now what we're going to do in the immediate moment, we're actually going to get rid of the kale that we just harvested, because you can like harvest and then reharvest kale. But now it is currently August 12th, 1995. The last valid growing season or that last valid month for kale to be planted is September. I don't think a month and a half is enough for it to bloom again. It might get back to ready to harvest. But if I did harvest it again, I would probably have more than I could ever use for the next year. So we're actually done with the kale for now. We want to, when we have September coming around, I would like to use all 40 of these crop plots for winter crops, because last time I planted winter crops more than a year ago. It was our first year. Our first winter, we planted winter crops. Our second winter, we were way too busy first taking this place to actually plant anything. But for our third winter, I think I'm going to go ahead and plant some winter crops, because our first attempt failed. Winter crops, you're supposed to plant them in fall, and they grow throughout the winter, but they kind of remain dormant for most of the winter. In real life, that's what's supposed to happen. But for some reason in this game, the devs decided to make us a random change to growth seasons. Does not make any sense to me, and is completely unrealistic. But apparently now, anything you plant in the fall has to be harvested in January. What crops in real life are harvested in January? I don't know what the fuck is going on with that. That is one of the stupidest changes I've ever seen, but the devs... I don't know. I cannot even wrap my brain around that, but whatever. The time to complain about it has passed long ago. Needless to say, that's what resulted in us coming back to our base in Riverside. I still have the screenshot open, actually. This is our Riverside base. You see all these crop plots here. All these crop plots at one point had a whole bunch of things like flax, barley, wheat, all the things that you plant in October. I think I even had some hemp. You plant them in September, October, you let them grow over winter, and you're supposed to harvest them next spring. Except I went on an expedition to Muldraw over the middle of winter, like January-ish, and I came back in late January. All of them were fucking dead, because you're supposed to harvest them in January. What the fuck is that? Anyway, sorry. I just had to bitch about that, because growing seasons are... Yes, I know they're a work in progress, but they were better before. I mean, before, in previous builds, before 42.89 something, whenever they made that change, it was perfectly fine. You would harvest it in spring like you're supposed to in real life, but they decided to change something. I don't know why. Maybe it's because players were complaining that they don't live long enough to do agriculture, which, okay, that makes sense. I understand that. A lot of people struggle to survive this long. The solution is not to make it so that is not to make it so that the long-term survival stuff has to appeal to everybody. It doesn't. If you don't survive very long, there are other ways to play. You don't have to plant food. I mean, if you're not going to be surviving very long, you're much better off looting to survive, because early game loot, you'll get enough non-perishable food to last you multiple years if you play your cards right. Now then of course you get the people who go in there and change the sandbox settings so that they have very extremely rare loot, and it's like, okay, I get that, but then don't turn around and complain about the base game settings if you're gonna go in there and fuck with all the sandbox settings. Please, if you're gonna fuck with the sandbox settings, try to keep your complaints limited to bugs instead of balancing for the default game, because the default game's balancing is completely annihilated if you start fucking with the sandbox settings. No reason not to fuck with the sandbox settings, but just be aware of it, you know. Be aware of what you're changing about your experience and how that's going to change the value of your feedback. But what can I say? I'm just one guy talking to a bunch of folks. I appreciate my viewers, but our numbers here pale in comparison to Reddit. If Reddit says jump, the devs will eventually say how high. So we are at the mercy of the masses, as it were. Anyway, we are currently going down. I don't even remember the name of this road. I just know that it is at the gas station there, and it will connect to KY 841 here. And KY 841 is the road that basically just skirts the south end of Louisville. There it is. Turn at the slope burp here. Now, navigating this road is going to be a little tedious in the fog, because I won't be able to go fast. We're going to have to take this nice and slow. There are zombies on this road, and they're not hard to avoid if you can see them, but unfortunately, it's like playing Frogger on hard mode right here. If anybody watching right now watches other Project Zomboid streamers, I would be curious to know your opinion on how I measure up. I do not, I've gone out of my way to not watch other streamers because I kind of want to do my own thing and then kind of see if I can get judged on the merits for that. But I've also been streaming for a long time now, so I kind of do want to know if I'm actually interesting to watch compared to others. I've looked at titles and thumbnails, but I haven't actually looked any further than that at other streamers. I have a feeling that there's going to be different appeals since we're playing largely unmodded, all default settings. I know there's some folks who rock tons of mods, and that's cool. But that's going to be a very different appeal. If you're looking for the base game, that's going to be my appeal right here. Yeah. See, as long as we take it slow, we've got plenty of gaps in the median here that we can just go from one side to the other as needed. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I took a couple looks, like, at the titles and descriptions of other people's videos that they do live streaming with, and I was interested to see that. I mean, some people don't even have Project Zomboid in the title of the stream. I don't remember her name. There was a female streamer that I saw, and she didn't even have like the name of the game in the title, as far as I remember. She just had like a bunch of facts, like, the version number and the number of kills and the number of days. I think she was up to like 1,000 days, something like that. It was pretty impressive. But I was really surprised to see that she didn't have the name of the game in the title. Because the reason that surprised me is because I got YouTube's recommendations for sending this video to people's related feeds and whatnot. That went up for me dramatically after I just started putting the game's name in the title. But to see other streamers not doing that felt a little weird. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of goofy potential for this game. I noticed somebody was streaming week 1, and week 1 was really popular for a brief period of time there. You'll still get people making memes about it. I feel like it might have shot its load a little bit because, I mean, it takes a lot of work to make a mod like that, and I think the guy who made it might have kind of made as much as he could make, and now he has to add things to kind of keep up the hype, which is going to be a losing battle. But yeah, I always felt like that mod is sort of like, if this game was Half-Life, week 1 would be a little bit like Gary's mod. Like, you can kind of take it seriously and have fun, but at the same time, I feel like you're gonna have a lot more fun if you just don't take it seriously. Which is that's what all the posts on Reddit that had all the biggest updates, they were just people just laughing about silly things that happened. Look at this, a whole bunch of people started having a party in my basement and weird shit like that. But that was it. I think that's all we needed the sledgehammer for. I'm just gonna go ahead and put it back now. Sledgehammer goes back into the... Gonna laugh if I need it again, but I don't think I will. Cut engine, and here we go. AA Ron hunting supply. I'm going to just do separate containers for ammo versus guns. I appreciate that. Good to know. Right, right. Yeah, and I mean, I kind of sometimes feel like that when I play Darktide. Darktide, whenever I play that game, I always run a lot of mods, and so when I tried to put all the mods in the description, I was like, wow, that is actually a lot of mods. But then I realized that, you know, Darktide is one of those games where it's like, there's so many little gaps in the user experience that I was like, okay, you can fix this with this mod and this with that mod. And then there's a lot of mods that I would put in those descriptions that, like, well, most of the people watching would never see. Some of them have to do with just spawning things in the Psychonium, which I did that once on one of my streams, but not many others. And I think that's going to be all the guns from the center here, but we're going to have more. I heard some thumping around back here. Yeah, footsteps. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Come again. I think there's going to possibly be guns in each of these, or at least magazines. Whole carton of shotgun shells. Hell yeah. I am very happy to see that. Key to the gun store. So even if there is a back door now, we have, or a whatchamacallit, security door in the back. Okay, I think that, what do we got back here? Ammo or gun cases, books, all ammo back here. Ah, okay. Here is the back room. Box of ammo, 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 ammo. Nothing but ammo back here. Excellent. Like any smart hunting store, that would have all of the actual guns available to buy on display. My local gun store, I actually live about 500 feet from a gun store. Like one of those local things. Like a local sort of like a gunsmith, an actual gunsmith. And they have, they'll do FFL transfers, but I don't know if FFL transfers were a thing this early on in the 90s. Basically what an FFL is, if you want to buy a gun online, they're not just going to deliver it straight to your door. It has to go to a licensed dealer first, and then you go to that licensed dealer and you go through all the usual hoops, all this relevant to your state and whatnot, before you have to actually get the gun. But the FFL thing, I think that was mostly related to online purchases, but I could be wrong about that. Yeah. QOL is, there's a lot of QOL that if B42 was more stable, I would probably definitely pick up. Common Sense was a good one. There's a couple of others that don't immediately come to mind. The vehicle armor looked really cool, but I couldn't remember how many vehicle armor mods actually worked well with the base game vehicles versus mods that would like just affect the whatever vehicles those mods are adding to the game, for example. Because like it's really cool if I can add one vehicle to the game that has armor available to it, but if none of the other vehicles do, then it's like, oh man, that sucks. I think Filibuster one of the ones who was doing vehicle armor for all of vanilla vehicles? Proximity inventory is a must when having... Yes, absolutely. Proximity inventory is... Ooh, that is please give me that. I mean, whatchamacallit, World of Warcraft figured that out almost a decade before this game. Well, you know what? World of Warcraft was 06, 07? And this game was 2013, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, I am putting the boxes of ammo that I'm picking up. The boxes can go on the floor. I'm just going to pick up all the boxes, put them there, and then I'm going to see what I can pack into a carton. Cartons can go directly into the trunk, because, yeah. But if we box them up, or if we carton them up first, that's fewer steps, more efficient. Alright, so we got cartons in our hands. And in our arms, we've just got boxes upon boxes upon boxes. I like to imagine she's just like cradling in her arms just a billion little small boxes and then just dropping them all on the floor out here to sort through them and see how they can get boxed up for better sorting. Alright, cartons into the truck. We might already have enough on the floor for a carton. Just open the crafting menu and, not yet. Not yet. We can do a sharpen, though. Some magazines. You know what? I'll take these. The magazines you get out of a gun shop are sometimes, different types of magazines you'll find elsewhere. So you might actually get something slightly more unique. All of these skill books I've already found a billion of. You know what? I'll just take a copy of that trapping book. Why not? Trapping is not something I ever plan on leveling, but if I ever want to, yeah, I could. And it wouldn't hurt to have the books available to it in multiple places. I have all the books ever that I've ever collected back in Riverside, and I have some relevant copies of things here in Louisville. But I have no idea how much longer I'll be in Louisville, so who knows? Maybe at one point I will want to try leveling trapping. Honestly, just if we stand right here, can we... Really? Okay, so even just standing right here, we don't have the ability to make any more cartons. This is why we want to consolidate all the ammo in one spot, so that all the ammo we pick up is actually all together, and we can see how many cartons we can make before we start loading it all up. And I drop it on the floor because that is way faster than putting it in the trunk itself. This garbage bag is going to be reading material. And we'll have a bite to eat. I think that's everything in this area. Yeah. Alright, just the contents of these crates, and we are good on the hunting shop. Yeah, proximity inventory probably would have saved me quite a bit of time just now. Yeah, that is absolutely something that would be near the top of my list. I mean, I probably should have said this. I brought up World of Warcraft before because they figured out proximity loot and the importance of it to game design like this. They figured that out many, many, many years ago. Other games that could have it should have had it shortly thereafter. But a lot of game devs don't always look at what other games do when they probably should. I can understand completely that some games want to be unique. That's fine. But take the best of what other games do, and then make everything else unique. That's always a good start. If you're going to do something that nobody else has done, then make it be something interesting. Don't just try to reinvent the wheel for no reason. Wheel is the shape that it is for a reason, you know. But I would say that was damn successful. We've got ourselves 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cartons, 7 cartons of ammo, and then a whole bunch of loose boxes going in now. Now, all in all, that's going to be like a, yeah, that's about 3/4 of a trunk. If we subtract the guns, then that's about 100 encumbrance of ammo total. Hang on, let's do the exact math here. I think it's just short of 100. So we have a total of 153.02. And the garbage bags, which is everything but the ammo, is 61.73. So in total, there's 91.25 encumbrance of ammo that will fit in the ammo trucks. So when we consolidate these, this ammo here, when we consolidate it into our ammo trucks, which are currently, there's about 100 free between both of them. So it'll be a tight fit, but it will fit. And I'm very happy about that. We're going to play some Capture the Flag here, as almost mandatory for me at this point. Look at that, we even get a torn picture out of the deal. And I think this wooden door right here is a bathroom. We'll verify that. Yeah. Looks like an opportunity to wash my weapons. And me. Alright, we got ourselves a gun store fully looted. Now, secondary targets here. I kind of do want to take a look at that office building there. This office building here, I suspect it's like a multi-story of nothing but like cubicles, for example. Desks. Desks have a chance, a pretty decent chance of spawning glue, and glue equals more remote bomb detonators. And I would very much like some more of those. That is probably the next highest priority of anything we would find here. Ooh, Hotties magazine. Now that is an interesting choice for a work environment. The dirty magazine on the table, right as customers walk in. Fantastic. Anyway, that doesn't bode well. Box of paper clips. Somebody's purse. You know, it's a bit of a tragedy. It's a bit of a tragedy that you can't equip purses on your back. For early game purposes, you should be able to put those on your back. You can put them in your hand, but you can't put them on your back. I mean, purses are literally designed to be worn like, you know, chest strap style. Most of them, anyway. I used to be in the mentality that I should harvest those bottles. I have not actually had a need for one of those bottles in a while, though. Correction fluid. Cigarette packs. Unfortunately, it's not a guarantee, and it's sometimes not even likely. Somebody's lunchbox. Sure, I'll take chocolate bars. Hell yeah, those don't go bad. Oops. Break room. Any coffee? Any coffee? Come on, give me some coffee. No coffee. What a poor excuse for a break room. I am sorely disappointed. I am not going to work here. Let's search for another job. No cigar, alas. But we have multiple stories of this. Now, when you're doing a multi-story building, as in like more than 2 stories, the first 2 stories, so the lower floor that we're on right now, any zombies that would have spawned here will have spawned. The floor directly above us, any zombies that would have spawned there have already spawned. But the moment we go up those stairs, anybody on the 3rd floor who has not spawned in yet will spawn in immediately when we crest the top of these stairs. So that's something we need to be aware of. What we want to do is go up these stairs relatively quickly and then assess where the staircase is for the next floor. And if there is a staircase to the next floor nearby, we want to start covering that staircase right away. All the doors on this floor are intact. That tells me that there possibly were never any spawns on this floor. Or there were and they never woke up. So we'll proceed cautiously either way. I'm listening carefully for any mouth breathing, and I'm not hearing anything. Now, we have two choices here. We could try to make noise down here and see if anybody upstairs would hear it and come downstairs. Because I'm not hearing anything right now, I feel a little bit more confident about just coming on up here and see what's up. Okay. We are... Yeah, this is fine. There's nothing to worry about here. We will take every door as carefully as we can. But I do enjoy the fact that a lot of these doors have see-through. Little glass panes. We're going to do a quick sweep before we start looting. Just because we can't see them through the door does not mean that they're not inside and around the corner. With a lot of sledgehammer work, you could make this into a very decent looking base. It would be similar to reed. But I only took reed because of its aesthetic value, not its strategic value. Strategic position, maybe, but strategic value, not necessarily. Those are different concepts in my brain, as wacky as it might be. So, yeah, look at that. That's pretty. Not a bad spot. We're going to go sort through all those desks and see if we find any glue. It's a shot in the dark, but I'll take it. Because glue equals bombs. And bombs equals fun. Jerky and cookies. Now, I don't think these file cabinets have a chance to spawn glue. I've been giving a cursory glance, but I don't think they actually have a chance to spawn glue. Now, there's another key to the office, but there's no locked doors I've run into, so don't actually think that's needed. Please, you have my stapler. Set the building on fire. Yet another key to the office. Imagine if this building was one floor. I used to be a janitor for an office building of about that size. That was a long time ago. That was like I was still in high school when I started that job, and I had it for a brief period of time after I graduated. That was interesting. They would have me come in there and vacuum the floors every week, even when there was literally nothing to vacuum. I'll take a book, maybe. All these guys leaving their credit cards inside of their desks. That was a different era here. Imagine leaving your credit card in your desk in the current year. That's not the best idea. Wouldn't recommend it personally. I worked in a federal building, but I don't even know if somebody did like some I don't know, petty theft of another person's desk objects. I don't even think the building security would assist with that. Like they've got their own stuff to worry about. And if it's just a he said she said, they would probably just be like, nah, sort that out yourselves. The client was the federal government, so everybody who was doing security was from a completely different organization. What was it? FPS, Federal Protective Services. We were a completely separate agency. We got along all right. The security guards are actually great guys. One of them, okay, so one of the security guards at the building I used to work at, he actually thought that I was a live streamer before I had ever posted my face on YouTube. Like he stopped me one morning while I was waiting for something in the lobby, and he was like, "Are you a live streamer?" I'm like, no, never tried. And he was like, "Oh, okay." But he didn't finish that thought, so I don't know why he thought that. I have one of my friends have joked that I look like Asmongold, but I don't. My hair is nowhere near that luxurious, and my beard is kind of uneven. I mean, also He does not wear glasses. Did he used to wear glasses? I feel like he used to wear glasses like a long, long time ago. But I've never really watched him much, so I wouldn't know. That should be this floor done. And we already swept the first floor, so that is very unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. Not a single tube of glue in this entire office. That's very unfortunate. Hey, Richard, how's it going? We are doing a little bit of small form looting here. We just grabbed the contents of a hunting store in the southeast side of Louisville here. And we just checked an entire office building here. Not a single tube of glue. Rather unfortunate. But we're going to check a couple of the other POIs here while this area is clear. Looks like we got a value assurance. And I don't even know what that is on the far left side there. Candytown, USA. Oh, candy store. Hell yeah. I'll go in there, steal some candy. And then another legal services building, and then EP tools. So we'll kill the zombies outside, do a quick perimeter sweep, and then see if we can look out and get some more glue. That's really all I care about at the immediate moment, is I'd love to have some more glue. Anything that could possibly spawn in this area, glue is the top of that list. See, EP tools right here, I would predict we get a lot of wood glue, but you can't substitute wood glue for regular glue in the pipe bomb or the remote trigger recipes. So let's get that perimeter check done here. Hello. I actually did run around back here at one point briefly. This was just to lose some folks, which means they could actually still be back here, which is why I definitely wanted to check. I saw those legs of yours. I saw those legs of yours. Somebody didn't skip leg day. Alright. You know what? If we go up these stairs, we might actually get a view above the trees. I'm not sure of that. I'm not sure of that. I've never actually been able to verify whether going up a couple floors would give you a nice view over the treetops to actually see whether there might be a zombie back there. See, the view cone doesn't show that anything's blocking us. But, yeah, I'm not going to take that for granted. Just test this door. Hey, look at that, it's open. Now, I do recall seeing a zombie vagrant leaning up against the door up here. Oh, we already got him. Okay. So we've got back and front door entrances to all these places now. Excellent. Give me some candy. I will take every single piece of candy this place has. I actually have a place to put all of it when we get back to Jericho. That's right. I sort all of my I sort my candy based on the flavor type. We've got our brights, we've got our savories, we've got our darks, and then we've got our meat. So jerky right now. Jerky and Slim Jims, whatnot. There should be more of these candy shops. Much more. It's kind of a shame there isn't. Let's just do a garbage bag with nothing but small form food. Oh, I was carrying around a carton of 9mm this whole time. I am a doofus. Okay. Oops. Yeah, no, that's true. We could make tons and tons of cakes. The one time that I unironically enjoy Asmongold content is just whenever he makes fun of the mainstream media. It's a guilty pleasure of mine to just hear somebody just sit there and make fun of the mainstream media for being out of touch. I will put up with any amount of cringe if somebody is just sitting there just talking shit about them. I have such a disdain for the mainstream media at this point in my life that I don't care who it is. I'll sit there and smile to hear somebody talk shit about them. That is the point I have reached in my life. I actually came very close to going into broadcast at one point. When I went to university, I went to George Mason University for film and video studies. And at that point, I had a career choice. I could have gone, I mean, you know, young, naive me wanted to go to Hollywood, be a director. That dream died pretty quickly, but alternative career paths that would have been adjacent that I could use, if I finished my degree, I could have used it in favor of something like, you know, going into broadcast. So I actually unironically considered at one point going into broadcast. I took a few classes in it, and I never took another look again. I learned a little bit about how propaganda is put together and things like that, and it was just, I was disgusted, and the disgust has only gotten worse over the years. Because once you start seeing things that the media is doing, you can't unsee them. You start seeing them everywhere, and the disgust does not go away. It just gets worse. So seeing people, you know, anybody, it doesn't matter who it is. It does not matter what kind of person they are. Just seeing somebody identify really stupid things the media does and then call it out, talk shit about it. I'll sit there and watch it all day. I fucking love it. It's music to my ears. Music to my fucking ears. Because unfortunately, until you can, if we could get like media literacy in whatchamacallit, into like a public school curriculum where, and I'm not talking about media literacy like, you know, critique medical media industry. I'm talking about like the kind of public broadcasting literacy. Something like that in a public school course. Until that happens, and even if it happens, I mean, you know, public school, that's kind of very widely. But I mean, like, if that were to happen, you know, you could get a lot more people actually aware of how the media likes to do things. And I hate to use the word mainstream media because, honestly, non-mainstream media are starting to be guilty of that on every side as well. Smaller organizations that used to be defiantly non-mainstream, well, they're starting to really get close to being mainstream these days, and it sucks. There's a reason a lot of people gravitate towards influencers these days. And that is one, you know, even people who are not like fully aware of all the dumb shit that goes on in regular media, they enjoy hearing it from individuals a lot more sometimes. And I think that is a part of it right there. I think some people are just, a lot of people are aware of that bullshit. And they don't even have to be fully aware of it to understand that an individual is going to at least wear their biases on their sleeves, right? You watch Asmongold, he's going to make it very clear what his biases are, like, right off the bat. You understand what he's about, and if you don't like what he's about, that's perfectly fine, but you're going to at least understand what he's about. And I always appreciate that. With the media, they try to sanitize everything, and I don't like that. I don't like the sanitization. If you've got biases, just wear them on your sleeve, because everybody is going to be biased, and that's not even the worst thing in the world to be biased, but you acknowledge it, make it obvious, don't try to hide it. Now, you can work against it, right? You don't have to, like, let your bias influence things, but also, you know that it's there. Know that it's there, talk about it, be aware of it, acknowledge it, and move on. And everything will be better for it, in my humble opinion. But, you know, controversial takes right there, super controversial takes. How dare. Gray hair dye. We've been picking up hair dye, and I haven't really talked about it, but there are certain colors of hair dye that are more important than others, and usually actually you can almost just go by the brightness. If it's a brighter color, you can do a little bit more with it in the mixing system. So the brighter colors I'm almost instantly picking up. Everything else can stay on the floor. I think this back room is going to be just a hallway in it. Yeah, just like the upper floor. Oh, we're hang on. No, it looked identical to the upper floor. I forgot for a second. We're still on the lower floor. Okay. The bottles of hair dye that I picked up, I'm just going to put them straight in the trunk, because those need to go to a separate place on the in the storage system when we get back to Jericho here. Now, I have been picking up a whole bunch of electrical items. It would be more efficient space-wise to just dismantle them now. That will get some storage space out of my backpack. Believe it or not, pool balls are actually a very rare item in this game. You can find 1 or 2 at a time, and that's it. You'll never... And that's silly, because anybody who's ever played pool knows that most of the time pool balls are part of a set. But not in this game. Not in this game. Sadly. I hear somebody mouth breathing. It sounds like they're on the left side there. Probably in the for-lease building there. I don't even care about the bathrooms here. There could be a Zed in there, and I'm not even going to bother with it. I'm here for the chips, mostly. Yeah, if I want to come get liquor, I'll come back for it. For now, priorities in the priority stack. There are other things I'll look for first. Chips. Give me chips. All the chips. We should still have a candy bag back here. Yep, we're just going to put the chips in there. Because the destination of the chips is right next to the candy. I think I'll put in the mementos with the reading material here. Yeah, we can put all those in there with the reading material. And stuff that defies categorization can remain in my backpack. I want to say we're done with this entire commercial sector here. Hang on, did we check the legal services desks? Let's do our diligence. Do our due diligence, as it were. Hey, look at that! Look at that! The first desk I look at in here. Glue. A full tube. That is at least 2 triggers for bombs right there. Absolutely. Most excellent. Most excellent. I think I heard some mouth breathing just now. If I did, that would probably be above me. Because we just cleared every room down here. Nothing immediately at the top of the stairs. I don't like this staircase because if you look at the top of it here, the top of it spills out into, I have no idea where the corners are up here. So we're going to kind of pop up there and then maybe back up. No, okay, that's good. We got a hard corner to the right. Lots of closed doors. Okay, it sounds like she's either in this run or this one. To the north of me there. You know what? I'm going to make some noise out here. Make some noise, try to wake her up. So she'll make her presence known a little bit more obviously. Do I hear movement? Hang on. Left side. That is the sound of a door scratcher. Thank you. Thank you for participating. Try again next time. Oh, this guy's got his own bathroom, does he? This must be the big boss. Oh no, it's not a bathroom, just a... He's got his own storage closet. Nice. You have to go through somebody else's office to get to yours? I guess this was his back pocket secretary. You know, the one that his wife won't shut up about. And we're clear. There's no upper level to this place. So we only came away with 1 tube of glue. That already makes me happy. We are, of course, going to check through here. I don't have very high expectations. Lots of nails. We will take duct tape. Duct tape is an instant grab. But vast majority of what we're going to find here is findable elsewhere. And it's construction materials. And the phase of needing to build anything is kind of a little bit past us for now. Box of batteries. Planks. Another box of batteries, yes please. Respirator filters will be useful someday. You just gotta wait for them to get fixed. Bandsaw. I would love to be able to pick this up. You can actually do something with the bandsaw. You can cut things like metal sheets and whatnot. You can cut tires, you can cut bars. Problem is, you can't move it around. So I mean, like, yeah, sure, this would be useful if I bring the iron bars all the way here. Fuck that. I'm just gonna use a hacksaw. I really wish I could move these, but I can't. So until we can. Welding torch, yes please. Tongs, yes please. Very yes. Handy knife, always. Welding rods, all steel sheets. Handy knife. A bag of wallpaper paste powder. If I had any wallpaper to use it with, but I don't. And look at that, we just picked up some rope and now we have a full backpack. I don't know if we have enough room for another construction light. But I could actually think of a few places at Jericho that could use a light. So in addition to the lights that I already have laying around there. And we are now done with the keys to this area. I'm going to drop them on the floor outside here. Highly doubt I'll need to use them again. And the last thing I would want to check would be the desks of this joint. Assuming there aren't any. Yeah, here we go. Give me some glue. No glue. Standard vehicle upgrades mod. Oh, excellent. Okay, that's good to know. That is very good to know. That is something I would very much consider. Of course, it would depend on whether there are other mods that change vanilla vehicles. I feel like there's probably a bit of the thing where if you ever get a mod that changes vanilla vehicles, then you have to start worrying about any other mod that would do the same. So I would have to weigh that. But that would definitely put it near the top of the stack for me. I would definitely like to have 3 chocolate bars and 1 lunch bag. This must have been a secretary's office at the Heavier Persuasion. Imagine having a lunch bag with just 3 chocolate bars in it, man. But yeah, definitely gonna bump that up on my list. I might actually eat one of those, or do we have... Are we out of stir fry? No, we have some stir fry left. We're just gonna go ahead and finish off the stir fry because we need to put on some more calories. Beautiful. Chocolate bars and soda go in there. Now, because we have pre-sorted through most of the loot that's in these bags, we don't have to be afraid of sorting it when we get back to Jericho. So we are very full in the trunk right now. We do not have enough room for... I was considering maybe taking a... If I had room for it, I would go pick up one of those generators, but... Oh, no, I don't... We picked those up already. We picked the generators up. I need to stop. I need to... You know what? Let's put it to bed. We picked up the generators that I left up here. Remove marking. Much better. Okay. Yeah, we're out of here. And we've got a full trunk. We're also tired, so perfect timing. Very, very nice. Oh, convenience store right there. Now, like I said, we've got a full backpack and a mostly full trunk. Okay, here we go. Passenger seat doesn't have anything in it. So one of these garbage bags full of loot can actually be transferred to the passenger seat. Yeah, this one full of guns, passenger seat. So now we can fit another garbage bag in the trunk, and that's exactly what we're going to do. It would be nice to never have to think about coming here again for anything. And this convenience store has already got heavy form food. I might use some of that to help put on weight. Heavy form food will have tons and tons of, probably some carbs. Pretty hefty carbs in there. Like the pasta, for example, and the lentils. Box of canned corned beef. Whole ass box. Okay, so we've got a garbage bag here that is basically full. Hang on, if we take a 0.5 out of here, then we can fit another, fit this whole thing in here, right? Wait a minute, why not? Odd. Oh, it's because I can't carry it, that's why. Okay, oops. There we go. Alright, full backpack goes into the trunk. Or, sorry, full garbage bag goes into the trunk. Okay, so we can fit a little bit more into the trunk, but it's basically coming down to the home stretch. Wait a minute. These floodlights I'm carrying around. We can do this. Hang on. Got this, guys. I got this. I know how to logistic. Floodlights into the trunk. Boom. Look at that. That's almost full now. Now it's completely full. A little bit of room for stuff in the glove here. I just need to remember that there's stuff in the glove, because if I don't remember, I will forget. Logically speaking, if I don't remember, of course I'll forget. Okay, that's everything full. Like 100% of the vehicle is completely full now, which is perfectly fine, because now basically the backpack and whatever I can hand carry is all that's left. Juice box acquired. Hell yeah. Can't have a game set in the 90s without your juice box. It's almost bedtime, so we're going to be a little late getting to bed. And that is perfectly okay by me because we're coming back home with a lot of good stuff. Now, our backpack is a little full, but if we disassemble some of the electrical stuff we picked up, that'll free up a small amount of room. Jug of vinegar, hell yeah. Backpack in my offhand. Smaller stuff back into the backpack. Now the offhand will just be the heavy stuff. So I know exactly where to put all of that when I get back. Okay, that is one looted convenience shop. And a little bit of everything. A lot of it very useful. Some of it not immediately useful, but eventually. And we are so full that I'm not going to bother with the gas station there. I think it's been looted and trashed already. Hang on, there's intact doors. See, I saw all these broken windows. And I was like, okay, it's been looted and trashed. No, look at that. Look at that. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, you can't put all this small form food in front of me and not have me take it. But we're not going to go Hoover mode. We're just going to take the small form stuff, and anything bigger than that we'll either come back for or not bother with. Oh, fantastic. The wannabe bass player downstairs is already strumming this afternoon. It's a little early for that. Fantastic. That's actually really fucking distracting when he does that. But at least he's not doing it late at night anymore. Or at least not today. Imagine you're living in an apartment and the doors or the floors are somewhat thin, but not too awful thin. If you play things at a reasonable volume, it won't go through very often. But then, imagine you got some neighbor who decides they want to be a bass player. So they got an electric bass and they hook it up to a fucking amp. And then start strumming. And strumming and strumming, and because the guy fucking doesn't know what he's doing, he's still trying to learn. So he's strumming it, and he's not actually playing a coherent song. He's just trying to play certain cadences, and it doesn't sound very good, but he's trying, and it's really fucking distracting because the low field sound goes right through the fucking floors. I can't imagine what it's like for the guy on the first floor, because this is the guy on the floor beneath me. The guy beneath him, with the amp on the floor. Oh god, that's gotta fucking suck for that guy. But I guess he hasn't complained about it enough. I've got a countermeasure for it, but hopefully I won't need to deploy it. Okay, that's everything that I want out of there. So we are going to be up pretty late tonight. I might brew an extra coffee when we get back. But that is definitively the end of anything I might want out of this place. This entire strip right here. Everything here we can give those pretty red X's to. Now the tool shop, I cannot give a red X because there's still tons of stuff there. So I will give it how about we give it just a hammer? So we know it's there. If we actually want more construction materials. Like I said, I highly doubt I'm going to need more construction materials. Might as well keep it marked, though. And back we go. It'll be a little easier to navigate this road, but I don't want to get too confident on it. Because if I get too confident, that's how I start running into zombies. We're about 6 hours now. Not bad for a Saturday. Appreciate everybody watching. My average watch time is still pretty high, so I'm definitely catching the folks who enjoy what they're seeing. YouTube doesn't give you a lot of individual information, but it does kind of give you a heads up when, like, or rather, it basically says that my average watch duration is like about an hour. So what that probably means is that there's a mix of folks who just drop by and see if it's whether there's something that they actually want to watch and peace out. But then there's a number of folks who are probably just watching for the whole duration, or at least part of it. And that's nice. Very nice. I've had streams where I've had just a lot of drive-bys and not a lot of folks actually stick around, which is, well, that tells me that I probably wasn't putting on some as engaging of content. So that I can make some bricks with that clay. But you can't take it too seriously, because, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, it's data. And data doesn't exactly paint a picture. It's pieces to a puzzle. And it's a whole skill set trying to put those puzzle pieces together. And ain't my day job. My day job is to help those puzzle putter togethers actually do their job. I'm but humble tech support. Whenever they're directly in the middle of the road like that, I gotta pick a side. Now, if we really want glue, I don't think we've done a full sweep of the elementary school here. The elementary school here will probably have tons of glue. So if we really want glue, if we get to that point, we will start fighting our way into that elementary school and kill any of the respawns that have swarmed around it. Otherwise, I don't suspect that's going to be like, now that we've found another tube, that will sustain us for bombing operations for quite a while now. Because I know we had at least 3 or 4 more bombs worth in our bomb kit at the far north. And here at Jericho, I know we have at least 1 full tube. Now we have at least 2 full tubes at Jericho. That's about a dozen bombs right there, probably. And home sweet home. We are going to pull this truck up here next to the loot drop, but we are not going to just dump everything on the floor. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to park this kind of like right in front of the slurp burps here. And what we're going to do is eventually, when we start transitioning our other vehicles back here, we will bring the ammo trucks and we'll park them nearby here so that we can consolidate all of the ammo together. Let's get the gate closed up. And we're just going to put away what's in our immediate backpack. Actually, it wouldn't hurt us to go ahead and go to sleep now. We can go to sleep now. We'll put away what's in our immediate backpack after we wake up. And then after we get that sorted, then we'll be good to sleep again. We're still trying to put on weight, and we fell out of weight gain, so we eat a chocolate bar. That's about 800 calories there. That'll get us some chonk overnight. Oh, look at that. Speaking of chonk, we're now in rapid weight gain. The 2+ signs here, that's equal to, if you go to the info tab, we're now in the double chevrons. If you don't have the simple stat bar mod, you can go by the double chevrons to know that you're in rapid weight gain. When that happens, check often, because rapid weight gain will it'll get you chunky fast if you don't pay attention to it. And we don't want to be too chunky. We just want to be nice and what's the right word? We want to have curves in the right places, and that's about it. Alright, we still need to sleep again, and our second bedtime is 4 a.m., so the game doesn't let us sleep, unfortunately. That is the travails of being a restless sleeper. Now, when it comes to the heavy form food we picked up, because this was a grocery store, we've actually got separate boxes for each category. So the, whatchamacallit, rice, lentils, kidney beans, whatnot, those go on the bottom. Macaroni and pasta go in the middle, and then flour in the top. That's that accounts for all the categories of heavy food. Kidney beans, lentils, chickpeas. And I think that's all the heavy form from this shipment. Alright, so I'm going to need some feedback here. I'll probably know quickly. I need to make sure that you guys are not able to hear this. Whenever I need to deploy countermeasures against the base player down there, got a little thing. I have to monitor to make sure this does not go through. Okay, nobody should be able to hear this. But what this is just brown noise, is all this is. Brown noise on loop. And what it does is it plays brown noise on loop through just a subwoofer in my living room. And that subwoofer is directly over the guy's amp. So what it does is it drowns out his fucking strumming. I don't even know if he can hear it. And if he can hear it, it probably just sounds like an air conditioner to him. But up here, all I hear is just a low rumble. And it completely drowns out the stupid fucking noise that is really distracting me. So, one moment. Probably not the most advisable situation unless you know what you're doing. If you try to drown out one type of noise by making more noise, there's a lot of ways to do that, and a lot of them, sometimes it's just going to be interpreted as escalation, but in our apartment complex, the HVAC is actually really, really loud. So the sound that I'm making to drown out his strumming is actually, nobody would be able to tell the difference between that and the air conditioning units because of how freaking loud they are here. So I'm going to drop this bucket outside, these sparklers, and the candles. Candles can probably go over here. Yeah. No, candles should be going in the pottery area. That's one of the few uses I've found for candles so far, is you put them, because the kiln requires a charge of a lighter every time, but you can use a lit candle instead. So candles and box of candles should go over here. Yeah, a lot of this is small form. We'll find a home for it. Until then, I think I might be good to sleep again here. Let's try again. Fire sources. Okay, yeah, it doesn't look like it's going through. Yeah, I know, right? I don't think it's OBS is not showing any peaking on the low field. So I don't think it's going through my desktop audio, which it shouldn't. The way I do it is I have Adobe Audition here. Adobe Audition is using WAS API to connect directly to the other 5.1 surround sound system that I have. I have two of them plugged in right now. The main one is what you guys are hearing. That's what's broadcasting. But this other device, because Windows is controlling it through WAS API, it shouldn't be accessible from anywhere else. So it should not be, nobody should be able to hear it, thankfully. I mean, I hear it a little bit. It sounds just like a very low rumble. And it's just, because it's constant, it has the same effect as if you're trying to go to sleep and you put a fan on. Some people can't sleep without a fan anymore. I don't know if I fall into that category necessarily, but I definitely understand why people would feel that way. Because what the fan does is it drowns out noise. And sometimes people have kind of conditioned themselves to expect to hear noise while they sleep. So there's a couple factors to that, but I definitely understand that because I slept with a fan in the vicinity of my sleeping area for a very, very long time. Very, very long time. So here's our small form food organization system. The savories, the salties are on the far right. And then we start with the sweets. We start with the bright sweets, right? So the candy that is either fruit flavored or just ambiguously flavored, that is not a dark sweet like chocolate or peanut butter or anything like that. So the brights, the savories, the brights, and then the darks over here, the chocolate candies, the chocolate peanut butter cups, the quagga cakes. Quagga cakes, I think, are supposed to be like a mix of chocolate and vanilla. So those can go there. And then the meats on this side. Meats, of course, being a lot rarer. We can't make our own, unfortunately. Air filter fan, yeah. That I should have one of those. Knowing with how much dust I have to deal with, I really should have an air filter fan. I have not invested in one yet. That's definitely something I should do at some point in the future. I have been hesitant to invest in. Well, it's an apartment that I live in, so it's like, buying stuff for an apartment feels weird because I don't own this place. One of the whole reasons I'm streaming right now is I'm trying to kind of just pass time, really. I would be playing this game anyway if I wasn't streaming. I'm trying to pass time until I can get a down payment on a house. Actually own a house for once. fucking sucks trying to buy a house in this era. I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir on that. If you're in the United States or anywhere in the West, really, it's getting harder and harder. And it's getting harder and harder, and I don't expect it's going to get easier anytime soon. There's a lot of factors going on there. I personally am of the opinion that corporate ownership of single-family homes should not be a thing, but it is, and you can thank Airbnb for that, because thanks to Airbnb, instead of individual people leasing out their house for a couple of days, that was the premise of Airbnb. But the actuality, what it's evolved into, are massive fucking corporations owning a whole bunch of houses and then just renting them out for short periods of time. Or just, big companies becoming fucking landlords. Everything about all of that is bullshit, but it's a big moneymaker, and because of that, it's gonna suck for a while until legislation catches up, if it does. We'll be lucky if it does. We will be very fucking lucky if it does. I hope it does. If it continues to get worse, I'll probably be out there in the streets with those people who, see, when you start going out there and talking about changes to big money makers, that's when your message is very, very vulnerable to infiltration. Whether it's the people who don't want your changes to be passed through, they're going to come out and start calling you all sorts of names, or unfortunately, some of those people who actually unironically are those names that you'll get called. Sometimes they'll try to latch themselves onto your movement and poison the well, and sometimes they'll do that intentionally. If anybody ever looked at Occupy Wall Street, I will never not mention this. Occupy Wall Street was an amazing strategy. How it dissipated, how Occupy Wall Street ended. Fucking amazing strategy. What they did is they planted a few people in the group, and they came in there with their own agenda and just shitted up the place. And nobody wanted to be there anymore. So Occupy Wall Street as a movement just fucking died. It just fucking died. Nobody wanted to go and protest for things to get better, because the people who were now, in charge of the protest, who rose to the top, came in there with their own fucking agendas that had nothing to do with economics whatsoever, and just shitted up the place. And of course, are you ever going to get anybody to admit that they were paid to do that? No. And you know what? They might not have even been paid to do that. Somebody just might have assisted them to show up there. But in any case, how quickly it fell apart when that kind of shit started happening, that was fucking amazing. If it was intentional, god damn, that was a good job, whoever did that. I wish they didn't. Fucking sucks that Occupy Wall Street never accomplished anything. I'm not talking about, I'm not the kind of guy who's like, we need to completely eliminate the stock exchange and change everything from the ground up. No, we just need a little stronger legislation. And that legislation needs to not be fucking written by the people it's supposed to be legislating, right? These are not complicated changes, but in the current system, they actually kind of are, sadly. Hate to say it, but there's no easy fixes for any of the situations we're in. Anybody who tells you there is an easy fix is probably trying to sell you something. There are a few key target issues. There are a few key, very specific issues that actually do have easy fixes. Those are a little bit few and far between, though, unfortunately. There are a few people who I would probably trust if they told me there was an easy fix for something. And when I say trust, I mean trust but verify. But in the same field, if Louis Rossmann came and told me that there was probably an easy fix for something, I'd probably take his word for it. If only because he's the kind of guy who he doesn't go out there and start talking about something until he has receipts. So if you want to verify, do the liberal ideal of trust but verify. He gives you the receipts to verify. He just shoves them right in your face whenever he talks about them. If he's going to cite something, he posts the link in the description, and the usual. Love that guy. Very, very fantastic man. If I could ever choose to become like another YouTuber, I would love to be like him someday. Very much love to be like him someday. Shout out to any of my clippies in the chat. Chocolate bar. We came away with 7 chocolate bars. That is fantastic. That is a lot of easy weight gain right there. Whole bunch of peanut butter cups. Whole bunch of crackle bars. Caramel candies. Got a whole bunch for the savory here. More chips. Chips and chips and more chips. Deux bar. I think that's supposed to be milk chocolate. Or Deux. Dew. I think it's D-E-U-X. That's Dew, I think. Dew bar. To do or not to do. We have an entire jug of vinegar right here, and that would normally make me very excited. But seeing as jarring produce is currently broken, I don't know, guess not. You know what? I'm gonna. This is a little bit of a violation of the convention. I'm gonna put the vinegar in with the meats here, even though that doesn't exactly make sense. I kind of want to put the vinegar somewhere where I'm gonna be able to find it easily. And if I just shove it in the small form food bin, it's gonna disappear, and I'm never gonna see it again. I appreciate that. Yeah, the whatchamacallit. A lot of people who I wish would become politicians wouldn't do it, and I hate to say it, but I might be one of them. Like I've looked at how politics works. And it sucks because you get to a point in politics where you have to start fudging things a little bit. I don't think you would ever get elected if you didn't, because even though there are a lot of single issue voters out there, if you are a single issue politician, you will never get elected. I don't think. I think the era of single issue politicians is long over, and that really sucks because if you actually get a genuine single-issue politician in there who just gets in there, makes the change he needs to make, and then just gets out and doesn't fuck with anything else in the process, that would be pretty cool. But politics has evolved to such an extent where I don't know if that's even possible anymore. And that really sucks because, I mean, sure, it's true. If you get like a mayor job, for example, if you become the mayor, and you just spend your entire tenure only making changes in the one thing that you got elected on, and then almost everything else you don't do much in, you could probably end up causing a lot of problems with that, right? If you don't know what you're doing in the other fields. And that's where the career politicians come in, and they're like, oh, I know exactly what to do in this, this, and this. But then they come in with other agendas, and they start executing those. Especially when they're part of a party. Whenever they're a part of a party, yeah, good luck. Good luck trying to get anything done other than the party agenda, which, of course, everybody knows how that works. The party agenda attempts to be executed, and if it can be, it will be, and if it can't be, they'll yell about it until it can be. We didn't start putting milk in this corner, did we? I don't remember we're going to put milk somewhere, like, right here for now. See, we have cows, but I don't think they're in a place where they can actually produce milk right now. They were stressed to oblivion at one point. And when they're super stressed, they can't breed. And if they can't breed, they can't produce milk. So that was a bit of a shit show over there. Yeah, not entirely incorrect. I mean, the Soviet Union being a one-party state. I mean, anytime you have a one-party state, you've got a lot of problems. And those problems are probably going to exist regardless of how good of a government you end up getting. Like, let's just say the Chinese Communist Party. Let's just say that they were unironically, the best intentioned people on the planet, which... Lol, if anybody unironically believes that. But let's say, for example, if they were. Even if they were, the sheer fact that there is no competition would inevitably produce lazy people who get elected and then assume that they're never going to have to compete for a vote again. And then, that causes problems. Just assuming that you never have to compete for a vote again, that causes a lot of problems. A lot of people will like to blame the Democrats for what happened to Chicago over the years. But I honestly think the same thing could have happened if it was a different party. It's just the simple fact that the Democrats were the ones who got control and never lost it. Because they've never had to really compete for a vote there. There's no incentive for them to try to improve things. So they haven't. And it's Pikachu face, but I mean, I feel like that's probably a bigger problem than the fact that it's the specific party that did it. That's my hot take on that. I'm sure that'll get me a few people angry at me, but still, it's like, I feel like I'm not giving any controversial takes here. I really feel like it's not a hard concept to wrap your head around, but we're talking about partisan politics at this point, so people can eliminate their critical thinking very quickly when that gets involved. That's a tragedy in and of itself. I think that is everything except for the buckets and the rope. The rope, I don't have a very solid destination for. We'll dump it over here for now. And I should have buckets outside for crops. And I think they're actually full. I'll just put these out there with those. I know, right? Hey, I have not actually sat down and watched most of his content, but I've seen clips. Very interesting fellow. Very interesting fellow. I feel like he's smarter than he presents himself to be. And that in and of itself is an interesting thing to consider. Whenever somebody tries to present themselves a certain way, and you suspect that they might be smarter and or dumber than that, then that's always an interesting thing to think about. But with Hassan specifically, I feel like he's smarter than actually. I feel like part of his presence that he tries to put out is as somebody who's trying to be, or like, a layman just like you. I think that's the kind of thing he tries to do. Whether he succeeds, well, that's going to be up to you guys. But I think he's actually a little bit smarter than he comes across. And of course, the people who don't like him are going to be like, "What?" And the people who like him are going to be like, "Of course he is," or they're going to be like, "What do you mean?" So it's no hardcore takes on that. But I do feel like he's one of those dudes who, like, as part of his persona, he pretends to be dumber than he actually is. But who knows? I'm not the guy. I couldn't tell you. These floodlights that we brought home are going to go in the garden. More than once I've wished to be able to harvest at night. I think this will be far enough away right here. Yeah. Funny thing to think about when it comes to big name people who you're not 100% sure about. How many of them have the Joker's approach to things? The Joker from The Dark Knight Rises, or no, from The Dark Knight rather, sorry. The Joker was a kind of a guy who he presented himself as somebody who is hard to figure out, but he actually. You remember when he talked to Harvey Dent? Do I look like a guy with a plan? No, you don't look like a guy with a plan, but you absolutely fucking have plans. Everything he did was the result of a plan. And he called himself a dog chasing cars. That never came through to me. I think he was just purely talking shit when he said that. And I think that because his plans took a lot of effort. Every single plan he did in that movie took a lot of effort. And whenever you see, obviously, it's a movie. Characters like that are interesting to think about. In real life, I think some of the most interesting conspiracies in real life are basically things where it's actually a little bit more terrifying to consider that nobody is in control of a situation, and there's just actually a lot of people out there who are really good at taking advantage of opportunities. I personally, in my brain, that is more terrifying than some shadowy cabal who's actually in control of everything. So, I mean, if somebody is in control of everything that's going on, then at least you can tell that whatever's going on is according to someone's plan. But I think that the ship is so big at this point that there's nobody actually at the wheel. There's just 100 wheels. And it's whenever enough wheels turn in a certain direction that things actually move. That's kind of what I feel like about the world right now. There is no one hand on one wheel anywhere. There's just a billion wheels. Well, maybe less than a billion. Maybe 10,000 or so wheels right now. And every once in a while, you'll see everybody turn in one direction. And that's always fucking terrifying when that happens. That was COVID right there. In my humble opinion, COVID, everything you saw during COVID, that was the example of a rare time where almost everybody in the West was turning in the same direction. I actually have not watched much of his content. I started watching some of the things where he interviewed some interesting people, and I kind of stopped after a very short period of time. It's not that I don't think he's a bad guy or anything. I don't think he's, I do think he's a little bit overrated, if you do ask me. I think he just struck lightning at the right point, and he got a lot of people following him, and now all he has to do is go out and talk to people. And because he asks, he talks like a normal person, and I think a lot of people value that. And so I think that's like the biggest thing he brings to the table. And there are enough people were behind him before he started doing that when he started doing that, he did it at the right time and captured lightning in a bottle there. Yes, absolutely. That is very much true. And the people who are capable of doing that usually do it. I couldn't tell you if I've ever met somebody who has the ability to move people and doesn't do it. Because I guess, it's kind of hard to recognize that ability to actually move people the way you want them to, when you want them to, if they don't actually use that ability. Completely compromised. It could be. I mean, so he's made a lot of money. That man has made a lot of money. And when money comes along, sometimes certain hard-line opinions that may or may not conflict with that money, sometimes those tend to change real quick if the money gets put on the line. I'm not making any direct accusations, of course, but I mean, if you value somebody for their authenticity, question that authenticity much harder when a lot of money starts getting involved. Like I say, just asking questions. Have a lot of questions for somebody when they make a lot of money. That's, I think, is the strongest approach to that. So we picked up a whole bunch of twine here. I was putting it here so that I could have drying racks. I don't think I need to build any more drying racks anytime soon. I don't think at all. Because any of the stuff that I grow over the winter, when I harvest it, that would be in January. I don't know if there's too much that I would need to actually dry out. But we could find out if we look at our, we would need a herb drying rack. And I don't think I have any herb drying racks here. I could build a couple. Honestly, I think I do kind of want to build a couple. And I just want to do this to see what options there are. Because that will tell me, what crops, what of the winter crops need to be dried out. If I find out now, that will help me a lot. Because I need to know before September. And it's currently August 13th. So we can get a couple things done now if we kill these guys. Because these guys shouldn't be here. We are not going to discharge any guns. I need to not forget that the animals are right down there to the south. If I get them stressed again, it'll be months before they de-stress. So we are going to kill all these zombies with melee only. Doesn't have the same feeling. Yeah. I mean, Peter Thiel, I've heard Peter Thiel has gotten himself involved in religious discussions or something. Like he actually wants to be at the head of a new denomination of religion or something. That's what I've heard. I have no idea if that's true. If that's true, that's a little wacky. And then what that sounds like is somebody with a lot of money who's gotten a little bit of an inflated view of himself. See, even if I were to lure these guys like further up the road, I don't think I'd be able to shoot them. I feel like we would end up with stressed animals very easily.
Hey!
Get on out of there. Now, I do hear one fence thumper. I don't think I hear more than one. Possibly two. We have -2 stress every time we kill a Zed, so if we kill them fast enough, the fence thumpers won't be a problem. Not a fan of meat. Oh dear. Well, that's whenever somebody who has that much money is not a fan of something, wow, that may suck someday for the people who are fans of something. I mean, if I remember right, Musk wanted to go to Mars and then make everybody a vegan on Mars. Which, okay, yeah, that would make sense in the short term. I mean, you know, colonizing another planet, theoretically, if it was plausible. Animal husbandry would be something very low on the priority list. But the way he described it, if memory serves, he made it sound like he wanted them to be ideologically vegan, which that's a very different thing from just being, you know, rationally deciding that animal husbandry is not a good idea at the time. And that, of course, you know, that was the first alarm bell that I heard about Musk. And that was a long time ago. Like, I think this was before Tesla even became big. Yeah. Nah. More people than steaks. See, now, I have, you know, something I've never tried. I've never tried Beyond Meat. I don't have a very strong opinion about it. I think it's a little sus, but I mean, if it can be done right, I don't think it's sus. But the problem is, of course, whenever there's a massive financial incentive to do something, right now, every single graduate of business school is going to try to be incentivized to find the cheapest way imaginable to do it. And when I think about things like synthetic meat, I feel like there are a lot of very cheap ways to do it that are not good. And that kind of terrifies me because, of course, everybody's going to think that, okay, we've got the technology, we can do synthetic meat. That is better for the environment. That means no more animal killing. Wow, that's almost everything is good about it, right? Watch the people who try to do it very closely. That's all I'm going to say about that. Watch the people who try to do it very closely. Because I of course, I'm very much against animal abuse in real life. I do not. If there was a better way to get a nice juicy cheeseburger made out of authentic cow meat without actually killing a cow, sure, that'd be cool. For some reason, I am very suspicious that a corporation that is intended on trying to make a lot of money is going to actually try to go for authentic meat, and is in fact going to just try to slap together something that is somewhat tasting close to meat, and gives absolutely less than zero fucks about what is actually in what they're shoveling out to us. that is a far more plausible reality to me, which is why I'm very sussed out by synthetic meat right now. And it sucks because that would be really cool. Very, very cool. Not having to raise an animal just to kill it, just to eat it, but still getting the meat, that'd be fucking cool. Imagine just replicators from Star Trek. That's where that all goes, right? We can just have cow meat without actually growing the cow. Hell yeah. Not going to happen until proven otherwise, in my humble mind. Let's put away these some of this loot here since it's already pre-categorized. I know, right? That's I mean, hey, I actually none of the animals in there are slated for removal. Well, okay, the chicks might have to, and that's not even because I want to kill them, but because if I don't, they'll multiply, and then they'll all start to starve because I won't be able to feed them all. Eventually, you do have to do population control if you're going to raise animals, because animals are simple creatures. Given enough resources, they will continue to multiply. If anybody's ever watched the Matrix trilogy, I'm sure a lot of people have, but there's a very underrated moment in that movie where Agent Smith talks about humans being a virus. There's multiple layers of irony to that because, of course, he eventually becomes the virus. But beyond the irony, there's also the fact that he was trying to describe how life forms are supposedly different from humans, which everything about that was incorrect. But he didn't have the opportunity to know that because by the time he came around, all of the life forms were gone. So he didn't even have the opportunity to study how all life out there kind of does the same thing. If you give them too much resources, they will use them and multiply, and then move on. And then if they use up all the resources, they'll move on, try to find more. That is not unique to humans. Every animal on the planet would do that given no other pressures, right? There's equilibrium in nature because of enough pressures preventing anybody from becoming a dominant force. There's not so many herbivores out there eating everything because carnivores are out there suppressing the herbivore population and whatnot. But then you get into see, that's why deer populations can get out of control. Anybody who's lived in an area with a deer population problem is definitely gonna understand that. All the damaged vehicles. A couple of magazines here. These go in the front. With the rest of these that are completely freaking full. Yeah. See, the viruses, there's a lot of questions about whether they are categorized as life, but there's a couple of... I think the reason viruses are not, it's not 100% whether they fall into the category of a living being is for reasons that have nothing to do with the way they handle resources. The viruses inject RNA into things in order to multiply. But when it comes to, if you look at what they inject RNA into to become to multiply, you could think of that as a resource. And in that particular instance, viruses are no different from anything else. They consume resources in order to multiply. That's what everybody else does, isn't it? That's nothing particularly special about them. They just have a lot less going on in their head when they don't even have a head. I'm collecting everything. Anything that has a name, if it's right in front of me, I'll grab it. And what I actually... Okay, so a little bit of deep lore on what I do with Zomboid. Ever since they added these ID cards, credit cards with unique names on them, what I've been doing is, in certain areas where I spend a lot of time, Riverside, Muldraugh, and now Louisville, those are the places I've spent the most time, whenever I pick up something with a name on it, which is a big win. I mean, there are a tiny fraction of the zombies that I actually kill are ones that I will actually even look at the loot for, let alone actually loot them. But, things like stock certificates, ID cards, credit cards, law enforcement officer badges. We've got tons of those from when we annihilated the police department. All of these I kind of want to build into a cenotaph at some point. A cenotaph, I was using the wrong word for it earlier on in my streaming series. I called it an epitaph. Epitaph is like a quote that you put on a grave. The cenotaph is one of those big monuments that has all the names of everybody who died in a tragedy. That's a cenotaph. I want to build a cenotaph for Muldraugh, Louisville, and Riverside. Those three places I've actually collected the ID cards for. Riverside, all the initial spawns in Riverside, if they spawned with with an ID card, I took them. So Riverside, I could actually make an almost complete cenotaph for based on the initial spawns. I don't consider respawns very much. Like maybe I'll grab them, but respawns I don't allocate a lot of mental energy for. It was the initial spawns, if anything. And even then, I mean, Riverside has got an entire box full of nothing but ID cards, credit cards, you know, things with a unique name on them. I have literally an entire box full of that, 78 encumbrance, which means well over, that 0.01 encumbrance each, well over 780 total, based on that, the simple math there. We need to put this bag over on this side. I went the wrong side. This is mostly electronics. And a little bit of memorabilia. This saxophone needs to go with the instruments. When it comes to collecting things, I collect a lot of things here. Like a metric lot. I don't even have a... I collected clothes for the longest time. I don't even have a destination for some of the clothes that I picked up more recently. I've just been putting them in the wash here. ID card, Christmas ornament, crystal. Just a random crystal that I found. So those are the darks. They don't get the cookies. The cookies that don't have a specific flavor, I think I'll put them on the left side as well. Stuff that defies categorization can go on this side. Oh, Build 42. Okay, yeah, so Golden Pinga in chat there. Build 42 has been out since almost this time last year, actually. Build 42 came out close to a year ago in Unstable. So what we're playing is the Unstable version. So if you are patient and tolerant and capable of dealing with a lot of bugs, yeah, sure, you can opt into B42 Unstable. Would I recommend it to everybody? Not everybody. A lot of the balance changes they've made to the game, they're ramping up the crafting system, for example. They're ramping up a lot of stuff for NPCs and multiplayer, neither of which are in the game right now. So if you are not able to deal with a lot of tedium and dealing with something that is going to feel very unbalanced as a solo player, I would not recommend it not at all if you're not interested in dealing with something like that. But if you are patient and you don't mind leveling up every single fucking skill, which this took us a few hundred hours right here, if you don't mind that kind of thing, then yeah, you'll have some fun here, a little bit of fun. But I cannot stress it enough. It took hundreds of hours to level up, and we haven't even maxed all the skills. Like, you look, we got glass making, napping, pottery. Those are not very filled out yet. Those are not very filled out, so we haven't bothered to level them up yet because the devs haven't bothered to finish putting them together yet. So I'm not going to worry too much about the rest of those bags on the floor. I just want to grab the rest of the bags in the trunk here. Yeah, we can do this. This is just a mix of small and large form food. We have got a container right here for all of the canned food. Actually, so canned food goes in the bottom. Boxes of canned food go in the middle. And then overflow goes on the top. Right now it's gardening stuff. But because we have so many cans both in the box already and in our bag we just carried over here, we can actually... should be able to pack a bunch of cans into a box here. Yeah. Anytime you get more than 6 cans of any given type. Apparently canned fruit cocktails are currently broken. Can't pack those into a box, sadly. And that is the only other thing we have 6 of. Okay. And then we've actually found a box of canned corned beef out in the field. We can put that directly in here. And then in the bottom here we're actually going to be full. We're going to start filling up here. Let's move the rice. We're going to move the rice to the top of this stack. Right now the top of the stack only has flour. In the middle has macaroni and pasta. The top we're going to put... we could just move the rice up 1. Yeah, we'll move the rice up 1 so that it's in with the macaroni and pasta. It's a similar niche. I mean, both of those things you got to add hot water to get anything out of them, so that makes sense. Kidney beans, lentils, some more flour for the top, and macaroni for the middle. Perfect. Okay, and then everything else is small form or soda. Soda goes in underneath the soda machine here. Getting full. We're getting full on soda under the soda machine here, but that's okay. We're not quite full yet. Everything else is either cooking ingredients or spices into the corner. my organization system is kind of all over the place, but I've settled into a very similar thing for most of my other bases are going to have something similar. Like I'll have a small form food bin, I'll have a large form food bin, I'll have canned food and then boxes of canned food and then gardening box, and you know, a lot of what you're seeing here will be located differently in other bases, but the same kind of boxes. You'll see the similarity there. And the last bag here is just guns and gun parts. We've got a home for all those up here. Desert Eagle goes up here. Now the last thing we want to make sure anything that has a magazine, we remove the magazine before putting it away. Yeah, so we've got an M9 with a magazine. Let's get that ejected. Now both of the M9s that we're picking out right now are perfect condition. Because of that, we are... Hang on. Because of that, they go in a different box. I've got 2 boxes for 9mm right now. The top one is perfect condition, and the bottom one is everything else. Because if we loot our law enforcement zombies, we get a lot of 9mm that are almost broken. And those are useful for repair parts. But not much else, so we keep them separate. We don't find enough 1911s to worry about anything other than just putting everything in this one. Oops. Yeah, no, that's the correct one. I accidentally put an M36 in this one. 36 goes over here with the 38 special. We have got a total of 157, make that 150. One of these has got ammo in it. Hang on. Here we go. Unpack that. It's got ammo in it. Everything else in my backpack has no ammo in it. We put it away. We have now got 170. 170 empty 9mm magazines. The number shall continue to grow. Couple of revolvers here with ammo in them. Pull all that ammo out. Both of these are 625s. They go in here. 45 auto. 9mm, yet another magazine. This one is full though, so this one can go... We'll leave it in our backpack for now. It'll need to go in the ambulance eventually. 1911 magazine. Don't really have a home for on this side of the map. I had them all with me at one point. So they can go in my backpack for now. We'll move those. They're going in the gun vehicles for now. Or sorry, the ammo vehicles. They're going in there for now. I may just go ahead and start leaving them here until we have our journey back to Riverside. Like, for example, the M14 magazines. I don't expect I'll ever shoot an M14 again because the bullet type that it uses, 308, much better spent on a long-distance shot, which cannot be done in an M14. I need to save those for my MSR 788. Desert Eagle magazines also not as useful because they would just be... They're so small that they're easier to just load the bullets back in directly. All the loose ammo goes straight to my backpack. Okay, and that's all of the guns. Random hunting knife. I've got a billion of those. Hatchets. Nice. I have kind of started spending a little bit of time using hatchets. Unfortunately, we're in Louisville, so if I use hatchets too often, I sometimes won't be able to kill zombies fast enough to effectively do what I'm trying to do. That's just a Louisville thing right there. Weapon parts go in this side. You can put whetstones over here too, no problem. And that is one completely sorted bag of gun store loot. One more to go, because there is one on the passenger seat here. Also, anything I left in the glove compartment can come out. The sledgehammer. You know what? I'm going to leave that on the passenger seat here. Yeah, USL can be the one of my secondary vehicles that does have a sledgehammer in it. And everything else here goes in the backpack for now, and we'll get that sorted out. I do not, unfortunately. Don't take this as a statement with anything backing it, but I do have, I believe, that right now the most financially important thing that the devs of this game could do would be to get Build 42 multiplayer out within the next couple of weeks. If they could do that, then they would make a lot of money. So that's as far as I'm going to go with that statement. I'm not going to say that it's likely to happen or guaranteed to happen, or even, like, you know, there might not even be a chance whatsoever, but the devs of this game communicate so little with us that we have to fill in the blanks with something, and that's my take on the situation right now. I think that they would be very well financially served if they decided to release B42 multiplayer within the next couple of weeks, because, well, I mean, a lot of games come out for Christmas because people have time off, and when people have time off, they like to play video games. Very simple equation there, but yeah, the Indie Stone don't always do the most financially incentivized things, so they might just not do that. So I have no idea. The most I can say that's leaning me towards saying they might do that is just the simple fact they haven't come out with an update for like 3 months almost. And because of that, that means they're working on something big, which means, hey, maybe that's what they're doing. Or maybe they're just split so many different directions that they're not actually working on any one big thing, but a bunch of little things. That could always be true. Believe me, these guys are disorganized. That could very much be the case. That is the harshest criticism I'll give to the devs right now, is that they are quite disorganized. And that's... I used to be a little bit more harsh, but now these guys are alright. They're doing what they do. I wish they would prioritize things differently. And I will gladly say that they are disorganized, but anything beyond that, nah, they're alright. They're alright. I broke my moratorium on bringing more shotguns back to Jericho. Jericho has so many shotguns in it that, these 3 crates behind the forge are completely full of shotgun, and if you look carefully, you'll see that the floor tile right here, this floor tile is almost completely full of shotgun too. So there's so much shotgun here that, yeah, the floor tile is full. So we are now going to put some shotgun on the tile where the crates are. It wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me. Okay, we just got a couple of rifles out that had scopes on them. We took the scopes off. Now the rifles go in the rifle bins here. M14 was not a bad gun. It's literally just the logistics with ammo that is turning me off of M14s right now. If there was not a problem where the M14 could only chamber that one particular type of ammo, and that one particular type of ammo was far more useful with long-range shots, if that was not the case, I would absolutely have it as sort of a secondary weapon. M16 is definitely better, but there are far fewer M16s. Our current M16, the one that we've got in our combat van, is down to about half integrity. And when it breaks, that's it. I have no other M16s. I'm well over 700 hours on this character. We have not found another M16. Our next best shot at possibly finding one will be when the... one of the things we will do after we're done with Louisville is we will take a look at the Military Research Center sometime in the not too distant, maybe far distant future. I don't know. I'm going to go completely by feels for that. We'll do it when we feel like doing it. But yeah, that's the next place that I expect we may find a assault rifle. Sorry. M16. I accidentally the word. Double barrel shotgun. Garbage bag. Bandoliers full. Duct tape. Bomb making kit over here. You know what? I think aluminum foil might be used for electrical. We'll keep that over here too. Handy knives I've been keeping in with the melee stuff over here. Have I? Yes, handy knives right over here. And then just some rope, and we're out of here. Well, We're done with all the sorting. Then we can finally assess our next thing we're going to do. And that's probably going to be cooked. Just got some scopes to put away here. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Oh, yeah, okay, so foraging. Foraging is one of those things where, you know, if you're looking for something specific, good luck. That's always the case with foraging, but, yeah, the, whatchamacallit, we have not done any gun stores in Irvington. Irvington has been so far away that I have not, it's not felt like it was worth it to go all the way down there for pretty much anything. So, Irvington, everything except for the trailer store there. We stopped by the trailer store on our initial map tour, and that was about it. So if there is a good gun resource in Irvington, that is definitely going to be considered. So we're trying to put on weight, and we don't need too much more fats. So I'm just going to go ahead and drink a liter of cow's milk. That will shut the hunger up and get rid of a whole bunch of calories in my system. Not quite enough to put me back into weight gain, but now that'll get me so I can start cooking again. I'm going to make a couple of kale salads here. Shouldn't put more than 3 units of anything into a recipe. It'll start to get unhappies. We're going to do parsley and olive oil in these kale salads. And kale actually has a fair bit of calories in it already. So just by oiling it up, these salads will be pretty calorie dense. And the rest of this kale, since we started using it, we'll put it in our backpack. Actually, if we just straight up eat one of these, now that we have room for it, that should put us back into weight gain, as long as we don't burn too many calories yet. Now, I think I heard a zombie outside. We're going to do a quick patrol. One of the benefits, I guess, of this base, it's actually so big that if there was a zombie on this side, I don't think we would even hear it necessarily, because they would just kind of be wandering towards us, but they wouldn't aggro onto us. I quite literally have had Zeds appear behind the base back here and then just kind of chill back here, because they couldn't figure out how to get to us. But it looks like we're good. At one point, I did want to make a drying rack, an herb drying rack. That requires not zombies. Get over here. See, the respawns that I'm thinking of, that I'm worried about thinking about, are coming from the other direction. But we are now actually tired. So there's our melee damage going down. We can't shoot because the animals are there. These generators are all right. I will top them up at a later time. Okay, everything that I wanted to sort has been sorted. And let me check the status of my weapons and ammo here. Machete is in perfect condition. Sword is taking a small hit, but still doing full damage. We've got some food that we need to eat through ASAP. Basically, the stuff in my backpack, I'm going to eat it as soon as I have the ability to do so. Leftovers. Okay. I was talking before about putting down a chest freezer. We're going to do that. We're going to put down a chest freezer now. I have one that I've stashed away for this exact purpose. I kind of forgot that it was there, but now that when I was sorting loot earlier, I noticed it. So we're going to put chest freezer down here. And now this is going to be on the sealing circuit here. So this means now that we've put this down, the sealing circuit is going to use up more power than the ones outside. So I need to keep that in mind. Cannot afford to forget about that. But now we can put these 2 garbage bags full of kale into this freezer. This freezer is now 100% full of nothing but kale. But it will stay frozen and preserved very well throughout the winter. And we do still have a bunch of kale in the freezer of this fridge here. What that means is the generator that's on the roof of this place can no longer be shut down when we leave. It must remain on until we use up all this kale, which that's not happening anytime soon. I expect we'll go back to Riverside sooner than we will use up all the kale in there. So we've now got 3 perma generators here. I've got about an hour before I need to go to bed. I'm going to go ahead and, since I'm thinking about the generators, we'll get them sorted out. Alright, 100, 100 on this one. So the load for this generator is 0.0234. 0.0234. I need to keep that number in mind. The other generators are going to be like 0.2 something, if I remember right, like 2 mil, maybe. Let's find out. .18. So that's 0.234 versus 0.18. So the generator on the roof of this base is a fair bit more. And that's okay. I mean, honestly, there's no more convenient place to put the generator that's on the roof. So it has to be up there. I can't put it in a more convenient spot. Basically, all that means is anytime I look at the generators out here, I have to assume that the one on the roof is going to be a little bit further along in terms of fuel usage. That will be the paradigm going forward here. These gas cans both have gas in them still. The one in my hand has got a little bit left. So we got plenty of gas out here. The roof will need some gas eventually. Alright, that didn't quite use up an hour, but we can go to sleep with a very clean conscience now. Oh, you know what? Okay, here's something I could do. I think the chickens have started laying eggs again. The chickens were stressed, and I think when they're super stressed, they stop laying eggs. But I do recall seeing a few eggs on the ground. I'm going to check the status of the cows, too. Adonis is right here. I'll give him a pet. Or actually, that's... Adonis is inside. I'll give him a pet here. Athena 2C right here. Oh, she can be milked! Look at that. Okay. That means she's calm again. Beautiful. Okay. How about Athena herself? She's calm. Everybody's calm. The animals are no longer stressed. Beautiful. Okay, that means I can lead them all out of here. I have already rebuilt the pen for them and everything. So that means all of the animals can follow me. This way, folks.
Hey!
If anybody was not aware, animals, when they don't trust you, when you first meet the animals, when you go rescue them from wherever they are, they don't trust you, they'll run away when you yell. If the animal spends enough time with you, and I don't know how to measure this, but the animal spends enough time, they will start to come when you call. So whenever I yell, right now, because these animals have been with me from the... Everybody except Athena has been with me since they were born. I think the rooster, I picked him up as a chick. And some of the hens I may have picked up after the fact, but otherwise, everybody here has been with me since the start. And they trust me very implicitly, so all I gotta do is yell. I don't have to use a rope or anything to lead them around. The chicks move very, very slowly. I might end up hand carrying them. Imagine a chicken coming when you call. It's theoretically possible, but chickens are very, very, very low intelligence animals. You have to kind of go out of your way to train them to come when you call.
Hey!
Like you gotta do a lot of that positive reinforcement to the point where they basically just assume that anytime they hear your voice, they're gonna assume food, 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 food. That's kind of how they work. The notion of a chick, a little baby chick and a chick, the notion of one of them coming when you call is almost laughable. But you know what? It's a system in the game that works. I'm going to use it. It's literally a meme. If you've ever heard "Till the chickens come home to roost," it's literally a meme because the chickens don't come home. They don't know what home is. They are not. They don't have that. Bird brain is a word for a reason too. But I'm not going to question it. My little chicks want to call when I come when I call, then hell yeah. Oops, I was supposed to pet him, not pick him up. Here, let me pet the chick. I pet the little chick. All right. Now I just need to drill it a little deeper into my brain to never start shooting guns within a league of this area. Within a league. You know what? Let's put a circle on it. Let's put a circle on our base and create a no-gun zone. We've got a gun-free zone coming up here, folks. Because those work, right? Here it is, gun-free. Basically, we do not shoot within this circle. And we're going to make the circle big with the edit button. Yeah, we will not shoot. Well, actually, this is not big enough. I hate to say it. This is not big enough. It's a good start, though. And we are going to add a note. No shooty zone. This will help serve as a reminder to myself not to shoot guns in this area because there are aminals, and we do not want the aminals to get so stressed out that they stop being good aminals. So yeah, we got a no shooty zone established, and look at that, it's our bedtime. We had to spend a little bit of time there, but we got it sorted out. Now, if I was capable of doing this, I absolutely would just put the animals on my roof. That's actually technically the safest place to put them. But animals, mammals, large mammals, I believe, will get stressed out if you put them on the roof. I haven't tried it recently, but the last time I did was with, I had some pigs, and I pulled the pigs up to the roof, and I clicked on them, and it said animals gaining stress from being above ground level, and I'm like, all right, whatever, Andy Stone, whatever. I mean, maybe that's a real thing. If they can see the ledge, I would believe that, but if they can't see the ledge, I'm pretty sure most animals would eventually forget that they've gone up a few flights of stairs. But I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. This gas can go with the rest of them. We've got a couple on the floor here too. This one that's on the floor here can just go upstairs to the roof. So we just have 2 hours to burn. Now that I'm no longer fatigued, I'm actually going to burn these 2 hours on killing respawns on the sidewalk to the north. The sidewalk to the north is where a lot of the ones that we were killing in the woods earlier, that's where a lot of them came from. So now we have extra gas up here. Perfect. I wonder, if I want to plant a bunch of stuff September, and I want to be able to compost it all, it couldn't hurt to collect all my compost right now. Let me go ahead and I'm going to get another floodlight, because I have another floodlight in this van that has been aching to be deployed somewhere with a purpose. We're going to put it up here so we can see what we're doing on this roof. Now, it might look a little weird that the lights are between the vents here. These vents are actually supposed to be on the ceiling. Somebody who was designing this POI made a little oopsie, and they used ceiling decorations. Like they're supposed to be inside on the ceiling. These are HVAC vents, but no. They decided to just put floating HVAC vents on the roof up here. Whoever put this particular POI together might have been a little on the new side. That's okay. We're not mad about it. Not a lot of players are going to come up here, so that's probably why I didn't get caught. So let's gather up some compost here. I believe 5 bags of compost will fertilize 2 rows of crops for me, because I do my crops in rows of 10, and it's 4 compostings per bag. So 4 times 5 is 10. Sorry, 4 times 5 is 20. That's 2 rows of 10. So we do. We're gonna do 5 bags at a time here, or just no. We're gonna get 10 bags of compost, and then put 5 bags for each row there. And this will not be relevant for 2 more weeks, because I believe we don't start planting the winter crops until September. It is currently August 14th, August 14th, 1995. We've got a few years before we hit the 2000s. I wouldn't be opposed to getting that far. It would be a little difficult, though, because I'm pretty sure the game is going to update pretty hard soon. Even if we don't get multiplayer or we don't get something super substantial, whatever it is they've been working on, it may change a lot of things. Oh, we just had an error thrown, and I don't know why. Okay, so we were trying to take some compost from this composter right here, and we got an error, and it did not give us compost, did it? Oh no, there it is. I don't know what happened. Okay, so we've got 5 bags of compost. I don't know if you guys saw that, but in the bottom right hand corner of the screen there's a little red box that said error, and I don't know why. They have definitely messed with compost a little bit recently, and I don't think it made the patch notes. And it always bugs me when they do that. They mess with something and don't even put it in the patch notes. I mean, okay, I get it. Patch notes are very, very expensive, or sorry, very expansive. But I mean, come on, guys. I'm pretty sure one of the 2 community managers only ever does patch notes now. I mean, when was the last time anybody ever saw Nasco on the team discussions? I'm pretty sure he does the patch notes, among other things. I'm sure they got him doing other things. So yeah, everybody says to stagger so the disease doesn't spread. The assumption that's being made there is that you don't know how to treat the diseases, which is a valid assumption for a lot of situations, but I've never had that problem. Ever since I've started playing B42, I've found so many magazines that being able to cure diseases has never been a problem. It's just that you need to spare the time to actually check to see if anything has a disease. But then once you've spotted the disease, just go out there with a cure for it and cure it. Now there are some diseases you're gonna have trouble doing. I think there's one called something water fungus, devil's water fungus. I don't know. I don't remember the exact name, but I do remember that there's no cure for it. So in that case, I will just kill the crops that it pops up on, and if it spreads, okay, fine. I'll just kill whatever crops it spreads to. When it comes to real estate, building out more real estate so that I can afford to do every single crop spread apart by one tile, that is way more action for me than just killing a couple of crops that have a disease that could spread and trying to catch it beforehand, right? In just terms of action economy, that makes no sense to me to just waste all that real estate. Because remember, zombies walking over your crops equals your crops get deleted. So in order to protect my crops, they're going to be built behind walls, or I'm not going to even bother planting them. That's my approach to agriculture right now. So there's a couple of hang-ups with the way I play there, but there's also, it's not like it's without reason. I'm trying to get the most out of a small area. The fact that I do rows of 10, that's just kind of a personal thing, because anytime you open a bag of seeds, it's 5 seeds per bag. So if you get a lot of bags of seeds, then rows of 10 make a lot of sense. You could do more, you could do longer than 10, but multiples of 5 make a lot of sense to me. If I have to do smaller rows, smaller rows rows of 5 would probably be what I go to next. But yeah, seeing as it is 5 bags of compost for every 2 rows, I will just put 5 bags of compost between these 2 here. The last one is in my primary hand here. There we go. And same thing right here. Yeah, see, that's a lot of folks who, if you try to do like, let's just say you try to do agriculture as one of your first things you do, like you immediately try to plant some food. I know some people try to do that. That's why the devs have given us the ability to dig a furrow with our hands. As silly, I mean, to me that is an unthinkable thing. Why the absolute fuck would I do that if I can just go out somewhere and loot a garden fork? But apparently, I guess maybe it's one of the scenarios, but the devs seem to have added a number of features. It must have been a niche somewhere, maybe one of the difficult starts, where you are in a situation where I got to dig a furrow with my hands and get some crops in the plot right away. Yeah, maybe in that circumstance, you're not going to have time to go out and find cures for things, so you're going to want to limit any diseases that could spread. Sure, okay, fine. That just sounds laughable to me in the current context, because loot, and I'm playing on all the default settings here. Loot has never been a problem for me to this extent where I don't find enough stuff to get cures rolling out whenever I need them. Because remember, cures are not locked behind agricultural skill. Agricultural skill is actually kind of hard to get, because you only get it now from harvesting plants that you yourself have planted. If you look around hard enough on the map, when the game starts, you'll actually find crops that have already been planted. You do not get any agricultural experience for harvesting those, though. And I find that to be a little silly, but the devs have done that because they want agricultural experience to be hard. So that's the game we're playing now. But yeah, if it was based on skill, that would actually be kind of hard because it's hard to get skill without planting full things and surviving for several months to harvest them. But if you just get the magazines, I don't think there's a skill requirement. Let me double check this. I don't want to be talking shit here. Let's just look for flies. Flies are 1 cure. Flies are a cure that you have to make from tobacco of some form. And there's no, as you guys can see, there's no skill requirement for this. There's just a little book up there that says whether I've learned it or not. As part of my first month activities, whenever I start a new character, I usually find myself going through several locations where there's tons and tons of magazines for agriculture stuff. So usually within the first month, without even really trying, just by looting, because I'm looking for building materials when I hit warehouses early on. Just by looking for building materials, I have a tendency to find all the magazines I'll ever need for agriculture-related things. So unless something about that changes in the future, I'll generally have whatever I need within the first couple of months. But now that we got the animals sorted and the crop plots are set up, I think we've got some respawns to kill. Allow me to eat this salad. We're going to need to make some food. It might not look like... It's kind of hard to notice if you're not paying really close attention. Listen to the sound of the wind. It's noticeably stronger than it has been. And also, if you look at the ground, you'll see the clouds are moving faster than normal. That is wind. We have wind today. We don't even have so much wind that Annie notices it. If you look in the top right, there's no modal debuff. If we took off some of our clothing layers, we'd probably have a windy debuff right now. But what that means objectively is if I were to whip out a gun, our baseline shooting is going to be a little bit lower. So I have actually come to associate the sound of the wind and the fast-moving clouds as a little bit of no-shooty gas in the atmosphere. That doesn't mean we're going to not shoot. We're already on a no-shooting moratorium because of the silly animals and how sensitive they are to gunshots. So we are already not planning to shoot, but that puts us at even further of a reduction. So let's get some food put together here. We have got nothing but eggs and kale in the fridge, but we can make a killer stir fry with some of that. And we need a little bit more calories. We have lost our surplus calories a lot, so we're gonna go ahead and make a kale and egg something here. Couple kale, couple eggs. We're going to put some butter and margarine. And I think before we deploy, we're actually going to milk a 10 liter out of the cow. Because Athena, I believe Athena Jr., the younger one, I believe she is producing milk again. That I think is the case. So we are going to cook up some food, and then we are going to milk the cow. Then we'll deploy to do a local patrol. That is our current order of operations. Now, the way this is going to work is I'm actually going to straight up eat this entire stir fry. It's going to be a little bit of an overeat, but I think this stir fry should have at least about 1,000 calories, 2,000. Or it'll take us straight to calorie cap. That's okay too. What that means is we are very stuffed, but as you guys can see, my calories are up to the cap, 3,700, and lipids, that's the lipids are what determines whether we can gain weight rapidly. Both of those are nice into the chonk zone. If we look at our info tab, we're at 80 kilo gaining rapidly. So that means we would have to work really hard to burn off 3,700 calories in one day. So our food for the day now no longer has to revolve around calorie density. We can just take 6 units of kale, and that is more than enough for one day. So we've got a full day's food there. And the kale, because it actually has a little bit of calories will sustain us. We are now going to milk our cows. Singular, milk our one cow out there. We just need a 10 liter of some sort liquid container to milk them into. Being a Holstein cow, they are goddesses of milk. That's why I named Athena. I named Athena after the. I name my Holstein cows are named after goddesses because they are goddesses of milk. She will produce well over 10 liters. So if I had something bigger than 10 liters, I'd probably use it, but I don't think I do. This is one situation where if I had one of those 15-liter jugs that you can put on the water dispensers, if I had one, I would use it right now. But it's been so long since I've been milking cows in large amounts. I have not had to think about that for a very long time. So we'll just use a gas can. That's fine. We actually have a gas can in the liquid containers here. Off to milk the cows we go. Our butter churn is right here. So this butter churn right here, once we get 10 liters of milk out of the cow, we come back and churn the ratio currently is 5 liters of milk equals 2 sticks of butter. So by milking 10 liters now, we shall acquire 2 sticks of butter. Assuming that we got a full milk load there. No, we did not. Look at that. Athena is producing milk again. It has been a long time since Athena has produced milk. That makes me happy. Can I pet her? She's still broken. Nope, she's still broken. I can't pet her. Sad. Big sad, but that's okay. So now we've got 10 liters of milk. Let us churn out 2 sticks of that there butter. This is a long activity. Boom. 2 sticks of butter acquired. We're going to put those in the corner up there. And the gas can go on the floor here. Now we're already, I think we're done gaining, we don't need to add any more mega butter to the, to our recipes. I think as long as we don't burn too many calories, we will gain weight with no problem at this point. But, that butter will be there for future weight gain activities. I'm going to go ahead and leave this trailer here. It's another rope hauler. We will take this fire and rescue truck to do our local patrol. Both of these ambulances here are ones with subpar engines, so they're really just there because they're light bars. That's really all they're there for. Alright, so it was up here that we saw groups of Zeds. I still see a couple in the... Alright, now the animals will be startled by a horn, but if we go all the way up here and toot once, I think they'll be fine. So that's all we're going to do is 1 toot, and that will draw them out, and we will start cutting some heads. Yeah, I figure if there were respawns where we could see them, there's probably plenty where we couldn't. I remember the density when we first went down this road. It was rather dense for a completely empty area up here. I see one to the north, at least one to this direction. Where'd she go? You are not her. She's flanking me. The Zeds have learned to produce flanking maneuvers. This is not good. Oi.
Hey!
I almost always use guns as noisemakers, but now that the animals are a factor. This may be a niche where the megaphone is actually a great idea. Megaphones are something you can find now in B42. Megaphones, if you put one in your hand and then yell, your voice will get amplified heavily, which is kind of cool. But the megaphones are really heavy, so if almost 99% of the time, if I need to make noise, that's what the guns are for. I'll just kill a couple Zeds with guns, and that'll bring everybody to the yard. But now in this particular niche, I'm too close to the animals to shoot guns, but I might be close enough that the megaphone would be okay. But I don't even know exactly what the range of the megaphone is. So that would be a TBA there. Sup? Leafy greens. Alright, now since we were safely able to discharge the horn there, silly terminology, I want to say that we're not going to be dealing with too many Zeds in this area, but since there were wall thumpers earlier on, we're going to want to check the other side of the wall for these residential locations over here. Probably some respawns in the backyards of these homes. That's my current prediction. Now, because we were making noise far to the north, there is a decent chance that anybody who would have been back here would have already just moseyed on through that hole in the fence that we put there on purpose. Which is exactly by design. Okay, we're looking okay back here. This house being looted and trashed, it's never been valuable to me. Now, there have been, in the past, some dudes getting stuck on the other side of this fence here. I don't even understand the purpose of this fence. Usually, if you're going to build a fence next to a railroad, it's because there's something on the other side of that fence that you don't want going in the railroad. Maybe deer? Are deer a threat to trains? I have no idea. But there ain't much up here. Except I did hear wall thumpers, so there may be Zeds somewhere in here. We're going to get our short-range machete out. Keep our head on a swivel. I never even explored this far back. This wouldn't be a bad spot to forage, now that I think about it. Not a bad spot at all. The nearest house is way up there, so this is a veritable mini forest. The kind of forest that you get in the backyard of people who have a lot of money, but still live in a dense urban environment. And we got a little bit of rain, so that dashes any hopes of foraging. Rain makes it harder to forage. But we have identified 0 Zeds, and that's a good thing. Now, whenever I have these big, long fences, and I don't have any strategic value for them, I actually do enjoy getting rid of, making a few holes in them. So I'm going to follow my path of destruction here. I even actually made a literal path here out of dirt, so if we go... just following that one tile there. Right here. We would delete 4 sections of fence right here. Now, as soon as it comes down, we back up quickly. Just in case there actually was somebody over there. Because if they were, they would be coming towards us while we were making noise just there. But I think we're good. Our eyes did not deceive us. There is, in fact, nobody over there right now. Alright. Now, again, this is... I don't really need to go foraging right now. But if I wanted to, I now have a very nice place to do it, and a very easy way to get there. I can't remember if planks could be burned for charcoal. If they can be, then I'll just leave these planks over here by the charcoal burner outside. Something I was going to do while I was out here was pick up some long sticks, saplings. If I could pick up some saplings, then I could come back and build a crop drying rack. That would help me decide what I want to plant for the winter cycle. If I even want to plant anything for the winter cycle. I'm pretty sure I want to do flax. Flax, I know for sure that you can take flax, you can turn it into seeds. You turn the flax into seeds, you get the seeds. Flax seeds, you turn into vegetable oil. Vegetable oil is something you can add to many, many different recipes to help put weight on. Right, so vegetable oil is actually one of those things that... and there's other things you can do with flax, but yeah, flax is on my list of things that I want to try growing at some point. Or, sorry, I want to try again, because I've tried once already and it fucking died because you're supposed to harvest it in January now. But now that we know that, learn something new every time you do a new character in this game. I'm sure they might change it with the next patch, for all I know. For all I know, maybe in a few builds from now, it'll get changed back to something more sensible. That'd be cool. I would like that. If we wanted to make crop drying racks, we would need several... Let me check the recipe here. Drying... We need 6 for a large. 4 for a small. And with plants, I don't think there is a medium. Yeah, for plants, there is no medium, so we just want to get 10 saplings right now. Then we can make one of each. And I can look at all the various options and come to a conclusion on what I want to plant next month. Beyond flax, because now I'm 100% sure I want to plant some flax. Wheat, you can plant wheat, you can turn around and mill that into flour. We've got like 11 sacks of flour in our loot here, so we are good on flour for now. Vegetable oil, we actually do have a fair bit, but if we were using it a lot, vegetable oil would eat up pretty fast. So I would like to actually get a source of that more sustainably. If I was going to put drying racks down, I might do it out here. But that would probably necessitate the removal of some of these dumpsters. Maybe. Maybe at least one of them. Yeah, most of this is crap I don't care about. Wait a minute. Is that a stressed moo? Hang on. I need to check my cows. That sounded like a stressed moo. I'm going to check them. Adonis is good. How is Athena? Athena is good. How is Athena Jr.? Athena Jr. is good. I don't know why I assumed that was a stressed moo, but it was not. They are good. Alright, if we wanted to build a drying rack, we can't do it outdoors. I don't know why that thought just occurred to me. You can't build a drying rack outdoors anymore. Even if you've got good temperature, now the raining will completely annihilate it. Which I guess makes sense, but here's a question. We have to climate control our drying racks now. So why can't I use this air conditioner right here? See this little air conditioner on the wall? Why can't I use this Indie Stone? Why can't I hook this up and climate control the interior of this building? Why did you add something that requires a controlled climate without giving players the most basic fucking tools to control the climate? It's almost as if you're putting the cart 200 meters before the horse, but I digest. I have had people get mad at me for talking about that before, but that is a very real problem going on right now. Devs made a great game here, but they are dogs chasing cars at some points. These drying racks and the way they work currently, like they belong in a different game. You know, a game where you have air conditioners, or space heaters, or just the ability to heat an area with anything but a freaking campfire, because that's all we got right now. These what you're looking at right here, this is a stove, and this is also a stove, and these are drying racks. They're next to the stove because stoves are the only way to heat an area right now. I have a generator, and in real life there are a billion ways to generate electric heat, but no, not in this game. In this game you can build a fire and that's it. And I had people on Reddit vehemently defending that. Like, no, it's realistic, that's how it would be. No, it's realistic. Bitch, realistic is plugging a fucking space heater into the wall. That's realistic. Realistic is taking a drying rack and putting it inside one of these vans that has a fucking heater in it and drying it in there. You want realism, fucking don't just glaze what they're currently doing. Consider what they've missed. And maybe advocate for a little bit of that to be added, please. Please. Oh man, the people who defend the Indie Stone for everything they do, they're very tiresome to deal with because I think they're holding the game's development back a little bit. Just a little bit. But I digest. Where, we need some nails. Should have plenty of boxes over here. Crack open a new box of nails. That should be everything we need, because we got a ton of twine, 10 long sticks. Yeah, should be able to build both of those drying racks now. Yep. And just in case we need to, I will go ahead and put them right next to the fire. Cast it into the fire. Huh. This is interesting. You know what I'm going to do? I don't need leather drying racks right now, so I'm going to pick them up and put them somewhere. Probably just in this crate or one of these crates. All these crates are full. Never mind. These crates are full of artwork, actually. Here we go. This one has room in it. Let's put the drying rack in here. I don't know if anybody caught that. We actually limit broke our inventory briefly. Your inventory normally cannot pick up more than 50 encumbrance worth of stuff. For some reason, drying racks we can pick up as many as we want. We're currently at 65 out of 50 on our inventory. Same with picking up animals for some reason. I ain't gonna complain. It's a glitch in our favor for once. Alright, so there is a large plant drying rack. Let us have a small plant drying rack. Oh, we need wooden rods for that. Okay. So there is 4 wooden rods are different from long sticks. Do not conflate them. If you want wooden rods, you gotta carve them from something a little smaller. What was the number 6? So that's 5. We need tree branches for those. Should have checked that first. Tree branches are even easier to find than saplings. Saplings are absurdly specific as to which tree you get them from, but we can get these from even bushes. Carve wooden rod from tree branch using my sorry, not my machete. Please use my hunting knife. I find it a little bit absurd when the game will ask me to use my machete for a carving recipe. Like, it's cool that I could do it, but I mean, I have a hunting knife. It's a lot easier to use a knife to carve than a machete. I'm saying this as somebody who's actually unironically carved things in real life. I was a Boy Scout, an Eagle Scout, and we spent a lot of time whittling just for fun. And I own a machete IRL, but I didn't own one back in the day. But I can tell you just from my experience that that would be really fucking awkward. Something that big trying to whittle with into a sizable shape that actually can do something useful. That'd be awkward. Wouldn't want to do that. Wouldn't be my first choice. But for some reason in this game, if you have a machete, it'll prioritize that. That is silly. That's quite silly. Alright, what are we missing now? We've got 6 wooden rods. Don't we? Or did I miss one? I fucking missed one, didn't I? Damn it. Okay. Well, I can carve a wooden rod from a plank, so I'm going to do that. It's a bit wasteful to do it with a plank, but okay. Alright, now we should be able to do it. Okay, small plant drying rack. No, I need a hand drill. Ay, Dios míos. What do I need a hand drill for? It's a fucking drying rack. There's no screws being used. What is the drill being used for? We're using nails and pieces of wood. I do not understand what requires a drill in that recipe. Again, I'm saying this as somebody who's actually built stuff. This enclosure that you guys are looking at, that my TV, my monitor is mounted to, I built this. It's very simple. It's a very simple thing. I pre-drilled some screw holes to build it with, but if I was using nails, I wouldn't have needed to drill holes. Maybe it would have made it slightly easier to, like if you want your nails to go at a very specific angle, you could partially pre-drill it, but otherwise you run the risk of you run a couple of risks if you pre-drill too much with the nails. They might be too wide, and the nail might not get enough tying force. But again, I feel like that is something that is far beyond the remit of what we should be thinking about in a video game. But they want me to get a drill. I'll find a drill. I have one over here somewhere. Here it is, hand drill. I just need to remember to put it back. It's part of my bomb banking kit, actually. Alright, now can I build a small plant drying rack? No, I can't. What am I missing this time? Oh, just didn't show up before. Okay, here we go. Beautiful. Now I can see. Now, there's a lot of options, as you guys can see. This is one of the reasons I wanted to just build one, because small plant drying racks can fit all sorts of different things. Garlic, thyme, soybeans, roses, rosemary, poppy. I think poppy might be a September plant. Might be. I don't remember. If that even is something we can plant. Sometimes some of the things here are things we can't even plant. Broadleaf plantains, I don't even know if we can plant those. I know we find them with foraging. But yeah, let me check agriculture tab here. Discovered recipes and media. On the character tab, go to agriculture, and they're the peas. Poppies. Planting season, March, April, May. Okay, so that is not a... I mean, I guess I should have figured. That's a flower. Flowers generally are early spring, generally. Rye. I don't know what to do with rye. I know I can plant it, but I don't know. Rye might be one of those things. Right now we can plant sugar beets. Sugar beets, I didn't bother planting them this run because there's nothing you can do with them. I think in the future we might be able to make our own cane sugar. That'd be cool. We might be able to ferment it, make our own alcohol. There's a lot of things you can do with sugar beets, but in this game, you can't even add them to recipes. They literally are 100% useless. You can grow them, but when I figured out that there's nothing you can do with them, I ended up just taking them out of the crop plot and putting them straight into the compost bin. So I didn't even bother with this this character. I've not added any, not even back when I was planting everything. Yeah. Rye might be one of those things, though. Rye does not make this list. Now, that being said, everything that we're looking at in the small plant drying rack here, everything over here is something that we could probably forage for. Like, literally everything here. Foraging doesn't care what time of year it is. foraging will let you find stuff like ridiculously out of season. Like I remember I just broke out laughing when I saw this. We actually went foraging at one point and we found some citrus, like a citrus fruit, in the middle of fucking winter. I laughed really, really fucking hard when I found that. Yes, citrus, tropical fruit is going to grow in the fucking winter. That's Project Zomboid for you right there. Very realistic game. Actually. Hops. That's a large drying rack, though. We can dry grass? Okay, that's new. I didn't know you could do this. You can dry grass now. What does that get you? Like, what's the point? Like, grass doesn't go bad. I put grass in the trough and the animals eat it. Why would I need to dry it? That's a little sus. I find that a little sus because that tells me that grass might go bad in the future. Oh, that would suck. That means my current activity of feeding the animals by just having a scythe and cutting a bunch of grass and giving it to them, that might not work in the future. We might have to dry it first. Remember, I'm looking at the game as what it is probably going to be based on the trends that the devs have established, and my heart is sinking now because I'm looking at this dry grass and I'm thinking, oh shit, now we're gonna have to spend 7 days to dry the grass. No, it's 1 day, thankfully. It is just 1 day multiplied by how hot it is and how dry it is. So it's not the end of the world, but it's a little stupid. Hemp. Hemp is not dried at the small plant drying rack, it looks like. Hemp is one of the things I do actually have some seeds set aside. I probably will plant 1 row of hemp. Just because I want to. I mean, I don't even know. I don't think I need the... You take the hemp and I think you dry it, and then you can use it to tailor things with. I don't think there's anything I actually need to tailor it. I just want to engage with that system and see how it feels like. See what it feels like right now. We are here to explore what the game has available to us. Okay. Wait a minute. We could theoretically... Okay, leeks don't have a best month, and September is a valid month, but it takes 150 days to grow, so leeks, we could not possibly grow them at this point. They would die quite quickly. Now, here's the thing. We could actually plant some rosemary, like right now, if we wanted to. It does not have the best month, and September is a valid month. And it only takes... Never mind. Rosemary takes 180 days to grow. Never mind. I glossed over the growth time there. Turnips. I don't think we have any seeds for those, but we could plant those next month. And turnips are not in the list here. So we could plant them, but then we would have to freeze them. And nope, no thank you. My freezers are full. So there's not a lot, there's not too much then that I actually want to plant for consumption purposes. But let's take a look at the drying rack for large crops now. Tobacco. I'm not going to start talking about tobacco. I've talked about tobacco on this channel before many times. I'm not going to do my screed again. Not today. Not today, Satan. I've talked about tobacco enough. Sunflowers. I wish I remembered to plant them. If I had remembered to plant them, sunflower seeds, you can make veggie oil with a cheaper recipe than flax seeds. Corn, you know, do I need it? Not really. Barley, flax, rye. Those are things that I've never successfully grown before. Here's the thing about barley, flax, and rye. Back in the early builds of B42, like growing seasons were added with B42, I believe. And these crops were in there from the very beginning. But there was a ridiculously hilarious oversight for a while there. Crops that were supposed to be planted in September or October, or one of those fall months, lacked a certain flag that crops are supposed to have. They're supposed to have a flag called cold hardy. Cold hardy, just all one word, which is supposed to mean that they're capable of growing through the winter. And everything except wheat did not have it. So the rye, the flax, the barley that I planted a lot at one point in one of my earlier run-throughs. All of it fucking died as soon as winter came around because it was incapable of growing throughout the winter. That's been fixed. That has been fixed. But at the same time, shortly after it got fixed, that change that I've already bitched about where the growing seasons change so that you're supposed to harvest the fall crops in January, that changed right afterwards. So I have not successfully grown flax, barley, or rye a single time because of various reasons that are not skill issues on my part, but Well, what can I say? Okay, no. I take that back. I guess you could say it was a skill issue that the growing seasons of the crops changed to a harvest in January, and I didn't seek to look for that before planting it. Okay, mea culpa. Mea culpa. I need to make sure that I'm checking the growing seasons every single time I plant anything in this game, because they might change to something absolutely fucking absurd. Skill issue. Let's call that a skill issue. I am very willing to admit a skill issue, even if it's close to being potentially a skill issue. I think a lot of reasonable people would not call that a skill issue, but you know what? I'm very quick to take blame for something, even if it's not actually my fault. I'm just that kind of guy. I don't recommend being that kind of guy, by the way. Don't be that kind of guy. Taking fault for something that isn't actually your fault. That was kind of drilled into me by being a customer service rep for one too many years of my life. And it's not like, you know, because what you do is you start doing it naturally to diffuse situations with customers. Oh, I can't tell. I can't tell if you're memeing. And that's okay. That's okay, because I have a very simple response for it. A very simple response. So if anybody doesn't know what I mean about tobacco, all we got to do is look at one thread in my post history on the Steam discussions. If I do a search for tobacco, it'll come up with a bug report that I submitted, how many months ago is this? What is 12 minus 5? Fucking, I can't do mental math sometimes. 8. Almost 8 months ago. Almost 8 months ago, I submitted a bug report about tobacco, and it describes exactly everything that is wrong with it that I would bitch about. But I'm just gonna link to this in the chat. Check that out if you want. Let me just put it this way: everything I've described in that bug report has not been changed, and I've already looked at it. All they have to do is change one number in a file to fix that problem. One number. All they have to do is add it's month minus 1, so for September it would be 8. They have to add 8 to one file, and tobacco would be possible to grow. And they haven't, since I posted that bug report back in May. And that was the reason I don't do bug reports anymore. I know I've mentioned that before, but it bears repeating. I don't do bug reports anymore because if I'm going to go through all the necessary steps to document how to replicate the bug, and just have there just be some random chance of the devs just completely fucking ignoring it, what is the point of the effort? Like, you guys see, I was a little bit cheeky. I was a little cheeky. Admittedly, I was a little cheeky. Watch it literally fucking die as soon as September 1st rolls around. Growing seasons really need some... Okay, I was being cheeky. I was. Mea culpa. I shouldn't have been cheeky. Maybe that's why they ignored it. But I did what they asked me to do. They want the steps to reproduce. I gave them the steps to reproduce. Whatever. Mea culpa. I was cheeky. I shouldn't have been cheeky. Shouldn't have been cheeky. Big oopsie. But since I don't know if that's 100% the case, was it because I was cheeky? Or was it because they just didn't feel like looking at that bug report? Who knows? When they don't tell you anything, all you can do is try to fill in the blanks, and there's so many different explanations that could be applicable to why they ignored that bug report that I have no idea. And therefore, do I ever want to put in the effort to put in another bug report? I don't fucking know, dude. I haven't done one since. Let me put it that way. There are many bug reports I could submit. But why go through the effort if they're just gonna fucking ignore it? Oh well. Y'all got me talking about tobacco up in this bitch. Oh man. Oh fuck it. We have fun here. Let it never be said that I don't enjoy a little bit of righteous complaining. I'm not necessarily any guy on his high horse here. I feel like my complaints are not that difficult to address. A simple response would have solved everything I just bitched about. A simple response: hey, we're already aware of this. Don't worry about it. We're gonna get it fixed eventually. That would have been perfect. They don't even have to respond to me about that. Like, just put a sticky. I did have somebody, I can't remember who it was. One of the folks who chat with me in chat there mentioned that growing seasons are kind of known to be broken, and the devs are gonna fix it all at once later. I think that was mentioned at one point, and okay, if that's the case, fantastic. Can they let everybody know, please? A sticky would be amazing. I mean, that explanation kind of actually makes it worse. Because then, if that's the case, then there should be a sticky in the bug report thread. Which, if we look at the bug report thread in Steam here, frequently reported bugs are up here. If we go to the frequently reported bugs and just look for growing, Or if we look for farming, or if we look for agriculture, nothing, anything, none of that. Car physics, ragdoll zombies, date resetting. Actually, the date resetting is fixed. That they've fixed that. Animal spawning, the chicken apocalypse. I've actually given a fix for that. If you guys look at my channel videos, I have a fix for chicken apocalypse. It does unfortunately require you to back up your saves, or you have to delete a file that will delete all the animals. So you have two fixes. I provide two fixes for it, but unfortunate that it's not a perfect solution. But yeah, it's not in the known bugs. They don't mention growing seasons at all. Now this, of course, did you install a mod? They want you to remove the mods to replicate it. Now that being said, my bug reporting guide. They want mods. They want saves. This is not. I'm not crashing, so they don't need my logs. The steps can be replicated without mods, so that shouldn't be relevant. Like mods shouldn't even be. Okay, so you know what? I didn't format. I didn't give every single. Okay, you know what? That could also be it. I didn't give them every. See, I thought the key thing here was reproduction steps, and then version. And but again, we're getting to the nitty-gritty here. If I wanted to go through the other bug reports and find examples of people who didn't follow the formatting but still got a response, I could find many if I needed to. That I don't think it was formatting. I think it just got buried. But again, if it just got buried, then how do I know that? How do I know they're not just fucking ignoring me? Whenever you leave it up to me to figure it out, I'm gonna probably assume the worst. I am a bit of a pessimist by nature. Or not even always. Sometimes I'm a cautious optimist. A very cautious optimist sometimes. But more often than not, I'm going to err on the side of pessimism. Just trying to organize some of this hair dye. I think I have the greens together. Yeah. I have the greens together here. We can put the hair dye together by greens now. And then that just leaves the yellows on the floor. And we've got spots for the yellows too. Okay. So that goes in, and then these last two. And that means I have a backpack full of dye, but the dye is sorted. That is important to me, as silly as it might sound. I have not picked up too much dye that would help me with my perfect hair color. My perfect hair color is light, orangish, lightish blonde. So this color of orange right here is great, but I don't know if you guys noticed. I like orange. It's my favorite color. But I also kind of want like a natural ginger blonde, but just with a lot of saturation to it. It's a little hard to reproduce. So we're just going to get all of our dye stuff put together over there. Do have a little bit more on the floor here. Shit. A lot of these are colors that I've already sorted. Oops. I thought I had them all together. I promise I'm not going to sort everything on the floor over here. I just feel like now that we've come home with a little bit more dye, we can actually make a nice dent in the dye. Sometimes you can actually go by the color of the bottle itself when you go to put it down. So we do have some purple and some dark red and some light red. This right here, this is sort of like half green, half blue, like a cyan. That kind of defies organization based on what's already in the backpack there. But we also have some black and white here. Black and white is going to need to be put in the correct spot. So we'll just take black and white out of the backpack. And then put all the black back in. And then all the white back in. Except the white won't fit. That actually is kind of okay. We have over here a bucket full of dye, hair dye. Where did I put it? Because you can transfer liquids anywhere you want, we've actually consolidated a lot of the black hair dye into a bucket, possibly the blonde as well. I can't remember about the blonde, but I forget exactly where I put it. Scrolled past it multiple times already. Oh, I think it might have been... Yeah, it was in the cooler here. Okay, it was in the cooler. I just want to kind of consolidate all the dye together. I have a dyeing station back in Riverside. Okay, pink and black have their own buckets. So this bucket right here and this bucket right here are both just... look at that. You can even see the pink hair dye in the bucket visually. That's cool. So the black hair dye that's in my backpack is going to come out and go into that bucket with the rest of the black. And the white can go back into the backpack. Basically, the backpack's just going to carry stuff that I'm not going to put in a bigger container. Transfer liquid. So this bucket full of black hair dye gets the... Hang on, what's going on here? Okay, this is brown hair dye. That goes elsewhere. That's a brown hair dye that's actually kind of close to what I'm already rocking. It's a little dark, though. There we go. All of these hair dye bottles can actually be turned into fire bombs. We put gasoline into them. We could turn these into fire bombs, these hair dye bottles. But we've got a billion plastic bottles. It's mostly just a question of getting them in the correct place at the correct time. There we go. Got all of our dye consolidated. Hair dye, at least. We've got non-hair dye. We've got clothing dye that we can put somewhere else. I might do that later. I've been kind of trying to run out the clock because we've got the end of the day coming up here. I was hoping to do something more interesting once the rain stops, but the rain's going to keep going for a minute. We do still have quite a bit of dye over here, the industrial dye, but the colors are all over the place. We've got like 3 different orangey yellows here. We got a very solid bright yellow and then 2 bluish colors. I think these come in 2 liters. Yes, each of these come in 2 liters. So they're a little bit hard. They're going to be a little harder to sort than the 1 liter hair dye bottles. Let me get a sufficiently unique bag here. How's about a hiking backpack? Do I have a bigger one? I don't have a bigger one. If I want to put dye in it, I'd rather it stand out. A blue hiking backpack will be fine. Alright, this backpack has got its dye somewhat sorted now. So now we just pick out dye from any of the other containers here, of which I think there are a couple. Yeah, we have a bright red here. I'll need to resort that. I remember seeing a couple of purples at one point. Those both should have made their way back here at some point. Take a shot every time I say at some point. Don't, please don't. Your life might be at risk. Empty dye bottles here. I did empty those. That's more fodder for the explosives container. Here we go. Royal blue. That's close to LEO blue right there. I really did not want to actually go into full-on loot sorting mode because I know this is not the most compelling content, but I mean, I got to get it done eventually. I think we're done with this session, though, because it's just about my bedtime, and we've gotten all the dye out of all these containers. So if this is not to your fancy, don't worry, we are just about done with all this. Let me just put this, put the blue dye at the bottom here, so that all the blues are together, and then this dark red and this light red together. And all the dye is now sorted. Placing that over here next to the hair dye. Unfortunately, I've already tried. You cannot mix hair dye with regular, like, clothing dye. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. In real life, that probably wouldn't be very safe to do. Who's here for safety? Safety is for losers. I'm going to take off my armor before going to bed, so I don't get too many sads overnight. We actually have shed a little bit of happiness, because I keep forgetting to take that off. If I sleep with my my forearm armor on, we actually lose a little bit of happiness. And an easy way to get happiness back, though, is go outside and pet a cow. I think this is Athena right here. Yeah, it's Athena. She's broken. I can't pet her. I can pet her daughter, though. Except I gotta go outside to do it. Oops. I tried to, and then I stopped. How about Adonis? We'll give the bull a pet. He is a good bull. He doesn't produce milk, but he makes the cows produce milk. Life does what it does. I don't think we're not going to need to do any agriculture out here for a while, but I think I might actually dig the crop plots. There's no reason not to. Get them pre-dug. That would make a decent overnight activity tonight. Something we can fast forward through. I regret to inform everybody that even at level 10 agriculture, which we have been for a very long time, we are still going to get a little bit of muscle strain from doing this. Even though it's something that, you know, muscle strain everywhere else has been something that's supposed to punish you for having a low skill in whatever you're doing. But no, I do believe we are going to be punished for it anyway, even though we've got high skill. Now, here's a real fundamental question. Do I want to do more than 4 rows? That's a question I'm going to have to think about. Because if I do want to do more than 4 rows, then I need more room. There's no way I can squeeze more than 4. This enclosure is full to the brim. I'm not gonna put the crops any closer together than they already are. I'm not gonna double up. All that digging, and we came up with one worm. I guess people were complaining they were getting too many, so now we get 1 from 40 crop plots, apparently. That is actually so useless, I'm just going to let it go. If I was going to put more crop plots down, what about this direction next to the animal farm? If we were to start here, this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 would go past the... Okay, so we can't go in this direction. We don't want an outcropping over here going past the... What if I did rows of 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Starting here, there's another row of 5, that's 10. Starting here, it's another row of 5, that's 15. And here, but then you cannot, you don't want to put crops directly next to a wall, even if there's no roof. If you put them directly next to a wall, they get less rainfall, like a lot less rainfall. I don't like to do that, so there's no easy way to... What about 5 going vertical? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We could do vertical. That would actually be... We would have more than enough room for that. And if we were to do that, that would be 5, 10, 15, 20. And that would be it. That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. We could fit more. So if we wanted to, we could. How would I... give me a... I'm gonna mark that. I'm gonna pre-mark that. If I was going to do another 20 rows of crops, I could. We're going to mark them with twigs. An easy thing to do. Pick up a bunch of twigs nearby, put them down on the ground as markers. Okay. Now, that wouldn't cause too many I mean, already when it comes to driving, I'm already just driving through the grass here. That wouldn't change too much from a driving standpoint. I was mostly just thinking about that in terms of walls. This would give the animals a little bit more cushion between them and any potential zombies. Nothing I can do about that from the front, because I don't want to be fucking with the front of the building too much farther. Going into the parking lot is respawn territory. I have to assume that anything I build out in the parking lot, here has got to be something I've got to assume that a zombie might pop up for no reason in the middle of anything I build out in the parking lot. So good to consider. Now we're going to. No, we'll just leave that like is. That's fine. We can leave it as is. I can turn the lights off, though. We are done with the lights down here for now. Not exactly hurting for power, but if I leave them running, they will burn out their light bulb, and that is quite inconvenient. We're going to have a bite to eat and then hit the sack. And maybe, if we get really lucky, the rain will be done tomorrow. If not, we might still, we might do a little bit of exploration tomorrow, regardless of whether the weather is eased up or not. If the weather hasn't eased up, then that'll just mean we're not going to be doing too much fighting. We're not going to get out and fight too much, because I would prefer not to shoot in the rain if I can swing it. Splinters and twigs that I got extra of can go next to the fireplace here, if and when I need to heat it up while I'm drying stuff again. I mean, there's no question I'll need to, because again, remember, if we plant anything for the fall, which we intend to now, if we plant anything for the fall, when we harvest it, it's going to be fucking January. If we want to dry out anything we harvest in January, we have no fucking choice but to heat up these stoves. We got a double dose of fucking stupid there. Isn't that amazing? Fucking amazing. That is, I can't think of any better example of the dev's left hand having no clue what the right hand is doing. And it's the funniest part is the systems are supposed to be interconnected, right? The plant drying rack. You would think whoever is working on that would have a little bit of communication with whoever is working on the growing seasons. But this, I mean, okay, if they do have communication, this just betrays that they're not planning things very well, because why would you have it so that drying racks must be put in a climate that has to be warm when your harvest season is in the middle of a freezing cold era? Again, what plants are you supposed to actually harvest in the middle of January? I'm never not going to come back to that. That is so godforsaken stupid. But I bitch about it enough. That's not what we're doing today. Today we are going to go out and fight some zombies if we need to. Otherwise, we are just going to go out and explore. However, now that we've brought a logistic van back here, I don't need 14 cal. We've brought one of our vans back here. I don't want to empty all the ammo and just leave it on the floor and then bring it back. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to go out and find a throwaway vehicle and use that to drive back to Butch, our forward base. So we're currently located here at Jericho at the circle there. Our forward base up here is Butch. We need to get back there, and I don't want to take any of the vehicles I have here back to Butch, because Butch needs to have its vehicles start moving back to Jericho, right? Logistically speaking, I need to start pulling out of Butch. There's no reason to continue staying up there. So I don't have any throwaway vehicles in the lot right here. How about we fix that? Let's just go recover some vehicles. Let's go recover some vehicles right now. We'll only need to use one immediately, but eventually we'll use more than one. Because if we're going to start breaking down Butch, we are going to need to drive back and forth many times. So in order to do that, we're going to need a lot of throwaway vehicles that are not that are okay to leave at Butch once we get up there with them. So we'll use one of these two ambulances as a Which has the better engine? 69 in this one and 78 in this one. So this one's pretty good. This one's pretty good. Yeah, we're going to use this one. This one is our recovery vehicle. .78, but that's still a 1 in 5 chance to fail to start, kind of. Not really. That's like a close to a 1 in 10 chance to fail to start, but still. Twice in a row, no surprise. Alright, we are fighting our way in the direction of the gas station here. Honestly, if we're going to start breaking down the north, it may behoove us to just establish a supply line that is more direct. Because right now, these blue arrows indicate where we're supposed to travel to ensure minimal zombie interference. That's a very, very long way to go when we could just take Angel to Ulster here, and then Wellington Heights to Rudy Grady. That would take us a lot more of a direct route, but there's also going to be a lot of zombies on that route right now. If we fight in this direction, we might just be able to start clearing the route. So we might be going in a dual purpose now. We're going to recover a couple vehicles. We are also going to start killing zombies over here. I have killed zombies in this gas station many times, and I probably will many times again. Time to make some noise. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. Alright, slowpokes. Over here. Okay, I need to wake up a little bit if I'm going to do combat. We were screwing around in base for quite a little while there. I need to be on my guard if we're going to be doing combat here. Let's do this. Even if it's just small form combat. All it takes is one. Can't allow myself to forget that. We keep our girl safe here. Everybody in that group is slow. I guess that makes sense. The fast ones will have already come up here and gotten themselves annihilated. Alright, that far away, those guys are not going to bother me on my supply lane. However, I may want to go steal those cars. Those cars may actually be some of the... Hey, Hassan, how's it going? We're doing all right. We are planning on doing some logistical runs. And in order to do so, we're going to have to eliminate every zombie on a couple of roads here. So we got our work cut out for us today. We just got done doing a lot of loot sorting. More than I had hoped. Terraria. That is one of the games that I have heard of that is one of those dangerous ones. Oh, look at this. Oh, this is tragic. Okay, so what have we got here? These are people. These are not zombies. These are people. These are actual human beings that survived for God knows how long until apparently just recently. You see these folks here? No signs of injury whatsoever. They are just folks who, I guess they didn't last. Yep. This guy, I can't talk about YouTube on exactly what these guys did, but the implications, yeah. They left the pistol behind and there's no round in the chamber. Well, they're not going to need that gun anymore. So whenever I find people, actual human beings like this, who did not get zombified, I am going to give them a proper burial. That is going to take a little bit of work. I don't have my shovel with me. We'll make do. We will give these guys proper burial. Anybody who's lasted this long into the apocalypse and only recently died, they have my respect. They will get respect. No, it's not a mod. This is part of the base game. Remember, there are no NPCs in the game, but the devs add things to make you think there are NPCs, up to and including a couple of corpses that are not zombies. So, you know what? That's kind of okay. I'll engage with that. It's a hell of a lot better than just playing random sounds. The random sounds, I completely ignore them at this point. They're just, all they are is distractions at this point. But, yeah, actual things, like actual people there, I'll give them a proper burial whenever I see them. Because they don't happen very often. You don't see those very often. I don't think I have anything that would work as a shovel here. And I'm using a vehicle that is not going to have a field kit in it, because it is just a side vehicle of mine. What we're going to do is go out and we can carve ourselves a trowel out of a plank. Wooden spade. This is the power of level 10 carving. I can turn one of these planks into a spade, and we will dig those folks a proper grave. Yeah, again, 760 days is just, that's what it was when we started this stream. We're a few weeks past that. We're now up to 2 years, 1 month, 18 days, 10 hours. I couldn't tell you exactly how many days that is. I just use a date calculator at the beginning of my streams these days. But, shovel, dig graves. We'll give these guys a burial right in front of the house they were in here. Unfortunately, they did not have ident cards on them. Yeah, no ident cards, so I cannot mark the grave. If I find zombies, or not zombies, corpses like these. Oh, there's a note on the floor. There is a note on the floor, so I'll put the note on their headstone. And here's a notebook as well. Alright, so now we're gonna have to use our imagination here. When we pick these guys up using the corpse dragging system, the corpse dragging system is actually going to add a bunch of stupid little injuries on them. So they're going to look like zombies after we pick them up. So I point that out because you guys can look at them now and know that these are human beings and they're not zombies. But we're going to pick them up and then they're going to look like zombies. So the magical transformation, suddenly they look like zombies. This is a female. I didn't even notice because of the jacket. But the young lady goes on this side, and then the guy who did the shooting goes on the other side. I'm guessing that she was infected, and he did not have the will to go on afterwards. That is my guess. I'm going to be honest with you guys. If I started the apocalypse with a missus of some kind, and I got through I was the only one who made it. Yeah, that would be a big challenge for me. I don't know if I would tolerate that. But I have not been tested in such a way. I hope I don't. I hope nobody ever has to be tested that way. The apocalypse is not something that anybody should have to be tested by. It probably will not be anywhere near as fun as this game is. And that's saying something, that I would call this game fun. Alright, we've got our folks buried. We are going to give them a headstone. And that headstone requires a couple of planks. I think it would be quite fitting to make the headstone out of their furniture. Just one more plank and one more nail. No. The plank is going to be harder to find than whatnot. We're going to go ahead and grab the other one that I had over here. 2 planks, 2 nails. That'll give you like a wooden cross sort of thing. And furniture. Miscellaneous? Wooden cross. Here it is. Herein lies a couple of folks who made it well into 2 years, but couldn't make it beyond that. Rest in peace. And the note that was left behind, I can't read it. I'm kind of sad that I can't read it. The devs really like their ambiguity here. I am going to use the note with the extended 3D placement system to mark the grave here. Boom. 270 and then 90 something. Oh, it's upside down. There we go. It layers itself a little bit weirdly. Yeah, there's no perfect way to do this, so that works fine. And there is a notebook that I found, but it was in a cabinet nearby. So I'm just gonna I'll just leave that on the table here. Now here's something, one last thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna check through this house. I'm gonna see if I find like a wallet in one of the closets. Because if I do, then any ident cards will probably belong to those folks. And if I find their ident cards, I will put those on the headstone. Yep, that is true. Quite true. I can't imagine why they would see much of a need for their ID 2 years into the apocalypse. I mean, I would probably carry it around with me everywhere, just for reasons. Even just to look at it as a remnant of how civilization used to operate, to remind myself that we have come very far. But alas, looks like these folks did not keep anything relevant. But I will take what I need because they don't need it no more. Oh, Annie's been running around a lot today. Let's give our girl a break. She has been running around a lot. She needs a break. I could use some water too. And we're a bit hungry. How about some kale? Oh, the moment has passed. Back to work. Alrighty then. Our goal is to clear this road, which may be easier said than done. Angel to Ulster here. Angel to Ulster. And then Wellington Heights, that's a road we've been on many times recently. Rudy Grady. Clearing Rudy Grady is going to be a chore. That's going to be a challenge. But if we do, we've got a supply line from Butch to Jericho that requires far less travel than going down First Street here. Going down First Street is going to cost me a lot of time and a lot of effort. And the amount of time that I'm going to spend clearing Rudy Grady will probably not be anywhere near as much as trying to drive every single vehicle that I need to recover from Butch down here. Yeah, it will be way, way, way faster to expend any amount of time, really. Any amount of time, because we will subtract. We might even cut it in half. It will be significant. Wait a minute, was that a... No, we're good. Alright, I left the ambulance up here. Let's grab that, and we're going to start focusing on clearing the road. I have a feeling we're not going to be able to clear the road in one go. I mean, if we are, excellent. I'll find a throwaway vehicle on the road. But I have a feeling we're going to have to turn back at some point, at which case we will... Like, we could grab something like this right here. This looks like a nice vehicle. Probably needs the battery charged, but other than that, yeah. We need throwaway vehicles so that we can go down to Butch and pick up another, take a vehicle from Butch, bring it back here, then drive a throwaway vehicle back to Butch and grab another. That's kind of how my logistical strategy goes. I have unironically considered playing split screen with myself, so that I could do shit like, so that I could have multiple people drive at once. But no, that's all right. That's a lot of work. That would be a really fun challenge that I want to try someday, but I wouldn't do it on my. I wouldn't do it on Annie here. She's a solo flyer. See, multiplayer does not exist in B42, but split screen does. It is actually possible to play split screen in the game as it is right now. Would I ever want to actually play with one of my homies on split screen? Not really. Panaka lives close enough to me. So does Geth. Geth and Panaka both live close enough to me that we could probably do, like, I don't know. We could probably get together for, like, a session once a week or something, but I could never convince them to do that for Zomboid. They are, both of them are a little bit turned off of Zomboid because of how obsessed I am with it, so that's unfortunate. So, long story short on that is I don't have any homies IRL that I would want to play split screen with at this particular juncture. So there's one throwaway car that we can use to get back and forth. Now we are going to focus on clearing this road. On the flip side, we are now very far enough away from Jericho that we do not have to worry about spooking the animals with gunfire. We are definitively outside the safe zone there. Let us begin. You know what? I might get a mark for this. Yeah, let's get a mark. We're at 8 hours, and let's do 8 hours, 13 minutes. I already played Love Sophiga once, so we're going to play... I'm going to pause it really quick so I can get some music on. Alright, just briefly pause it, and we're going to get some combat music going. These zombies on my road, even though it's not mine until now, have me feeling a little transgressed and violated right now. Yeah. Oh, Hassan, I don't have Discord yet. I might someday, but not right now. Because we're getting flanked, we're actually going to fall back a little bit. I'll just face this direction. Keep the driver's side door visible. What's up, loser? That's not good. That was a class 3 mistake right there. We're not going to do any more fancy maneuvers here. My reaction time cannot support it at the moment. We're only about 8 hours in, but that's long enough that I'm not at my peak yet. Or not right now. I'm not at my peak. Not anymore. We're going to play it safe. My loadout, if anybody is not familiar, on 8 here we've got the big iron, the revolver. The big iron is what we use for long distance shots like that, and the 1911 is what we use for medium range. And we've got the 38 special on our ankle holster for close range. Now we've got a group. That's what the shotgun's for. Ah, okay. Good luck. Good luck. Male hosts can be very difficult to work with. And we are now worried about this corner. I was concerned about this. Okay. You know what? Fair enough. That's what the shotgun's for. Falling back again after this, I think. We're hit and run until we get back to Jericho distance. You gotta be kidding me right now. Okay. That's how you want to be about it. I'll kill every one of these fuckers. This road is gonna be mine. No questions about it. Why am I over encumbered right now? Oh, the spade, right. I'm done with it. Put that down. I shouldn't be over encumbered. That will drain my stamina more than it should. Now we're falling back to melee just for a minute. We'll switch back to range soon enough. Ammo checks. Yeah, because we got a lot of slow shamblers. There's no point in shooting slow shamblers. Hungry, that's what I need to do. Bite to eat. We do have the M9. That's not ours, though. That's not the M9. That is a M9. I wasn't actually planning on using it. I will if I have to. Sorry, I don't have a lot of commentary while I'm trying to stay together like this. My brain power in the afternoon like this is a little bit taxed, so I'm putting everything into making sure that we do not get any more fuck-ups. Alright, looks like we got groups in the lot of the gas station there. That's no good. They must be excoriated. How many did we get there? Portion of them. We'll stick to melee until we start getting too many. I'll leave it TBA on too many. This is no threat to me right here, because we can keep them coming at us at different speeds like that. But then we got Flanker McFlanky over here. Low to the left. How about we bring him across the street? I get the feeling my sword needs another sharpen. So I keep switching back and forth here. Too fast north. One is going to stop for some reason. Okay. I think I heard something to my 6. But I don't see anything. I'm going to keep my head on the swivel. The south is not at all secure right now. Okay, not bad. Sharpen checks. Yes, please. I do have one. I think she's aggroed to the left there. She's on the other side of that tree right now. Nope, she's not aggroed. She's going towards the gas station like everybody else. That's what the zombies do. Gas, gas. They just really love gas. The generator's not running, by the way. It might seem like that generator. It's not. It hasn't been for a long time. Fuck, there's someone. Thanks, buddy. I was almost done. You had to wait until now to get aggroed. Whatever. Okay, I think we're good for another. One more shot at this. Alright, here we go. Back to work. Actually, I think we'll clear to, we can make some noise again. Let's do an ammo check. 45 auto is most plentiful. We got a fair bit of 44 mag. We actually have more 44 mag than we do 38 special. Interesting. That doesn't mean I need to go nuts with it, but I'll use it. If I go nuts with 44 mag, I will blow it. I'll blow it very quickly. And then I won't have very much left because 20 bullets to a box. Remember, our goal is to clear a road, so we are going to keep the road clear. Medium over here comes first. We got 2 slows, but then a fast. Can you guys get out of the road, please? I don't want to keep going in this direction for too far, because then more guys from this guy right here. If I can just get them out of the road. One on my 6 somewhere. I keep hearing gargling on my 6. Why am I hearing gargling behind me? Ah, this bitch right here. Okay, got her. As long as we know where she is. See, now we're getting them from across the street. I can't be shooting over here any further in this direction. I would like for this direction to the left to be clear, but we've got this guy coming up. He's the fast one, and there might be more behind him. I'm just gonna kind of take a quick peek in this direction. We got 3 in the street, 1 north. See, I don't have a very good angle of approach because I can't keep falling back. I can't keep falling back towards Jericho because then I can't shoot because it will be too close to the animals. So I literally cannot use Jericho too much farther towards the north. I can't use that as my safe angle of approach. Because if I keep falling back, then we're going to get within auditory of the cows. And then the cows will hear the gunshots, the cows will get stressed, and the cows will stop producing milk, and god damn it, it's annoying. I'm going to give up on trying to keep the street 100% clear. Coming in and around that house to the south. But if I keep falling back in this direction, then it's just going to be an endless swarm of them. Because there's been a full respawn around the school down here. So I don't really have a secure angle right now. We've put ourselves in that position again. I did it again. It was right around this time last stream that I did that before. I need to make better decisions sometimes. It's not like we can't handle this, it's just, you know, the end goal is we're losing sight of it. We're losing sight of the end goal right now. We're supposed to be going in the opposite direction, but there's too many zombies in that direction. So we're gonna stop shooting. I'm at least gonna make that decision correctly. No more shooting for now. And at least we're not stuck wearing heavy armor when we shouldn't be. So I've made some improvements since yesterday, but still, putting myself in this position to begin with, not the best of ideas. I sorely underestimated the density of Rudy Grady. Rudy Grady Boulevard, that's where all these guys are coming from, mostly. Yeah, see? We cannot have an open flank like this. Get over here. Feeling very transgressed and violated right now. Possibly a little bit by myself, but, you know. Fuck. Am I going to have to shotgun this? I can't not. You can't have them group up like this and not have me shotgun them. Two for the price of one. Those shots of opportunity may prove to be, well, they're not going to be my undoing, but they're going to be annoying. Okay, I just had a flashback to Barb right there. No more fence rushes. We keep our distance from fences when we're in unsafe territory. Especially because we're already in a situation I'd rather not be in. We have enough dumb shit has added up at this point. No additional risks. Absolutely not. Would it be an additional risk to use this fence? Oh, fuck. You're gonna make me use the fence, aren't you? There's somebody inside that house, but nowhere further. See, what we're doing right now, this is what I thought I could get away with yesterday. What made me so wrong about yesterday was that I was wearing the heavy armor. Right around this time in the stream yesterday, about 8 hours in, we were trying to do a kind of a similar thing. We were trying to clear a street, but there were so many Zeds that when more showed up than we could handle immediately, we had to keep falling back, do a little hit and run strategy. And the hit and run strategy came to a complete brick wall because I was wearing my heavy armor, and that left me so uncomfortable that I wasn't generating stamina at all. So we literally could not get any stamina back. But today I'm not wearing the heavy armor, and we have no stamina problems at all. Like, we haven't even fallen below 90%. Like, we could keep this up until our swords break, which I'm actually kind of worried about. But I mean, that's a completely separate issue. If my swords start to break, then we go back and get another sword. That's fine. We're close enough to Jericho that I can lose them on foot if I have to. I'd rather not have to do that. I don't want to do the virgin walk back to my base and be like, I'm going to need a new sword now. That would mean that I have failed in more ways than I would care to admit right now. Hand is getting a little tired from gripping. Dark Tide problem right there. Grip my mouse too hard sometimes. We're actually around so many corpses right now. We're gonna have a quick fight to eat, and then we're gonna put the mask on. And you know what? This pistol that I found, the pistol that the gentleman used to remove himself from the equation, we're actually gonna go ahead and get that out. We're not gonna start using it, but we're gonna get staged. We're gonna get it staged in case we need it. Because the time may come where we could actually use a 9mm. Yeah, a bit of a doofus moment on my part. I carry around the 9mm. Or sometimes I carry around magazines for it without actually having one, which is why we might end up using that guy's broken glass to the north. Somebody else just came through that house, I think. Now, what a secondary goal to this, I didn't intend on doing this. I don't want to make it seem like I was so smart that what we're doing now is we're having the side effect of clearing out the road that's going to lead to the school down here. The school is just right down there. You can already see the edge of it at the bottom of the screen. So I wasn't exactly intending on doing it, but in order to clear Rudy Grady, it's going to seem like I have to clear part of the school, which means that the school is going to be easier to take. The school is going to be full of glue. Every single student desk in the school has a chance of spawning glue. And glue is, I need glue for bombs. So I want more bombs. The school will provide me with what I need. Make of that what you will. We are at risk of getting tired here. Honestly, if we get tired, I'm probably just going to fall back and sleep. Like, I've got coffee, but... Nope. Okay. You know what? There's another Zed in there, so he'll help her break that door. That's fine. Good work, folks. Keep up the good job. Hello. Almost didn't notice her. Looks like she was part of the corpse pile. This guy, too. Whenever you get big corpse piles, sometimes if zombies upright stand on them, they camouflage with the rest of the pile sometimes. I have no idea where this guy thinks he's going. Over here, loser. Oi! Get out of my lot. Die over here, please. Thank you. Okay, I would like to see if I can get my ambulance back. That might be a bit of a long shot, but that would put a good cap on today's little skirmish here. Yes, all these corpses, this is the little skirmish for Louisville. This is just a little fight. This is an afternoon. It's a relaxing afternoon in Louisville. But no, I do think we managed to pull everybody away from the ambulance up here. That's good. I left it running, so I was afraid that it would attract a little bit of heat. Mission partial success. We've got a vehicle. This car over here. This car over here has been recovered, and we can go back to chill now. This is probably going to need a new battery. Let's just double check that. Oh, look at that! It was a survivor vehicle all along. I didn't even know this. I did not even know this. Now, what does that mean? That means it's going to be locked, and we don't have the key, so I actually will have to, unfortunately, break a window. But we now have a survivor vehicle that doesn't need a new battery. It doesn't need a new, doesn't even need to fill up with gas. I brought it here assuming I would need to fill it up with gas. But no, we'll hotwire this bad boy, and I'll even take the duct tape out of it. All in all, very successful today. We got lucky. We did. We got lucky that this car was a survivor car. Otherwise, I'd probably have to go find another battery charger somewhere. Most of them are in the field for me. Most of them are in the field up there. Butcher Base, up far north. This ambulance could actually use a top up on gas. I'm going to go ahead and park it right here and give it a quick gas up, since we have successfully eliminated all the zombies in the area. Now remember, it might look pretty. This is not my best ambulance. My best ambulance is still all the way up at Butch. That's the ambulance that has all my supplies, all my guns, all my ammo, and whatnot. That's probably also where the 9mm is supposed to be. But I did not have to resort to using it, so we can actually take the 9mm that I was staging, and we can actually rack it back apart here. Oops. I'm gonna have to kill these zombies. So this is okay. Put away the 9 and hand weapons, because we're getting real close to the base where the aminals are. Oh. Die when I kill you. Nobody else in this area. We're good. I think Mr. Bass Drummer might be done. Stop blowing my noise through the subwoofer now. I have no idea if they can hear that, but I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't fucking care if they can hear it. They obviously have zero fucking concern for whether anybody can hear their blasting their fucking electric bass through an amplifier through a fucking apartment floor. Yeah, if you're doing that in an apartment complex, you're either a fucking sociopath or you're completely fucking disconnected from reality. Either or, I don't really care. All I know is I'm not making as much noise as they are. And the noise that I'm making is going to be a hell of a lot less impactful, because it is just ambience versus discordant strumming. I would die on that hill. But here's our throwaway car. So we are prepared to... Oops, wrong seat. We are prepared to go back to Butcher with a vehicle such as this. And we'll come back from Butcher with 2 vehicles with Spider. We'll probably take our ambulance and something else. I'll find something else. Now, we do have a battery charger here at a base, but this battery charger, watch what happens if I try to right-click on it. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. If I want to pick up this one, it cannot be in front of a barricaded window, apparently. I have no fucking idea what happened here, but it's not an object on the ground. I can't pick it up. I have to right-click on it. But every time I try to right-click, I get the wall. Well, there might be one thing I can try. Hang on. If I back far enough away from the wall, what if I try now? Nope. I still don't get a car battery charger dialogue. What about now? Yeah, okay, look at this. So, this is really stupid. This was a problem back when I was trying to barricade walls, when walls wouldn't appear to right-click on. But now, I'm trying to right-click on something that is being blocked by the walls, but the walls no longer spawn in if the roof spawns in, so I can actually click through the roof. We do have a car battery charger here. Hell yeah. Scratch everything I bitched about not having a car battery charger. We're just going to have to put it somewhere like over here, for example. Because it actually was too far away to catch the generator where I had put it just now. But that means I can find a standard car battery and charge it. Is this standard? Sports vehicle. Well, it's empty. I'll charge it. I don't think I'm going to need a sports vehicle battery anytime soon, but it would behoove me to have one. Oh, too far away. Like I said, too far away. We're going to take... I might just put it on the roof. If I put it on the roof, it will be far enough away that I don't have to worry about the noise. There we go. Now, if anybody is wondering why I don't just take USL back, USL's got ammo in it, and I don't want to just dump all that on the floor. And even if I did dump it onto the floor, USL is a vehicle I want to keep with me. And I need to be no longer driving in vehicles that I want to keep. They no longer need to be going in the direction of our field base in the north. We're trying to collapse that base now, so we need to not be driving any vehicles we want to keep should not be going in that direction anymore. We are taking throwaway vehicles to go back north, and then we're coming back from the north with vehicles we want to keep. That's the current supply train. I've been at this for about 8 hours, 40 minutes. Okay, so yesterday I never actually made it to the grocery store. I was supposed to go to the grocery store yesterday. That was on my docket of things to do after the stream, but I was burned out. I got some dinner after the stream, and I was like, man, I'm cooked. Bro's cooked. So we, that might be the same situation today, but I have a little bit more energy right now. So we're probably going to do a couple of fights on our way to see if we can get back to Butcher. But I'm not going to hard commit to that. If we can't get back to Butcher, I will probably call it in the not too distant future here. I'm going to pet one of the animals. I went to sleep too early, didn't I? I went to sleep way too early. Yeah, it's 22:40 now. I should be going to bed now, but no, I just went right to sleep. Which ammo would I liable to run out of first here? Use a box of 38 special. We have one here in the van. Yeah, all right. So as an overnight activity, I'm going to go ahead and drive north with our throwaway car, and we're going to prep. We're going to come back with the ambulance, and we're going to spider something. Maybe we'll just take a trailer. We might just take a trailer with the ambulance. Maybe the ambulance and the welding trailer. That makes sense to me. Because we need the ambulance if we want to clear the road that I started to clear, that I had to I didn't get very far in the road that I tried to clear just a little bit earlier here. We're going to take a bath while we drive past the water here, because this is a infinite water source. Always happy to take advantage of this when I drive past it. So we are washed, our weapons are washed, everything's washed. We're good. Beautiful. As you guys can see from the bodies, we did recently get out and kill people on this supply route. But there has been a fatal flaw with this supply route from the very beginning, something that I should have thought about before building that little custom road there. This supply route takes us past this train yard. This train yard is got the same average zombie spawn density as the military checkpoints on the way in, which that's why we have so many respawns in that particular area. Everywhere else where we see respawns on this road, none of them are anywhere near as bad as that the train yard itself. The train yard itself is just constantly spawning back in because the initial spawn density was just that thick. Getting a little choppy with the lag here. You guys can see my headlights are struggling to keep up with the vehicle itself. That tells me we may need to close and reopen the game at some point in the not too distant future. It is nice to see that First Street is still just nice, and I shouldn't have opened my fucking mouth. That's alright, this is just one for the moment. Hopefully I didn't open my mouth so much that I just spawned in a bunch more. I mean, we're almost at the end of First Street, so if I was gonna jinx it. We do still have 2 vehicles that are left at French Bread up here. Otherwise, French Bread has been completely dismantled. The 2 vehicles that are left here are both empty. So logistically, they're not very important. What I would probably want to do is, I don't really have a long-term purpose for them too far beyond what they've already accomplished, which they've accomplished their purposes. I would probably just leave them, if I leave one at Reed and one at French Bread, then that is actually not a bad thing at all. Just leave a well-repaired light bar vehicle at both of those outposts. That actually feels like a good thing. Seeing as I have so many. I mean, I have so many vehicles. So many light bar vehicles that are not ideal. I wouldn't take them back to Riverside, most of them. But they're good enough for local use, absolutely. I turned a little too early here. These guys some of them are going to follow me back to, my base is actually really close to the south here. We're just going to kill all these guys here. I would prefer not to be followed by anybody. I have not looted anything in any of these buildings here. I don't think there's anything I care about in any of them. We got a driving school, hardware store, dollar store, a clothing store. There's a bookstore, but we don't need libraries or bookstores anymore. The book that we're looking for, the last book we need, literally cannot spawn in a normal library. So we literally have no need for a bookstore anymore. So I think those Zeds up there, they can rot. They're far enough away. They shan't hear me make noise down here. And we are now back at Butcher. Named thusly because it is on Butcher Street. So any of the throwaway cars we bring back with us shall get parked permanently over here somewhere. Hello, I didn't want to actually run into that. So, these are the two ammo vans that have all the ammo stockpiles that I have, my portion of ammo, as it were. No purpose for Kentucky labor here yet. These three vans in this row are all full of vehicle parts. This fire truck right here is my vehicle recovery truck. I actually probably should take that back with me. Yeah, it's got 3 standard vehicle batteries. Maybe I will tow. I'll try to tow this with the ambulance now. Because if I have this truck down at Jericho, then I can very easily recover other vehicles to go back and forth with. I am going to be so bold as to try to tow it forward. So this right here, this is our prime ambulance. 100% engine quality. Very lovely vehicle. There should be, yeah, there's plenty of room in the trunk here. We are going to put some of these floodlights in there. Just the 2 up here for now. We have enough floodlights elsewhere that I'm probably going to leave the ones that are on the roof right now. I'm going to leave those there. It's fine. We can no longer fit another 30 encumbrance of anything. We're going to take the car battery chargers that are up here that are on the ground. Take both of those, put them in the recovery vehicle there. Now, when it comes to deciding what to take and what to leave, that's actually going to be a tough one. Honestly, that is going to be a tough one. Because there's a lot of stuff here that is probably not even worth the effort to bring back. Because I already have so much of it at Jericho. Now, if there were NPCs in this game, I would probably have a permanent presence here at this particular location. Like, you know, if I had extra NPCs and I needed to leave them somewhere strategically significant, maybe a Rediker base, if anybody has ever read World War Z. This would be part of the Rediker plan right here. We would absolutely leave a number of folks, and we would leave them very well supplied, and we would support them as long as it is strategically viable to do so. For purposes that may or may not be nefarious, but no. No, I'm not I don't play my games like that. If I left anybody here, I would take care of them. And I mean, honestly, look at the shit we have here. That would not be a problem. They would be set for life if it was just 2 or 3, just 2 people here. 2 people could probably live here for half a year with the supplies that I have stockpiled right now. Easily. And if they were capable of actually, you know, getting a couple of supplies on their own to add onto this, they could probably last here indefinitely. Because there's still plenty of, like, food and water and whatnot nearby that I've never gone anywhere near. But, yeah. I'm just trying to use my imagination about how NPCs would operate. And I may be overestimating certain things. I have a feeling that NPCs may require a fair amount of babysitting. Just a feeling. I mean, I've played RimWorld. And I know that the devs are using RimWorld for a couple of inspirational decisions. Alright, I could not care less about shotguns because I already have a ton of billions of shotguns. billions of shotguns at Jericho. That is, couldn't pay me to care more about shotguns right now. Everything in this container is local use. That can all stay. This container, maybe I'll take some of these things and put them in, just some of these can go into Charms Flowers. Charms Flowers is sort of a construction vehicle. So that's what some of these tools are for, construction. If I were to build a new base right now, I would take Charms Flowers there and a lot of the tools that are in it. I'd leave a couple copies of my new base. That's kind of how Charms Flowers fits in the equation right now. A little bit of everything in here. Can of oats in here. Oh, can't can of oats in here. Meals on Wheels is 100% full. Okay. Meals on Wheels really shouldn't have too many canned food items, but some. This is a lot of mental work to think about what I need to leave behind and what needs to come with me. That is a lot to think about. I'm going to kind of defer a little bit about that, because if I just want to get stuff and start bringing it back to Jericho, I don't need to start thinking about breaking down what's inside. There's plenty outside that needs to go first. So I don't actually have to put too much effort into that. I do know that I'm eventually bringing all the comics, just the comics. That all the comics that I find in Louisville are eventually going to go back to Riverside with me. Big eventually, though. That is a big eventually. Oh, wow. Okay. I still have a whole bunch of stir fries with a lot of calories in them. You know what? We lost a lot of calories recently. That was more fighting than I was expecting. We're just going to straight up eat one of these stir fries. Now, these stir fries have been in the fridge. They should still be good for a few days. I'm going to eat another one after we catch another sleep here. I might have left the engine running on the recovery truck. Oops. I also left my armor on, but that's okay. We're eating really delicious food right now, so that will offset any unhappies. I don't actually think I got a very good sleep last night, IRL. And because of that, that might be why I'm kind of losing. I'm losing a little bit of my reaction time right now. I can feel myself getting a little bit more sluggish. So I might, I hate to say this if anybody's here for the combat, I may be voluntarily exiting from combat. Because there are some more fights I want to do right now. But especially now that we have fog. Now that we have fog, I know that I'm not going to be doing a lot of shooting this morning. And that means I'm going to be going back and forth once or twice. And by the time this fog is lifted, I might be even a little bit more sluggish. So I think it is best for me and Annie if I do not put her at risk by getting into fights while I'm sluggish. I think I'm going to prioritize her safety, which is the sensible thing to do, of course. But what does that mean for our current plans? That means I'm going to check the generator first, and then I'm going to most likely get that movement operation started. Just like with Reed Base, this one will always have a yellow generator. Even if I'm completely done here, I will leave this yellow generator here. It'll just be mothballed, it won't be running or anything. Just be ready to fire back up when needed. I did not leave the fire truck running. That's not to say I'm not a doofus, but at least I'm not a doofus in that particular regard. We're going to go ahead and take one more floodlight since we have room for it. And that will constitute 2 full vehicles going back with us. And one of those 2 full vehicles is our combat vehicle, so we will be able to use that probably at the beginning of, or sometime into next stream. We will fully clear Rudy Grady Boulevard. What? What the fuck? How is the driver's seat of this thing occupied? What's going on here? That shouldn't be a thing. What the fuck? Okay. Everything about that is incorrect. It should not... The driver's seat of this ambulance should not be occupied. That shouldn't be possible. There's nothing that could possibly be put in the seat right now. What the fuck? No. No, the seat is not occupied. None of the driver's seats of any of my vehicles have ever been so occupied that... Okay, so let me back up really quick here. It should literally be impossible for both seats to be occupied in a vehicle right now. Because you cannot access the inventory of a seat without sitting in one of the 2 seats. So you literally cannot put too much into a seat without... This is a serious problem. This is a serious problem. How do I access this seat? Well, I mean, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to open the door, but I can't open the door. They're literally... I can't open either of the doors. The passenger seat... I mean, the passenger seat has my field kit, like it's supposed to, but the driver's seat... Okay, what happens if I take the door off completely? Let's try that. Let's take the window off the left side. Let's take the door off the left side. Seat occupied. Driver's seat needs to be emptied. I cannot remove the seat. I don't know what's going on here. I'm going to try closing and reopening the game. I have no idea if that's going to contribute. If it doesn't fix the problem, then I may actually fire up radio menu to open door. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Thank you guys for letting me know that. I guess it couldn't hurt to close and reopen the game anyway. We were getting some lag spikes on the way up, but I will try that once we are back in here. See what happens. Yeah, okay, so radio menu, open door. I guess I just took the door off, so hopefully I can still open it. But then we will see what goes on there. I very rarely use the radio menu, unless I am connecting a trailer to the rear. But yeah, let's get back in and see what happens there. You know what I suspect? This is just a theory. My driver's seats are almost completely full normally. But there is bath towels on them. What if the bath towels somehow got wet? Even though they shouldn't be able to have gotten wet, if they're wet. Okay, so I probably have to put the door back on in order to open it. Because you see, if we hit V, look at that, the seat occupied. But let's put the door back on and try that one more time. Okay, locked door, open door. Okay, so look at this. Driver's seat has nothing in it that should occupy it. But bath towels in the past have had weird problems with their encumbrance. So I'm going to remove the bath towels and... I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. Whatever. Problem solved. Problem solved. Look at that. I can put one bath... It is the bath towels. It is the bath towels because look at this. It won't let me put the other one in the seat. So apparently, even though the bath towels don't show that any of them are wet... Okay. This tells me in the future I'm not going to be putting bath towels in the driver's seats anymore. We're going to have to figure out a different way of doing that. Because apparently that can cause some weird shit. Thank you guys in the chat. Appreciate that. I did not know that you could actually open the door and then access the inventory. I did not know that. Never tried. Very good to know. I know, right? I mean, we're gonna blame the We're going to blame the sweaty ghosts for that. The sweaty ghosts sweating and using our bath towels to dry their sweat, making our bath towels too heavy to move. But we are going to... I actually have to step away briefly IRL. I'll probably be about 2 minutes or so. I'm going to have a bite of stir fry here. I'm going to have a bite of stir fry, and I'm going to give Annie a sit down on the inside here so that she is a little bit safer from Zeds. Just a little bit. And we shall be back momentarily here. Yeah, you know, that actually is not a bad idea at all, because we can do that in the future. If we need to access the field kit, we don't even have to sit down in the truck to do it. But yeah, I shall be back momentarily here. All right, I am back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. So, I'm actually running a mild fever. I checked that as well while I was stepping away there. Running a mild fever. I think I'm okay. I don't feel that bad, but that means that I'm not just a little bit tired because it's probably a little bit more than just being tired. It is true I didn't get enough sleep last night, but it's also, I am like I don't know, 1 degree Fahrenheit, a little bit above normal. So, I'm definitely not going to be getting into any deeper combat today. I don't feel comfortable putting any in a combat situation if I'm not going to be on 100% game. But that was, okay, so learning that you can just open the door from the outside and you can actually access the inventory, that has changed a couple things about my calculations, because now I can put an entire garbage bag into the front seat if I need to. This particular vehicle, I don't feel like I would need to do that, but for other vehicles, I might actually do that. Because another seat that I could put a garbage bag into if I'm going to be spidering vehicles, that'd be pretty cool. So we're going to go ahead and drive back with the truck here, and I'm going to see if I can go forward with the truck. This is probably not going to work. I know it won't work off-road, but... Okay, I'm in second gear. Can I make it to third? I'm not bottoming out, but I'm also not gaining any speed. Okay. I'm not bottoming out, but I'm not gaining speed. That means I can't tow this truck forward. I still don't fully understand which vehicles I can tow forward and which ones I can't. It might have to do with weight. That could be it, but I have not found any consistent trend with that yet. I wonder, Bradleys are supposed to be super modular, aren't they? If Bradleys are as modular as if I'm thinking of the right kind of vehicle, I know that there's a vehicle that is, if not a Bradley, of the similar size, and there's one that's like really, really modular. I'm curious. I would always be curious what kind of improvised things you could make with its modularity, or if it is something that is rather specific and has to have things manufactured at the factory to work together with it. I'm getting twisted a little bit here. We're basically going backwards along these blue arrows here. So I did take a bit of a wrong turn. But once I'm on the bigger streets, I will know where I'm going. We've got noon coming up here now. Whenever you get fog like this, sometimes you'll get around noon. The fog sometimes will clear up by noon. That's if you're lucky. If you're not lucky, I have seen fog linger until about 6 p.m. Now this route that I mentioned this before, but the route that we're taking right now would be probably about more than 1.5 times longer than it could be if we could just take a more direct route down Rudy Grady Boulevard. But That was we looked at the very early bit of Rudy Grady just earlier in the stream, and that was where we started getting into that fight just now. So that was, yeah, that's going to be a fight. I would love to engage in that fight, but I think I'm petering out on energy here. So once we get back here, we'll get these vehicles sorted. We'll probably recover a few vehicles. I think we will recover a few vehicles after we finish this this trip right here. But I think we will hold off on any further combat, and next time, after I get warmed up, we will, that'll probably be tomorrow morning IRL, we will fight through Rudy Grady using the ambulance here with all our supplies and whatnot, and get all that cleaned up. We might even do a couple pipe bombs. I mean, honestly, there were so many zombies that just came out of that one early section, just going around the corner from Lima there. There were enough zombies that came around that corner that I think we probably can gather a big group for a pipe bomb. We'll just need to find a nice open spot to put them together. I do not have any vehicles at Reed here. I pass it by several times here. There are some flags at Reed. I think I'll leave them there. I have got so many flags back at Riverside that most of the base is decorated in flags. There you go. I wouldn't go as far as to say it looks like the fog is lifting, but it could be. It's 11:30 now. It could sometimes lift at noon or 1300 hours or so. But if it doesn't lift by 1300 hours, then you're stuck with it until 6. That's my what I've experienced so far, it feels like. Could be wrong. Could just be a random number in the afternoon. The only time I've ever seen fog last longer than 6 p.m. was during a snowstorm or a thunderstorm. At which point it's not actually fog, it's just part of the storm. Look at all this. Fuck. This is a partial respawn here at the Zippy. And those guys are blocking my shortcut. They're also really tightly grouped together. But my shotgun is not going to get good meat shots like this. I'll chance this. 3 kills for 3 shots for 7 zombies there. Not bad. I think the fog is lifting, by the way. I do think the fog is lifting. So I think we're good to shoot. Yeah, that feels normal. The fog is lifting. Most excellent. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. First group we got to come up across, and fog is lifted. That's some good luck right there. How dare you respawn in Zulu? I know I'm not using it anymore, but still. Fuck up out of my base here. Oh no, get away from my feet. Unacceptable. See, there's no way in or out of this parking lot area except for this alleyway right here. So anybody who's in Zulu is going to be coming out this way. And I generally would like to keep it drivable, but that's a concern for when I'm using Zulu to fight in, which I'm not doing. I might never need Zulu again. I would need to find some reason to want to clear one of the multi-story buildings nearby. If I had a reason to do that, then I would use Zulu again. But right now, Zulu is a little bit overkill for respawns. The respawns in this area are not going to be anywhere near as bad to deal with the density that Zulu is built for. It's just the sheer fact that zombies are capable of respawning inside of Zulu here. That will always be a problem with this place. But otherwise, this is sort of on par with French bread in terms of what is still usable here. As you can see, I've blocked off every single entrance with vehicles. So there's only a south entrance and a north entrance, and the north entrance is so far away that nobody would ever use the south end. Nobody would ever go all the way through it necessarily. Does it really? Would that be... So we've got Zulu right here. I think the nearest apartment complex was Havisham? Havisham is all the way up here. That's the... Well, no, Havisham, that's the hotel. I think this one right here, this is a very expensive apartment building right here. So that might be the one that we're thinking of. That would be across from X-Ray, right across the street from Reed office building there. That could be it. You know what? Do I have the B42 map open? I would like to peek at that. Let's take a peek at that. We got b42map.com. Love the little website. But we can use that to see what each floor of these buildings look like. Near the Spiffo HQ? Yeah, that's pretty close. That's pretty close to... We're in the general vicinity here. Spiffo HQ is going to be... There's the cathedral. A little further south than that one. Cardinal Plaza, gym. I think this is Spiffo HQ? Or it's close. Central Louisville Community Center. Gigamart HQ, Spiffo HQ is... Spiffo HQ has like a kid's play place on the ground floor. I remember seeing that. Brooks Public Library. Oops. That's far afield. We're at the mall at that point. Oh, here it is. Spiffo's HQ. The whole first floor is an actual literal Spiffo's. I don't think any other fast food joint would make their HQ like that. In that case, the building that I'm thinking of is this one right here with the parking garage directly at the bottom. It's got many, many stories on it. But that doesn't look like the kind of place with a penthouse. Nah, that's only like 5-story building. It's got a fucking prison in it, really? Fascinating. I wonder what's going on there. That's a little wild. The fuck kind of apartment complex has a prison in it? I'm guessing this is just like supplies of some kind that are not supposed to be looted by anybody. I don't know. That's very interesting right there. But the next biggest building that I know of... Go away. That's an office building right there. Orio Office Place, that's a big one. Spiffo HQ. Some of the skyscrapers looked kind of intriguing just visually. But I don't know if there's anything that could ever convince me to actually fight my way to the top of one. Maybe Top Crown Plaza. That could be something that... that might be one of those mega buildings that's got a mix of residential and commercial. Top Crown Plaza, I think, is the biggest one in the area. Storage of some sort? Yeah, that makes sense. It looks a little weird for storage, but I guess, yeah, I can see it. $16 is too high. But yeah, all these are office buildings. This is... Okay, so this one right here, whatever this building is, I can't really see the front of it. But this building here with the burned outside, I'm willing to bet that this might be something worth a penthouse at the top. Oh, that's a mix of residential and commercial. Okay, so I called it for this one. Ooh, look at that. That is really pretty. That is really... It's got a fucking grand hall and everything. Massive kitchen. Probably a bank vault or something there. Somebody with their personal stores of gold, maybe. And the absolute max floor is... there's no roof to this building. It's got a gabled roof. Fascinating. I've never seen a skyscraper with a gabled roof before. But yeah, I don't know if I would ever find my way up to that. But if I wanted to, I would probably use for that building. That would be Wilco. That would be Wilco. I think that building starts right past Wilco, maybe, or across from it. Because a problem is now I'm looking at the upper floors, and I have no idea where the ground floor is relative. Okay, there it is. The ground floor is across the street from Country Clerk and Records. The Clerk and Records building. This is Wilco right here. So yeah, actually that building that we were just looking at that has the penthouse at the top, that is directly south of Wilco. So we would use Wilco if we were going to fight for that building. Oh, look at that. We got a guest. Now, if we had respawns here, something tells me we may have some in the train yard on the road, but we're going to find out momentarily here. Good so far. Look at that. A fast one is a negative. Lots in the train yard, but I don't think a portion of these guys are going to know how to get to us. So that's going to be complicated. All right, looks like we're doing this now. Good thing I got my ambulance. This is what we've trained for. And the good thing about this fence is they're all going to be mashing their face, and a nice little line here. Anybody this far south of the fence line is liable to eventually make their way around the fence and end up in the road. In a perfect world, I won't have to use this logistics line too many more times, but if nothing else, I still do want to take a peek at the Amazon warehouse. I don't know if I remember whether that's looted and trashed or not, but I want to survey it. There's like a distribution center sort of thing to the far north. So before I'm done with the north route entirely. Floor 27, a Bateman office building. Okay. I have seen the Bateman office building before, the logo on the front. I've seen that many times. But good to know. That would be something that I would probably do if I ever went to different parts of the map and then came back to Louisville. Then I might do that. Because right now, there are other things on the map that I'm interested in that I would want to see before doing something more scenic like that. Right now, I would prefer to go to the military research station, which is quite far away, but it is possibly one of the best places to find a M16, unless I find one in Irvington. I'm a bit split on whether I'd want to do Irvington or the research facility next. Both of them feel like they might be equally likely to spawn in something with an M16. I didn't drag this corpse far enough. Definitely not. Alright, the combat van can get parked in this direction because that's the way it's going to be going. And we're going to take the recovery truck, and we're also going to park it on this side, because the recovery truck, we're going to need to take it south to get some vehicular devices. You know, now that I think about it, there's no reason not to put the battery chargers next to the generators down here. These generators right here would be convenient to charge batteries from. Battery charging in and of itself does not actually cause any drain on the generators. That might not be intended functionality. The sports car battery that I started charging should be done. I think I heard somebody retching. No? There doesn't have to be somebody retching. If there was, they would be on this side, but no, we're good. I thought I saw a zombie. I did saw a zombie. This is all garbage over here. For the most part, yeah. Mostly garbage. There's a little bit of not quite as garbage, but yeah. I just want to separate the sports vehicle stuff from the standard stuff. The other floodlights that are chilling in here can go into the, whatchamacallit, I got a vehicle for that. Louisville Motor Shop can take them. Some of these might actually be battery powered, and I don't remember which, unfortunately. Yeah, I'll have to figure that out later. For now, we are going to recover a few standard vehicles. And we have batteries for them in the trunk of this truck here. I recall seeing a couple of them over here. And thanks to all the shooting, probably won't be much interference here. Wait a minute, which one am I hooking up right now? I think it's the blue one. Oops, well. All three of these will be used, most likely. They're the closest that I know of. Now here's something that makes me curious. I wonder if I have enough power to tow this forward. If it's a Neala, it doesn't seem like it would be too heavy. I'm gonna give it a shot. I would like to know. I would like to know more. Can't even make it to second easily. And now that we're in second, we are not making it out of second. Okay. It was worth a shot, but no. Yet to find another Corvette anywhere. Oh, you can't group up like that and tell me not to shoot you. Come on, this is too easy. Oh, they're behind the car. Oops. Damn it, fucking car. Eating my shells. Probably get hooked up. We do want to get anybody who's here, anybody here's, get them out of the way, but this is going to be untenable fast. Yeah, fuck. I made not the best of decisions right now. One shot of opportunity. One shot, one opportunity. I captured it. I didn't let it slip. Unfortunately, I'm now paying the price for that. We're a little far afield for the road here. I'm not gonna even try to justify this as saying that we're gonna accomplish anything with this. But we are a little bit close to the school. So if we want to go loud around the school, then this is going to help a little bit, but I'm sugarcoating it. Far. Now, I suppose in my defense, the defense shall make their case. Those zombies would have eventually become a problem for me if I tried to recover any more vehicles from this area. Now, the reasonable thing to do would be to just go to a different area. There are areas that don't have zombies that have vehicles that I can recover. Fucking nerf. That was a fun little diversion. Nothing more than I could handle, but a little bit more than I wanted to handle. Definitely was not interested in getting any heavy fights. That was probably medium light. For Louisville, that was light. For a regular situation, that would have been the medium lights. Alright, assuming I spider for each trip, 2 cars is going to get me nowhere near enough. Yeah, we're going to definitely need one more for the first wave. The next couple of waves after the first wave, I will probably secure another car from somewhere else. I mean, honestly, when we start clearing our way down Rudy Grady, which is what we're going to do before we actually start using any of these, when we start clearing our way down Rudy Grady tomorrow, I will probably have located some actual cars on Rudy Grady that we can bring back here that are a little bit better for back and forth than those. I know I just drove past a truck there a couple times. That truck is... I have scrapped parts off of it. It's no good for a throwaway. And unfortunately now that, speaking of scrapped parts, that white car that was down there in the way, I accidentally shot it one too many times. I've definitely blown out a tire or two from it. Doesn't look like I have, but I definitely have. If you shoot too close to cars, don't expect to see that car to be in good shape. Ooh, what is this? I've never seen this before. MM. Marshall Mathers. Some kind of car repair service. I took some parts from him. That's about it. Didn't have time to hook it up to tow it, but that's okay. This is where we found the previous throwaway car that we used to get this vehicle back with us. So this is Rudy Grady. My hands are way too full. I couldn't even get out right now if I wanted to. I think we... Right, we did a lot of killing right here in the past because there was a survivor zombie. I remember now there was a survivor zombie and we took their hide boots and hide pants off and left them there on the ground. So we did a lot of killing here. That means that any zombies in this immediate vicinity would be respawns, which definitely means there's still plenty of, all those down there. But I'm just going to take a quick peek down Rudy Grady here. That'll leave me with something to think about. I think after tonight, after I go to sleep, tomorrow morning, I will probably end the stream there. So we are on the closing side here of things, but we're going to take a quick peek and see what we're going to have to deal with here. I'm not mistaken, right? This is Rudy Grady. No, I'm a fucking idiot. Rudy Grady... Okay, so Rudy Grady is on our route. That's the route that we're supposed to take, and Rudy Grady is the destination. This is Angel Street. Angel Street, we take a left here at Luther Street. And then we turn north at... what is this, Ulster? I believe this is Ulster. Hitting M to double check. Yes, this is Ulster. Okay. Ulster, I have not initially cleared this. Ulster is going to be, that'll be the first time we've cleared this area. Good to know. I know I've driven through here once. That was just a quick drive. I remember IDing the cop car there. Very tight here, very tight. This is going to be tight, okay. Alright. Now this is tight, but once we kill everybody there, then we get up here to the hospital. Okay, oops. Oops. Did I factor that into my plans? Now, Wellington Heights is going to just skirt next to the hospital. But that is, we need to keep that in mind. Very much need to keep that in mind. I'm going to put some skulls on Ulster here to indicate where I saw the most Zeds. I feel a little bit safe cruise controlling in this direction because we're actually going to connect to recently cleared territory. So I'm actually okay with cruising in this direction for 10 miles an hour for a short period of time. Where's my skull marker at? Come on now. Skull, skull, skull. There you are. And here's Ulster. Okay. Those are some of the worst spots that I believe I believe I got those ID'd now. Okay. So yeah, from here, we know where to go from here. We were just here a few minutes ago. Our girl is pretty thirsty. We're going to get her something to drink really quick. She's also hungry, but we shall wait until we get back for that. We're carrying around tires and we need to put those in the trunk. Yeah, a tire and a muffler, those can go back here. Might be soda on the floor in here. Nah. I think that's the sign of a Zed in the bathroom. Nope, okay. Doesn't have to be one. Just want to get our girl something to drink so that she's not too under the weather here. In my defense, I'm not feeling best myself either. That's the back door. That's somebody scratching at the back door. Okay. As long as we know where they're at, I'm not worried about it. If anybody's interested why we have this random staircase built here, we tried to prove that it's impossible to destroy street lamps. And in the I remember in B41 you could like destroy the top half of it if you could somehow get to the second floor with a sledgehammer. But if you destroy the top half, you still can't destroy the bottom half. So the bottom halves, which, you know, they block my drivable path, which is why I can't go around that way. Because of that, street lamps are basically just, you can't get rid of them, ever. You can try, and you can get rid of the top half and make them look like something else, but no, they're still going to be there. They're still going to be blocking your drivable path. They're fixed objects in time and space, sadly. Now, we got a huge parking lot right here. It would be a little bit of a distance, but I'm going to grab one of these standards from this parking lot. I'm going to go ahead and grab one of these standards. How about a taxi? That way I don't have to return empty-handed. Yet another throwaway vehicle for tomorrow's convoy. Hey, look at that. Okay. I'm going to kill these guys with the gun because we are very hungry and very tired. So we don't want to be using any melee right now. Maybe as a finisher. Just when I thought I had killed everybody over here, there's always a few stragglers in it. Productive day, more productive than I was expecting. we recovered 3 throwaway vehicles. I think we're going to need a total of at least 5 throwaway vehicles, but 3 will be more than enough for the short term. More than enough for sure. We'll probably find some nice ones once we start clearing the rest of Ulster and into Rudy Grady. Ulster looked intimidating, but that big, long wooden fence that we saw on the side of Ulster, that was just leading into the train yard. So we could make a hole in that wooden fence, just a couple tiles wide, and we could just maybe even drive through the train yard at some point. But that'll be a TBA. I'm not sure if I want to play it like that or not. Because there may actually be some Zeds out in the middle of the train yard somewhere that never got pulled by our shenanigans at the corner of the train yard. Like where we just got out there, that was like the very far edge of the train yard right there. Alright, 3 throwaway vehicles required. And as fate would have it, I think we actually have 3... I think we have 3 standard batteries in our trunk. Yep. So we can actually get the throwaway vehicles staged up before we hit the sack tonight. Our girl has been very good to us today. I'm going to reward her with a very nice meal when we get back inside because she's very hungry. We're gonna make something good. We're gonna make something good before we end today. That's it. That's all we need. We're gonna get a couple of bottles of gas. Car key is required. Great. Alright. You made me do this, not me. Shouldn't have locked your car. I'm gonna laugh really hard if this one doesn't even need one. Because it is in really good condition. It might be, though. Look at that. Look at that. We never even needed to replace the battery or put any gas in the tank for this bad boy. That's cool. Provided me with a good time. That's less work for me to do. That was the reason I picked that one specifically. So we only have 2 batteries to charge now. And then just a couple bottles of gas in either of these. I may swing these by the gas station before I actually deploy with them tomorrow. 2 liters of gas is probably more than enough to make it back, but then that won't leave me with anything to maneuver in case whack shit happens. So, gas is... I have enough gas. I can afford a little bit in the tank for these guys. Let's get the empty batteries on the charger. Spare standard can go back in the trunk. This performance tire we picked up, and this muffler. The muffler is heavy duty. That can go. That means it can go in the masonry truck here. We actually have 2 performance tires for standard now. Interesting. I had more standard parts in here than I thought. Standard parts I'm currently been putting over in the middle. This is sport. Standard has been going right here. Ooh, that swung a little too close. I almost rammed my own ambulance. Oops, we're good. That's how you guys can tell I'm getting sluggish and making mistakes. We've had a good day today, but it is definitively concluding now. I could not keep going if I wanted to. That would be very dangerous. Very glad that I'm back at base at this point. Hey, the key was already in the ignition for this one. I was just going to get it hot wired and move it in the corner there, but I can leave the key in the ignition. Key, I think if you leave the key in the ignition, it will very, very, very slowly drain the battery. But these throwaway vehicles that are going to be used in the next couple of days, no concern there. Of course, the taxi that has got good parts in it is obviously going to be locked, which means I gotta smash one of them pretty windows. Never a fan of doing this, but I have learned to let go, especially if you know, it's a standard vehicle. Standard vehicle windows are not as valuable to me. This taxi driver had a fucking M36 revolver in here. That's well, at least he locked the vehicle. Let's put it that way. I'm not going to speculate on why a taxi driver would feel the need to carry a gun. I suppose in the 90s, a taxi driver could probably run into some whack shit. Yeah, that's true. Definitely. Alright, we've got our throwaway vehicle staged. And it is our bedtime. So I am going to give our girl some chocolate. Delicious, delicious chocolate. You know what? Let's give her some pancakes. I know it's going to keep us up a little bit late to make them, but I think she's earned them. And we're going to make peanut butter cup pancakes. Yeah, that is something that's making me hungry, IRL. We are going to make our girl some peanut butter cup pancakes. So we are going to fill this empty bowl with water. Ha! No shit. I would believe it. Alright. Prepare pancakes. Place bowl. We're going to leave that here for now. And pancakes, you got to cook them first, and then you can put the toppings on them. Alright, Roy's Peanut Butter Pucks, which are just an in-universe stand-in for Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. And what else can we do? There might be some... Oh yeah, we can do chocolate chips. So chocolate chip peanut butter cup pancakes with maple syrup and a little smattering of margarine. Yeah. Our girl has earned this. This shall fix all of her hunger problems and make her quite happy. This will make me happy. Oh man, I can almost smell the Reese's cups. Damn, I'm hungry. Alright, our girl's taken care of and she is ready for bed. We'll get a brief overnight activity taken care of and then we will call it here. About an hour and a half to burn here, that's good. Light a kale to keep the calories up. That's it? What about one more? I have more calories than that in the kale. There we go. That's good. See, right now in the fridge, all we've got is kale. A little bit of eggs, but mostly just kale. When we consolidate the freezer and fridge from Butcher Base, we will have some more ingredients here. Actually, when we do that, we're going to have another freezer full of stuff that needs to be kept frozen. At that point, we're probably going to replace this current freezer right here, this freezer. We're going to replace that with a double freezer when we get back from... with all of our perishables from Butcher Base. That's when we'll turn this into a double freezer. The freeze shall be doubled. I could sort through some of these book items here. It's a little overnight activity I could do. Just pull some of the stuff out of these bags instead of trying to do the whole bags. One of the problems with these bags of loot right here is a lot of the loot is gear, like clothing related, military gear from the surplus store. And the problem with that is I don't have a very good place to put a lot of clothing right now. There was one place up by the guns that I could put clothing. It's full. It's very full. Jerry cans are basically just gas cans, but much heavier. I would almost never use them normally. They're just going to kind of go over here as decorations. Entrenching tools. I'm going to put one in the glove compartment of this vehicle. It couldn't hurt to just start tossing e-tools into the whatchamacallit, the glove compartments of all of the vehicles that I might use a little bit of. Oh, look at that. We're getting lags. Okay, you know what? We were supposed to go to sleep again before we closed. I think we're going to go ahead and call it here. A bit of an anticlimactic to the stream, but this is an okay point to call it. We were just going to sort loot for another in-game hour, another couple minutes, and then we would close it. So we're just verifying the game is not dumping the save, it's just crashing because we've been driving around a lot. Driving around a lot, honestly, I've noticed, is not good for stability right now. So we'll go ahead and end it there. I will start a save backup because I always, at the end of every stream, I always back up my saves as just a part of a course of action. So we've already got our save folder open. We just click on the save, Control C, and I go up a few folders here to my backups. And this is part 77 of Animated Journey through B42. So I make a new folder called 77 and paste the whole save folder there. I don't usually talk about this, but if I needed to restore from a backup, what I would do is just go back to one of, like, let's just say something weird happened and I need to restore from the backup from last stream. I would go to this folder, I would copy this whole save folder, and just replace the one that's in my, in the game folder, and then I would load it from there. Not that I need to do that, but if I needed to, that would be what I would do. So that's why I make backups. We have a lot of backups here. One backup for every part. This is going to take a while, so I shall catch you guys in the next one. Probably about 14 hours from now or so, I'll be streaming again. So that'll be tomorrow morning for me, whatever that is for you guys locally. I'll catch you all later. Have a good one.